Hi, gamers. Gamers. Good morning, gamers. Why am I so sleepy? It's not even that late, or not even that early. Oh my god. Okay. What is up, YouTube and Twitch? Here's what we're doing today. We are turning, what is this called? This is called 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧, the world 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧, and we are going to be turning this into like a world of getaways using the adventure awaits and other packs, starting with a Star Wars hotel. Yes, the one and only famous Disney failed Star Wars hotel from the Jenny Nicholson video. We're gonna start with that. Actually, I wonder if I can wait. Can I record this? Should, or can I only, oh, there it is, the camera button. Oh no, that's like the camera. Alright, well, this is fine. People can see the speed build with me. Okay, oh my god. I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? Okay, hold on. So the Disney Star Wars hotel. Oh, it's gonna be converted into something? Sorry, I didn't know that there was new converted to offices. Oh, okay. So I guess I should make it like a big spaceship, huh? Crap. Other than the Death Star, we don't have much. I can't think of like what other ginormous spaceships the outside of. Wait. Let's see, Google. Large Star Wars ships. Yeah, we got the Death Star. Oh, we have the destroyer. Capital ship. Imperial Star Destroyer. Might be the best. Hey, Cash, stop it. Dog's barking. Strongest starships ranked. And then obviously Millennium Falcon's too small for what I'm thinking. Oh, there's a heavy freighter. I'll post like the pictures of it. Nugget, Cash, go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down, Nugget. Oh my god. Nugget. Go lay down. That's better. That's a good boy. Okay. Puppy dog's freaking out, man. Okay. Alright. I gotta downloads. Here's one of them. Okay, so there's this one. That one might work for like, I'm brainstorming the outside here. So this one might work for the outside. Let's see. Separatist ships are underrated. Changed my mind. Oh, this one's cool. This is from a Reddit post. There's also this one. Now, Cash, stop it. My goodness gracious. These dogs, man. Cash. I mean, I think that I'm gonna go with the freighter because the other ones will be so hard to build. I mean, the Star Destroyer is cool because it's, oh my goodness. 1 second, chat. Jesus H. Christ. Okay, all of the dogs have been trapped in my room, so we're okay. Okay, the Star Destroyer is the big triangle. That one might actually work out. And it is very recognizable. 1 second, I'll share it on chat. Okay. We got like the Star Destroyer, we got a Separatist ship, and we have like a freight ship. So pros and cons, the freight ship will be, I think, pretty easy to build because it's so blocky. We could do one level here. This could be like a roof. Another level here, this would also be a roof. Another level here. And then I would probably use some debug for this in the middle here. This wouldn't be too hard, but it would be hard to get like the scale of it. And then this one would be kind of hard. We'd have to use like curved. But this one would be the most iconic, I think. Like you look at this and everybody knows this is from Star Wars. This one you could probably tell it's from Star Wars, but it's not. Like everybody knows that the Star Destroyer. So I think I convinced myself we're doing the Star Destroyer. Let's do our best. Let's do our freaking best. Okay, this is gonna be hard. I'm thinking, okay. I have an image in my head, so I want it to be, since I'm doing the Star Destroyer, actually, let's see if we can find a bigger lot. Yeah, show me the biggest lot. I know I picked a pretty big one. I think the biggest lot is the one that I used for the train station, yep. This thing's gotta be big. It's gotta be big. And then luckily, I do have the Batuu pack. The Journey to Batuu. So decorating it's gonna be easy. The hardest part I think is just gonna be getting the shape. Okay. Oh, no roof things. Anything here? There's windows. Oh, and there's the awning. Nice. Okay. Motel. Oh, metal. I thought it said motel. Good doors, good doors. First order blast door. Resistance blast door. Grand entrance cantina door. Weathered stone arch. Okay. Let me bring up my inspo pic here. Alright, time to start building it out. I just need this to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cash! Go lay down! Go lay down. My god. This is more like a pillar. Okay, let's make this bottom part tall. Yeah, we'll make the bottom level tall. All right, next level. No. Fuck. This is harder than I thought it'd be. No, come on. Oh my god. How am I gonna do this? Why did I think I'd be able to do this? Wait, how are we going? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my god. That's not what I meant to do. Nope, not what I meant to do either. Oh my god. Cash! There we go. Listening to different music from you guys because you're just listening to The Sims, and I gotta say, not vibing with it. Okay. I didn't think that this would be... Okay. Excuse me. Did I reach the edge? Oh, I must have reached the edge. How am I gonna replicate this on the other side? Alright, that looks pretty good. We're kind of getting somewhere. Just our inspo pick for reference. Let's see if I can just duplicate this. Fuck, but there's no way I can... That's okay. That's okay. Hi, Navi. Looks like the state of Kentucky. It does. I concur. Half-baked. Okay. This is really hard to, like, maneuver while I'm doing this. There we go. Wait. Okay, and then... Wait. No. I think I fucked it up. No, I think I nailed it, actually. There we go. Oh, hell yeah, that's a Dorito, if I've ever seen one. Look at that fucking Dorito, man. Beautiful. Okay, let me move it over one. Like right there? Right there? Yay, now it's centered. Need a big S in the middle? For Starship? Oh wait, let me go down and like make this all one room really quick. Also get rid of the fucking... Yes, I don't want to see that. Thank you. Nothing to delete. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Let me get rid of this now. Wait. Okay. I want it to be... That's nice. Looks like Superman's logo? Oh, I see what you're saying, like this. See, I'm thinking of it like this, and I was like, what? For space? S for spaceship? Definitely tall walls. I have to decide how I'm gonna do this part on top. I'm gonna draw a line in the middle just for myself. Just for like, this is just a, whoops. This is just a reference line. So I know where the center is. And then I'm thinking... fucked that up. Wait, how many? Okay. Wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this is along this line. And then this one's along this line. Yep. And then this part's easy. Beautiful. No, not the roof. Oh shit. And I think we're just gonna do tall walls all the way, all the time. Actually, medium walls will look better for this part. Yeah. For this stacked Dorito. Did you watch the Jenny Nicholson Star Wars Hotel video, Navi? Would it be fucked up for me if I just put that video on while I'm building this? It would be such good inspo though. But it'd also make me kind of a piece of shit. But also, I only have, yeah, I don't have enough viewers, I think, for me to be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Actually, I'm starting to think that maybe this should even be like small walls. This is reminding me a lot of building with Legos. Wait, what the fuck just happened? You haven't? Okay, I'm putting it on. That was all the excuse I needed, was someone to have not seen it. And also, it's gotten a lot of views, so it's not like, you know what I mean? I'm not a total piece of shit. Alright. What? No, not the stream. The picture. I'm gonna put the picture down here. And we're gonna bring up that YouTube video. Jenny Nicholson Star Wars Hotel. Okay, 1 second, because I have to make sure not to dox myself when I do this, because I don't want ads. Not browser source. Window capture. YouTube. Select window to capture. And then let me just crop around it real quick. Up in the upper hand corner. Transition, studio mode. Okay, let's go. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Wait. Should I be doing this design? Now I feel stupid. Why didn't I look up what design they used? like what their design for the Galactic Star Cruiser was. Am I dumb? Should I restart? Navi, you're the only one in chat, so you get to decide. Should I do this design instead? I mean, this one has like, this one's definitely built like a cruise ship. So it would be easier to put the rooms in. And it'll be easier to build out too, because it's not a fucking triangle. But also, I did so good. I did so good though. Okay, you know what, I asked, but I'm just starting. We're scrapping this. Well, first I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save this to my library. Call this the Star Destroyer, because I worked hard on this, so if I want to come back to it, I should let myself have the chance. The first one failed, you could just try different. Hey, it's not... Oh, I see what you mean, the hotel. I thought you were talking about my ship that I would been building out. It's like, it's not done yet, Navi. It's not a failure yet. But it's true that the first one did fail, but like design-wise, this is gonna be a bitch and a half to put rooms into, and I was thinking about that as I was doing it. So I'm gonna save this for later. I'm gonna call it Star Destroyer Work in Progress. Okay, save that to my library. We're gonna bulldoze. Hell yeah, gamer. Okay. Yay! Wait, I need that picture. Okay. Fuck. It is absolutely a LARP. Not me getting distracted by the video I put on. Let me find the midpoint of this. There's no audio for the video? Oh shit, that is not intentional at all. Not that I think it's bad that you'd just be staring at Jenny Nicholson's face, but let me mute the Sims music so we can watch the video together.
So on March 1st,
here we go.
2022, the Walt Disney Company opened their newest experiment in themed entertainment, an immersive, multi-day adventure set in the Star Wars universe. When this was first announced, everybody just called it the Star Wars Hotel. Disney World has a lot of themed hotels. Safari-themed hotel, New Orleans-themed hotel, amusement park-themed hotel. So people were like, okay, they're building another one.
Fuck, I fucked up.
The theme is Star Wars. But this project was never intended to be like Disney's other hotels.
Embarrassingly, I have to pause this to count. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, I'm gonna do it in tens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get rid of this one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is 8. So we have 10, 20, 38. Okay, what's half of 38? Divided 19. I know that off the top of my head. Why did I look that up? Okay. So 10, 9. Hell yeah. This is the midpoint. Okay. We're Gucci now. Now we're cooking with gas. Also, Davi, I don't know if you played much Sims, but very annoyingly, we aren't allowed to build on this part. Look what happens if I try to build onto the edge of the thing. Then why even have that there? Then why, if this is a block that you can't even use, why even have it there? Just make the lot start here so it's not visually disappointing. Anyways. All right, Jenny.
If you stay at the amusement park themed hotel, you're supposed to enjoy the ambiance while you're there, but you're expected to leave and spend 90% of the day outside at the actual amusement parks. Meanwhile, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser was pitched as an all-inclusive resort, a landlocked cruise. Aside from a brief excursion into the Star Wars themed section of Hollywood studios, you're not meant to leave the building. You wouldn't get the length of your stay, it's always 2 nights, 2 days, and you're provided with a trip itinerary which blocks out pretty much everything almost down to the minute. You're better off thinking of it as a summer camp. Space camp, if you like. Or if you're sort of nerdy, you can think of it as LARP, live action.
Probably so Sims can technically be on the lot without clipping any structures. It's not that.
Everything is themed to look like you're on
because the lot, like when they're on the lot, so the way the Sims 4 is that when they're here, then all of this also counts as being there. This just limits the like the neighborhoods that they're in are like open world, but if you go to a different neighborhood, you have to travel again. I mean, if you enter another lot, it like opens up the house, but as far as them like clipping, they can already be out here and stuff. So there's not really a reason for that. Because all of it, like they can go to the park, this park and stuff counts as like being out in the world. The lot is more for like.
You'll feel like you were there too, and also I think feel other emotions. Part 1.
Hard to explain.
Why have they done this?
Because you can't put fences or anything there either. So yeah.
Marketing for at least a decade now.
In which case, I think my point still stands that they should just put they should just have the like grid be here then. Okay.
Ships have immersive activities.
The first immersive storyland that we built at Disney Hollywood Studios.
You immerse yourself into the culture of where you're visiting.
And really immerse themselves in the story.
We need to immerse the audience in the experience.
And immerse the guests.
We're making an incredible immersive experience here.
World. It's immersive. So immersive. It's incredible. I mean, it's so immersive.
Let's actually let me find the midpoint of this one.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter was pitched as immersive because everything.
Sorry, gamer. I have to count again. I have to count again. One, two, wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good thing I started doing the 10 thing. Can you imagine? Can this hang over those areas? Nope. Nope. It can't. That would be nice too. If only. But you can put like I have to turn down the radio so you can read street signs. Literally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know when I like pause? It's because my eyes are getting confused by the lines. Like my eyes are like jumping. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I'm having dyslexia for lines. But good thing I started counting in tens, because imagine if we had to sit here while I was like, okay, 2, 3, 4, 11. Fuck. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, another annoying thing, you see how it has like these midlines? So in previous sim games, you could build walls and stuff on those midlines, walls and fences and things on this like midline, but as you can see here, you can't, and that's also annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, interesting. Oh, I know why. Because this is a wait, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 48. This is a 40 by 50 lot. That's why. Oh my god. Oh my god, Navi, I'm dumb. I could have found the midpoint so easily. Although, except I can't use these edge ones, so. But I can use the edge ones to count. So, like, this is 50. Which means I need to do 26. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. This is the midpoint. Hell yeah, gamers. I think I'll keep the like 10 things because it's kind of nice, right? Although actually I should probably just do like midpoint of the midpoint now. We're doing geometry. Welcome to geometry class. Huh. I'm gonna at Lua because I think that she would have fun. Hanging out with me? Where is it? At Lua, if you wanna hang, I'm making the Star Wars hotel in The Sims and watching the Jenny Nicholson video. Oh, also I need to check my text messages because we have important... Oh my god. So the Taylor Swift album came out and it's so bad. So... Oh my god. Thank god. I feel like Showgirl is Taylor's reaction to the kind of... Oh my god. Anyways, I said this to Lulu last night. Let me hold on. I'm trying to say this and text at the same time and also not dock myself and dox Lua. So 1 second. I need to respond to this text. I have to. I said to Lua last night that if this is the price to pay for dating a himbo, I won't do it. I can't do it. If becoming shit at your art. So new Taylor Swift album, not good. Not good. That's yep. And it's so sad. All right. And then, okay, let me add the midpoints to this and then I'll be good because then it won't be such big numbers. Am I right, gamer? This was 26. Half of 26 is 13. Why did I get rid of my 10s? Hold on. Nice. Geometry. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let me just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I did something wrong. Wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wait. 26 plus 23. Oh, I have a 15-minute meeting in a second. 26 plus 23 is 49. 49 divided by 2 is 25 and a half. What? What? How is that possible? Wait, if this whole thing is 50, then this should be 48. Sims gypped me. Sims gypped me out of a fucking square. Hold on. We're going to manage worlds. We're going to manage worlds right now. Oh, I'll at least turn the Sims music back on for us while I'm doing this. 50 by 40! This isn't 50 by 40! I'm gonna send them a strongly worded email. I'm sending them... Oh, I almost tried to do that on the thing that I have. Hold on. I gotta write this in my notes. I am sending Sims a strongly worded email about their property lines. Are you sure you counted correctly? I mean, I must have. Hold on. Okay, so this is 50 by 40. And we know that this one's the 40. And we can't, there's one that we can't do on each side. So it's technically 38 by 48. Okay. Let's count together, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧. We got this. Let's do it. Alright. I'll build a different wall so we can count this way. Okay, 1. We can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I didn't count right. I didn't count right. Okay. Never mind. I need to go back to preschool. I need to go back to preschool. This is the midpoint. Alright, sweet. Once again, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧, you're right. Even in low stakes things such as The Sims. It's not even Final Fantasy, and you're correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Double check. 3, 6, 9, 10. Oh, because I need to do -1. It should be... Wait. Okay. Whoops. Okay. I'm not doing this right. Let's recount this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because this takes up 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧, I hate this. Wait, what's half of 26 is 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧, am I stupid? Oh my god, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧, I'm not starting from here. I've been starting from here. Okay, I am stupid. 1, 2. This is 2, not 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is to be like the worst stream ever. Watch a girl be bad at counting. 1, Wait. So then where do I start one here or here? How much does it cost to build a wall? I think that might make it harder for me, Navi. I need to be able to count squares. This is really important. Just, like, this is no longer about making it perfect, and it's about, this is no longer about me making it perfect, and now it's just about me learning how to count. Okay. Oh, I should start from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Okay. I'm gonna do what you said. So it's 2880. I shouldn't have done that. 2880 divided by 60 is 48. Okay, that's 48. Let's make sure that this is 26. 1380 divided by 60 is 23. How did I do this? How did I manage to do that? How did I manage to do that so many times? I'm baffled. I'm baffled and confused. Okay, wait. That one, I didn't see how much that one costs. 2880, okay. 2880 divided by half. 1440. Okay, this is the halfway point. Okay, 1440 divided by half is 720. Okay, I got that halfway point right. Okay, this one. Wait, so why can't I count? That's 720. And that's 720. Navi, why can't I count? Oh my god, Navi, you're so right. Why did I say 26? Oh my god. You know we have a math teacher in our group chat? Technically in the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧, like the very, 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 very early 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧. She goes by Queenie. Queenie. I am apparently so bad at basic math. I need to relearn dividing and multiplying by 2. I am dumb as fuck. Hi, Alan Worker. Making kids and using them as free labor for insane capitalism. I love that concept, and I think I should. Also, I just realized that my chat is not, it's doing top messages again. Don't do that to me. Show me live. Oh wait, what's the community moderation? Oh, live chat on, live chat summary on. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. But yes, we are making the Star Wars hotel, and we were watching some stuff. Okay. And I'm glad you just got here, because I was being really stupid. And the only one that saw it was Navi, and Navi's already seen me be very stupid all the time, so that's okay. That's allowed. This is not the first nor the last time Navi will see me be dumb. Check out our Final Fantasy XIV streams on Alvamir's channel to see more. To see more of me being stupid. Okay, I'm gonna turn off. I have a 15-minute meeting. Let me see if I need to go. I don't want to. And I don't really need to, so I'm gonna skip. Just making sure nobody... Okay. Yeah, I doubt they're gonna give a single flying fuck if I'm there or not. And my boss is out of office, so but what if my boss goes? Oh, it's a half-an-hour meeting? I'm not going to that shit. I'm not doing it. Unless my boss pings me, I'm not doing it. Okay. We're muting the Sims music again? Because now that we have resolved my math issue, we're gonna go back to watching Jenny Nicholson's Star Wars video.
Themed food, and you can buy wizard robes and wear them around. Pandora: The World of Avatar was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the animation from the movie. They have themed food, and you can buy Avatar ears and wear them around. Star Wars: Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive because it doesn't look like any particular movie. They have themed food, and you can buy Jedi robes, but you're not allowed to wear them inside the theme park. Yeah, that one kind of stumbled across the finish line. Anyway, all of that is what you might call immersive. But I would also call it just a theme park. That's the definition of a theme park, a themed environment with rides. Compare this to something like a Six Flags, where it's like a crumbling gas station with roller coasters out back, and one of the roller coasters has the Superman logo on it. I can never help it, I'm always attacking Six Flags unprovoked. Six Flags I would call an amusement park and not even a theme park if I was in charge of the terminology, because theme parks...
Pausing this to say that, so I'm going to be turning, let me go to Manage Worlds. This is like the perfect time to pause. So I'm going to be turning Newcrest, which is just a world in The Sims full of empty lots, into a theme park world. Not an amusement park world. There won't be roller coasters. A theme park world. It's going to be all themed stuff. So we're starting with the Star Wars hotel. We can have a vampire hotel or vampire... And I'm using the Adventure Awaits pack so that we can do getaways and I can do custom roles. We could have... Oh, it's going to be so fun. Oh my god, it's going to be so fun. Okay. But all that just to say that the distinction. This is going to be a theme park, but it's not going to have roller coasters. Think Evermore. Ferrah, this is important. You have to be entertaining enough to keep me awake or I'm fucked. Do you want to just join me in VC? You want, like, this is unfortunately, this is like, I wish I was playing Valorant or something because I would wake you the fuck up because of all the noise. But this is probably my most chill thing. Join me in VC. I'm streaming the the Jenny Nicholson video to you. I've already prepped for this. Reminds me of Star Trek: The Experience from the 90s in Las Vegas. What? What? Star Trek: The Experience. 1990s. I finally have something that I want to put in the Jenny Nicholson Patreon poll. Offering fan interactions like fan interactive rides like the Klingon encounter and a full-scale recreation of the Enterprise D bridge. See, Vegas is so good at doing this shit. Kudos to them. Because you think like, oh, Vegas is, you know, whatever. But honestly, the amount of like effort, and granted they have the money, but the amount of, but they take it to the next step and actually put the effort forth because so many of these, like, Disney has the money. You know what I mean? They should have done this in Vegas. They should have just done this in Vegas. It should have been like the Disney Vegas thing is the Star Wars hotel. That would have been smart. Because I'm sure the city of Las Vegas probably also subsidizes this shit.
Are themed. I love that about them, but that's not revolutionary.
There, you gotta keep me awake.
Disney has had these
Hold on, let me
design principles
pause.
forever.
I'll do my best. Well, now you're here. Welcome, gamer. I'm making the Galactic Star Cruiser in The Sims. Also, yeah, I saw that you were up to like, have you slept at all? Gamer, are you already gone?
I slept. Sleep started at 5 a.m.
Oh my god. When did you get up?
I'm not up. I'm in bed. I just woke up.
Okay, alright. Your
You
aunt
gotta keep
worked
me
for the
awake.
Star Trek experience? Navi's aunt worked for the Star Trek experience. Navi, we should connect your aunt to Jenny Nicholson so that Jenny Nicholson can do a video about the Star Trek experience in the 90s. That's sick.
Star Trek experience?
Yeah, there was. Navi said reminds me of Star Trek: The Experience from the 90s in Las Vegas, and I looked it up, and it's basically the Star Wars hotel, but well executed.
You should have done this in Vegas.
That's what I said.
I know, I was there for that.
Makes a lot of sense. Do you mind staying in chat also so I can get the view?
No, I can't do that. I gotta
Damn it.
see the Jenny Nicholson video in Discord.
Oh, just mute the YouTube video. Oh, but you're on your phone, aren't you?
On my phone.
Damn it. This is why they need to change things on the phone. Okay. I'm turning Jenny
It's
Nicholson
okay,
back
they don't
on.
count half the fucking viewers these days anyways.
True. True.
They just used other synonyms for immersion. It was called realism, maybe feeling transported, maybe escapism, maybe even this plaque.
Guess how many times I've seen this video.
Disneyland when he built it. He didn't know about
How many times have you seen this video, Lua? More or less than the times you've seen the Vampire Diaries video.
Avatar isn't more immersive than
The Vampire Diaries video is the one I've seen the least.
Oh.
Looks like I'm at a jungle outpost.
I've seen the Evermore video the most.
Oh, that makes sense.
I've never seen anyone do that, but I have seen them for sale, so it's possible. Sure, Pandora
I've
has
seen this one about 20
larger and grander
times,
set
at least.
pieces, and it emulates a landscape more foreign to us.
I think I've seen the Evermore video at least 30 times.
Built in 2017 with a budget of $500 million. Adventureland was built in 1955, and I'm pretty sure Walt Disney just paid the construction guys in soda pop and grilled cheese sandwiches. But at their core,
when I try to keep when I wake up at a decent time and then try to keep myself awake, I open a YouTube video and then it will autoplay. So let's see how long I was sleeping through all of the videos, because I can go to my history and see the autoplay. 3 hours.
As a Ferengi? That's cool. But if you know anything about female Ferengi, I don't know how accurate her costume was. I haven't even seen female Ferengi yet. I just started watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, so this is very good timing for you. Bot and Elva have seen all of it. Fun fact: Lua, Navi is the person in Final Fantasy that babysits us. That's the best term for it. Oh yeah, you were there because Navi was on the horse, and you don't have a horse because you're not in Final Fantasy. You traitor.
Yeah, exactly. Hard to have a Final Fantasy of a horse when you don't have Final Fantasy.
This is so true. Currently, Ferengi don't let their females wear clothes. Oh, I remember seeing that. Actually, I did get to culturally. I did get to the episode where I just got to that episode. But I thought they were just making that up to make them naked. I thought the Ferengi were just saying shit.
Far.
That's such a fucking porno logic.
Yeah, it's Star Trek. You're talking about the show that invented Ponfar.
Ponfar?
I think that's what it's called, right? Chat? I can't see chat, but I think that's what it's called.
Ponfar. Yeah. Was a Vulcan time of eight. Oh, yeah. Wait. Vulcan mating season. Wait. Can we trace?
It all goes back to Ponfar.
Well, I was gonna say in general, can we trace all modern fetishes back to Star Trek?
A lot of them.
I mean, is this not just Omegaverse?
Unfortunately, inflation comes from Willy Wonka.
Oh no.
I learned that very recently. Fucking Blue Sky, man. Fucking Blue Sky.
It is crazy.
It's crazy. What? Blue Sky algorithm puts so much fetish content on my fucking timeline. I have to work so actively to keep all the fucking. I'm sorry, it's specifically furry fetishes. I have to work so hard to keep all the furry fetishes off my fucking time. Nothing against furries. I just don't want all this fucking fetish content on my timeline. I spent a full 3 days scrolling up my Blue Sky timeline being like, I don't want to see this inflation art. I don't want to see this vor art. I don't want to see this vor art. I don't want to see this inflation art. I already had to join a block list that got all the fucking diaper furs off my goddamn timeline. Come on, furries, you're making all yourselves look real bad. And they know it. And they know it.
They do know it. Well, it's not their fault that it's coming up on our discovery tabs, though. That is definitely Blue Sky. Like, this
They
Blue
could
Sky.
not, it is not safe for work. I have my not safe for work filter on.
They're not? Okay, yeah, that it is 100% their fault, and I will be starting a campaign against furries now, and I'm now furriest. How fucking dare they?
Blue Sky doesn't support transgender people, but they're totally fine with the diaper furs.
Blue Sky doesn't support transgender people?
Yeah,
that's their
it's the whole thing
entire
right now.
That's their entire fucking audience.
I know, it's so stupid.
What fucking dumbasses. Ugh. Ugh. What was I gonna say about
shit?
shit?
It's horrible.
I wish I was just getting regular furry porn on my timeline. Not gonna lie. Maybe
No,
that's the problem. Maybe the problem is that we have not safe for work turned off, and that's why we're getting all this stuff that they're like, well, technically.
I think you're 100% correct. Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head. Technically, my X-ray art of a furry inside the belly of another furry is not safe for work.
It's not technically sexual unless it turns you on. Let me check my discovery and see how I'm doing.
I actually got it pretty locked. I got it pretty locked. My timeline looks great.
Mine looks about better.
I'm actually kind of pissed though, because I was following a furry, and I was like, I know it's because I'm following this fucking furry that I'm getting all this art on my timeline. But I want to follow this furry, but I had to unfollow her.
Aww.
I had to unfollow the bimbo horse.
Aww.
You know the bimbo horse?
I don't know the bimbo horse.
She's a furry, and her name is Fiona, and she is she's a bimbo. She's a bimbo horse. I don't know how else to explain it. I'm gonna send you a picture of what Fiona looks like.
All right.
Lua, there's too many Fionas on Blue Sky.
Lua, did you know I'm really bad at math? Apparently, like
I saw the tail end of that. Yeah.
Yeah, Navi had to walk me through dividing by 2.
That's rough. That's real rough, buddy.
Yeah, no brain. Head empty. Heart full. Okay, looks like there's
okay. Come on, Blue Sky. Let me copy this fucking picture. Oh, I don't want to turn it into a sticker.
All right, so if this is 38 and 38 divided by 2, at least I got that one right. Did I?
38 divided by 2 is 19.
Yes, I did. You know what I thought? You know what I said 48 divided by 2 is? I said it was 56. No, I said it was 26. I said it was 26.
Like, genuinely, what is wrong with you?
I don't know. How did I come up with that number at all? How did I come up with 26 at all? I thought half of 48 was 26.
That's also not right, yeah.
Yeah, that's not correct at all. At all.
I put the bimbo horse in the VC text.
Okay. Gamers, I'll show everyone the bimbo horse. Why not? That is a bimbo horse. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be a full fursuit, so I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
1 second, chat. Don't worry, you get to see the bimbo horse too, chat. I would never...
Everyone gets a little bimbo horse.
I would never keep this away from you. Yeah, I wonder why your timeline was...
Right. Yeah, I know. I wonder why I was getting so much furry inflation out of my timeline.
How did we get here? Oh yeah, we got here from Star Trek Vulcan mating season. Okay. I'm trying to make decisions on how I want, because I kind of want to freehand this. But okay. So if I go 19 minus 3 is 16. Just gonna do markers of 3. For now, decide kind of how I want this to be played out. Ba-ding! Did someone tell me I need to join the meeting? No? Then fuck that. Oh, okay. Okay, good. The meeting's already over, and my boss didn't join the meeting, so I didn't need to join the meeting. It would have been useless. It's already a meeting that's fucking useless for me. I'm basically just there for if my boss has questions. Alright, I'm gonna divide this by 3.
I have to actually leave my house today. I'm going someplace work related thing. I gotta be there by noon, so that's why I gotta be awake.
Oh, ooh. You gotta, like, get up.
Yeah, I do.
That fucking sucks.
It's not too far away though, but yeah, I do gotta get up and leave and be social.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm so Sims pilled right now, and I said that I play Hollow Knight every day of October.
I know your Sims pilled. Did you buy a Adventure Awaits?
Of fucking course, dude.
Oh, I thought you didn't like it.
No, you must be thinking of something else.
I didn't actually really see your opinion. I just kind of assumed that because I didn't see your opinion on it that you weren't interested in it.
Oh, that's funny. No, I'm so hyped that my brain would go empty.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
How many did I do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did it 5. Let's make it 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare the war. 5, 6, 7, 8. If you hit me, don't be late. I don't know what it is.
I don't think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war, and then you just do it.
Yeah, they should make more.
Eating
Your favorite other fucking song.
Catch a tiger by its toe. If he hollers, let him go. My mom says that you're not the very best one, and you are it.
What? I've never heard that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I declare no. So my mother says to count to 10, and then just count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh no! And where I came from as a child, eeny meeny miny mo, catch a tiger by its toe. If he hollers, let him go. My mom says that you are not the best one, so you are it.
Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, does it?
Well, it originally is. I think you are the what? I think you are the best, so you are it. And then we just changed it because we were little shits.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah.
My mom says that you suck, so you're it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think. How many down? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
You know, I was a Girl Scout for a long time, and part of that I was a camp counselor, and at a Girl Scout camp. And I remember the very last year I was a camp counselor there, they like banned a ton of songs, and I think some of the reasons were stupid. And some of the okay, there was one song that was racially insensitive.
That makes sense.
Because you do like the Indian sound with your, you put your head to your mouth.
Yeah.
But that's not why they banned the song.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because you go pew pew, you shoot guns in the air.
Oh my god.
You just literally like do little finger guns and go bang bang in the air. And that's why they banned the song. Fucking stupid. And
it's
then
like,
there was
it's
another
literally
song.
that community quote. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at pretend guns.
Yeah, at finger guns. And then there was another song that was kind of that It was a so we had there's a really I'm trying to remember the actual song. There's like a sad song that you sing, and
Mm-hmm.
then this is a parody of that, and you would sing both at camp, but like the parody version, uh you're like, and I saw, and then you say like a camp counselor saying, camp counselor's underwear.
Oh.
Um, oh yeah, counselors, I would like to go with you. I would like to see the Boy Scouts too. Counselors, please don't throw me in the lake, because I might get eaten by a polka dotted snake. It's a parody of Barges, which is about a girl dying of tuberculosis.
Yeah, a lot of kids' songs are based off of deadly diseases.
Tuberculosis.
She got the well, at least she'll be beautiful. Throwback.
Yeah, so anyways, they didn't like that. They didn't like the underwear and the Boy Scouts and the I think they said you could do the song if you don't go And
That
then there
kind of
was
makes
another
sense.
song. Huh?
I said it doesn't make sense, but I get it. You know?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. And there was another one. I forgot the last one. I thought it was stupid. Cause it's like, if they already know the song, they're just gonna sing it. And then you have to be like, no, we can't do that one. And the vibes are awful at that point, which is the complete opposite of the songs.
Yeah.
Ugh,
That's fucking cringe.
it is fucking cringe. Oh, so I mean, as evidenced by the eeny meeny miny mo thing, Girl Scout songs are also highly regional, even camp to camp. So I hypothetically could dox myself by singing these songs. However, the songs have changed a lot, even quite a bit since I was there.
Oh
So
yeah.
I think it would be an insane act of archaeology to dox me by how I sing my Girl Scout songs. So, the reason the big reason I found that out is because I sang a song about a little green frog who went,
Mm-hmm.
went the little green frog one day, went the little green frog, and his eyes didn't go, anymore. Okay, so he gets hit by a bus, is my point,
Yeah.
and then eaten by a dog, arf, arf.
Mm-hmm.
I sang that at a different Girl Scout camp that actually wasn't even that far away from the Girl Scout camp I went to. And they were so horrified. They actually, to the point where I think they were considering just like putting me in trouble. And I was like,
Oh,
what? What? I'm like, I'm just
that's
singing a song.
wacky.
And they didn't, but they really gave me like oh my God, why would you sing that? I was like,
Oh,
the song. Yet, one of the fucking songs they sing is about the Chicago fire.
that's crazy. Did I
Crazy.
tell you about the fire that happened at the cocoa spelled like coconut grove in Boston
No,
in
tell me.
the 40s? So do you know what the coconut grove is?
No.
It was like the popular nightclub of old Hollywood, and so
In
they built
Chicago?
Boston. Well, it
Oh.
started it was in LA and then it became a chain because
Oh.
uh
Okay, understood.
yeah, so that it became just for like all wealthy people. So there was one in Boston, and it was because they had so many celebrities, there are people always trying to break in, so they locked all of the doors. It's like funny, not funny, like like the Titanic. You know
What
what I
about the
mean?
T-shirt factory as well, right?
Yes, yeah. That one's worse
Yes.
because it's poor people. That one's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
abuse. This one's like, I guess part of why this one's funny is because it's like rich people being stupid.
Oh, yeah.
So so they locked all the doors so that fans couldn't like sneak in. Um and then all of the palm trees were made out of it was full of fake palm trees made out of paper. It's
Mm-hmm.
the 40s, so everyone smoked cigarette and their
Mm-hmm.
heating was broken, so they decided to use gas heating. So they were pumping it full of natural gas. So it was a locked
Cool.
building full of natural gas and paper and people smoking cigarettes with lighters.
I mean, did it just explode?
Like, just a ginormous fire, because the natural gas was, leaking. Like, the natural gas didn't have time to build up, you know? So, just a ginormous fire that nobody could leave, and a lot of celebrities died. But just crazy. Just the combination of paper, gas, and fire, and and locked doors is just wacky.
Was Jacuzzi Splot okay?
Hi, DNF Master 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧𝗧. Welcome. Was Jacuzzi Splot? Oh, I think at that point, Jacuzzi Splot's kind of old. Would he even go to that? Because this was the 40s.
Yeah. Like 19 in 1932.
The more I look at this, the more it looks like a penis.
He's definitely too poor to go, though. But maybe he was making liquor for him. Who knows?
I made a stick figure penis. They wouldn't need to anymore. Prohibition's over.
Sucks for him.
All right, I think I'm gonna go for like a. I think I'm gonna try. Oh, I see what I see. I see what I'm doing wrong here. Let's make this wider and shorter, which will make it look more like balls, but that's fine because we're gonna add more stuff to this.
Oh no, I'm getting comfy. I'm getting comfy in bed.
You gotta get angry about something again. Nice. Thank you for your. Oh, I'll turn the video back on.
Be told. Nobody is really in
Yeah.
character. The employees in Pandora
Baby needs what is it called?
But they're not going to speak fluent Navi back to me, no
Bottle?
matter how angrily I shouted at
No.
them. So the
Video?
Video.
is fairly new to
What's
the
it
scene,
called?
but the practice isn't. But with competing
Where they make
parts building
videos
more
for
and more
babies.
detailed environments,
Cocoa
we see
melon?
the word immersion applied to basically everything as
So there's a
way
word
to
for it.
communicate that. And
Oh.
with this heavy marketing emphasis on immersion, it's no wonder
Chat.
that companies wanted to take it further.
This is the next phase.
Chat, what do they call it?
Of immersive storytelling, everything in the immersive field we've been
I don't want to call. I don't want to say stimulation. That sounds wrong.
Edutainment?
Experience of this kind had never been offered by any theme park company before. The last thing you want is for your product to alienate the Thompsons from Iowa who love to spend money on Disney vacations but have never stepped foot inside a board game.
Well, you could say mental simulation.
Pretty aware of what LARP is, most normies have either not heard of it or have never considered it something they might enjoy. In fact, to most non-theater kids, the prospect seems kind of mortifying. It would take a savvy marketing team to pitch.
The more I'm building this, the more I'm like, it's not my fault. This thing's shaped like a penis.
The marketing was extremely bad. The hotel concept was first accidentally leaked in April 2017. Disney had contracted a third-party survey company called 𝗦𝗥𝗧𝗥𝗧 to try to gauge interest for an immersive Star Wars experience. As with every theme park industry survey,
Tomorrow, Ludwig is competing in F4 racing.
F1?
F4.
Oh, what's F4?
It's just slower.
Oh. Oh.
Baby sensory videos.
Oh, that's what it is.
I googled 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧𝗧.
Streamers becoming the next F1 racers does make sense, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so apparently all the French streamers every year they do a big race. It's on TV and stuff. It's a big deal. And they invited Ludwig and Michael Reeves for some reason.
They've been doing a lot of stuff together.
They have, as they should. Their vibes are immaculate. A lot of Hitler jokes, though.
That we are working on our most experiential concept ever.
Probably shouldn't do that in France.
You
Or
think
maybe
so?
they'd love it.
Yeah, I think the French are fair game. It's Germany. Germany would be a problem.
Like, people were curious
Yeah,
what this
Germany would be a problem.
But with just a couple of pieces of early concept art and vague marketing phrases like "be immersed in."
I remember my French friend in high school told me about how the French government, I thought she was talking about the Canadian government, but it turns out she was talking about the French government, was trying to like police language and be like, no, that is not the word. That slur is not the word. But obviously that doesn't fucking work.
It appeared the hotel was actually
But
happening,
I never heard about it again, so I was like, was that even real? And then like very recently I heard someone reference it and they're like, oh, the French, they removed that word. I was like, what? Oh my god, that was real?
Yeah, French are fucking, they do be doing that. Also when they banned hijabs.
What?
You didn't know this?
I don't even understand the words you just said. They banned hijabs?
Muslim hijab.
Oh, they banned hijabs. Yes. I remember that. That was fucking stupid.
I mean, it's still banned, I think.
Oh my god.
It's just not enforced. But also because they can't tell the difference, you can't tell the difference between a hijab and a head covering. Like, someone could just be like, no, I'm Jewish. This isn't a hijab. I'm Orthodox Jewish.
Oh no. So I'm still getting fetish content on my timeline, but it's just a lot of vinyl, you know? I don't like when you are in a vinyl suit where you can't even breathe, they have to put an apparatus on you.
Yeah, they have to put you in the apparatus. I would blame Bot for that one because he's been liking those memes.
Star Wars. I want to touch, but I can see why I can't touch it. People found the patent, and it basically.
I kind of want to watch Peacemaker.
Oh, me too. It looks really funny. I've been getting a lot of clips. I mean, I heard great things about the first season. I just never got around to watching it.
They have to take it apart and re-spool it or something. You can see everyone that does handle.
I'm not gonna lie, when we tried to cancel James Gunn, that was a dark time in movie history. Just because he's so good at it.
What were we gonna cancel him for?
I can't remember.
I think I remember at the time people were kind of like, this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think it's the kind of parlor trick that's more dazzling if you aren't expecting.
I'm googling it.
Okay. Right? Like this thing we see.
It was a tweet.
Expo, that's the whole thing the
fired from Guardians of the Galaxy franchise over offensive tweets.
If they'd saved it as a surprise for opening weekend. But to
What
be
were the
honest, they
tweets?
might have showcased this out of desperation. It certainly seems like for several expos they haven't had much to announce. On August 4th, 2021,
Yeah.
Cruiser releases their first real ad.
Yeah.
Are they bad enough that you can't say them?
I can't read them to you.
Okay.
They're offensive enough that I can't read them to you.
Are they from 2011?
Yes, they're like really fucking old. And
Yeah.
they're like very clearly jokes. Like,
yeah, I was gonna. That's why I said 2011 was like peak saying racist stuff as shock value humor.
I will say none of them are racist.
Oh.
Spaceship. They've met a few people in alien makeup and got to do some kind of resistance mission.
It's a lot of
It's a decent teaser,
pedophilia,
None of the characters
9/11,
actually
AIDS,
finished product,
the
and you can tell
Holocaust.
from the way they shot it that they haven't completed any of the building interiors. But
Interesting.
I think it's supposed to be more of a proof of concept.
Can you
Yeah, none
copy
of them are
paste so I
racist.
can look at them?
Oh well, I'll just read it. I'll just read it to you. So one James Gunn tweet reads, "I like when little boys touch me in my silly place."
And Disney being Disney, there was already a lot of speculation that it would cost a lot.
I can't read the next one. It just says raped a lot. That's kind of what the tweet is, though. You get the idea.
Yeah.
From this point on, marketing will be fighting an uphill battle to start any positive conversation about the
Yeah,
product.
so these are the tweets that got her fired.
Anyone wants to talk about is the price tag. It isn't until
Okay, it's not
November
my
fucking tweets.
fault. This fucking ship is built like a
in this
penis.
promotional video, executive Josh D'Amaro walks over to the
Oh my
set
god, I made it
to
worse.
demo it.
My
You know,
guide
we actually
guide
understand why
wall's
Michael
making it
Scott was
worse.
strolling in from
Okay.
outside. It's so unimmersive. And then they fade to him standing in the lightsaber training pod, and it looks so sad and featureless. We have
I like, what is the, what, wait, shit,
a whole brand new way for our
good
guests
thing
to
I like my friends
experience each
canceled.
part of the
Oh my
lightsaber.
god.
During normal
I liked them
operations,
draped in
it was ambient
Gucci
light. Here
and
they've overlit it and made it look very
Scandal.
cheap.
I was talking to my college friends about that this morning. Because my friend, so it's me and my former roommate are the Taylor Swift people in that friend group. The other two don't really, like, they've
How's she
heard, like,
doing
her
Gaylor
popular
wise?
song. Huh?
How's she doing Gaylor-wise?
She hasn't said anything recently, so, I mean, obviously this album is, like, the straightest and I'm not gonna say therefore the worst, but I'm just saying look, it's her straightest album and it's also her worst album she's ever made.
Well, there's that one song about her getting wet for a woman.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, well, for Charlie XCX.
He's
Yeah,
moving so
specifically.
slowly, and I'm so secondhand embarrassed about how rigidly he's
Anyways.
moving. Like, why is he moving his torso and not his arms? Why is it like that? Again, if they're marketing an immersive experience, why are they doing such unimmersive showcases?
Yeah, horrible album, frankly.
Kids do the lightsaber
Yeah.
experience and have
Did you see that
costume and shoot
Variety
the
gave it
edits look a little more
100%
dynamic. Why did
score?
want to see an executive
Absolute
trumpet?
fucking,
I'm giving that a thumbs down. But let's move on to the next big promo video, released just a couple
just
weeks later.
bootlicking, I guess.
Yeah,
Giving a tour of
It
the
was really
set.
funny
They've got
because
an
like the
active
headline
cast
was
of their
like new
ABC
album is
sitcoms
makes
here
people
to try it
divided.
out.
I'm like, yeah, between people who listened to it and people who just fucking wrote a review without listening to it.
Yeah. People who like good music and people who don't care.
People who just want clicks.
Yeah.
This is my favorite piece of
But yeah, so one of my friends, her like work group chat was like really into it. And so she was like, what do you guys think? And I was like, I said everything that I said last night. I was like, this is so bad. It's so bad. And then my friend, and I was like, oh, so I said what I thought. And then my friend responded with like, this is what my work chat said. And I was like, wow, I'll read it to you. I listened to it 2 times through already. Bangers on bangers. I'm obsessed. So cohesive. I haven't liked an album this much in a long time.
Cohesive is crazy.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh my god, I feel so opposite. And then my friend responded, I never said these people had good taste. And I was like, okay. There we go.
And it really describes the life of a showgirl.
Oh my god. That's the part.
Absolutely doesn't at all.
I think that's the.
If you haven't heard it.
I think that was probably actually the worst decision that she made up for this album. Was having it have that theme. Like, I could say that it's the songs, but honestly, if it didn't have that theme, it probably wouldn't hit as bad as it does about how bad it is. If it was just like,
Yeah,
I'm releasing a new pop album, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is pop. But now I'm just horribly disappointed.
Such a good theme, so fucking wasted. I don't know if you watched it, but 𝗥𝘂𝗹𝗲𝗀 also talked about that for like an hour before ending stream.
No, I didn't. I did fall asleep at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, that was basically her take too, is that was the biggest mistake, is that she called it this and themed it that way. And then didn't have any fucking songs about it, except one. Maybe 2 if you consider Cancelled.
Cancelled is so... It sucks because if I wouldn't...
The song is catchy.
Yeah. If I didn't understand English...
Yeah.
It would be great.
If I didn't have like a moral understanding of the world and how complex it is.
You're
And how someone tweeted like insane song to make when the people you're referring to are canceled for being Trumpies and sexual assault and shit like that.
Yep. She absolutely drank the fucking her football boyfriend Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a really funny tweet that somebody said. Where is it? I scrolled up too high. My former roommate sent it. She's the first person to ever get sexually transmitted CTE.
Why not just shoot a little skit where he's
you know what CTE is.
Yeah, I do.
This will be an adventure, but Sean's whole adventure was that he briefly saw a woman singing and she looked unusual.
Oh my god, that's so true.
Allegedly, hotel dates
Oh, and then it's okay. I will say, this is a commentary on 𝗥𝘂𝗧𝗧 and not really on Taylor Swift. It's so funny to me how pissed off 𝗥𝘂𝘧𝗥𝗃 gets whenever people talk about Kelsey.
Travis Kelce.
I don't know his name. Travis Kelce, or like she refers to him, or like does, and like the whole rollout of this album. And I think this is me being parasocial, but I think I have a leg to stand on. I'm pretty sure it's because she has a somewhat similar relationship in her life, and she's fucking pissed about having to constantly be paired with Ludwig, right, for everything. And so she's so disappointed in Taylor for like willingly attaching herself to him.
I have a different opinion. Well, that makes sense to me. I think the reason why she's so defensive about it, though, is because the Ferrand guys are constantly giving her shit about it specifically. I just got like a reel this morning that was them being like about the like everything about Travis Kelce they ask her about, and they're like, so how do you feel about this? And she's like, I don't care. And then they just give her shit, and then in this reel she just had like a full-on crash out at them. And obviously all the comments are pro cutie, and they're like, yeah, fuck those guys. They make them I really think that they think that we're in on this, that there's like some joke, that there's a joke going on, but like no, we're all just starting to not like we don't like this. No one, we're not joking anymore. You're being annoying. You're being like the worst kind of guy. It's not a joke if you do it. It's not joke. This is my problem with Hassan in general, from other stuff. It's not joke misogyny if you say it all the time. It's just misogyny.
Maybe it's unfair to lump these in with the ads since they're only intended for nerds, but they did give me a little more
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Fuck. Wait. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh my god.
We get a concrete example.
Hold on.
Why do people knock on my door when I have 2 doorbells?
Okay, I'm definitely getting the idea that we're going to smuggle
I don't know.
at some point.
It's very strange.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Then you smuggle their luggage.
Okay, a lot of smuggling luggage, perhaps.
Then they appear on the ship. Physically. They walk into the room while you're smuggling their luggage on board.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Then you see them later. They send you a message saying, thanks for your help with the luggage.
As the opening data proved, Disney, of course, pivoted to
Sorry I made the picture so big, chat, but you get the video, and then you'll just see it not look like that anymore, so, you know, it all works out.
And did viral dances. Why would seeing the grown-up dancing girl from High School Musical dancing in the atrium make me want to book this trip unless I also planned on dancing in the atrium? Which, statistically, I don't. I feel like even if that did successfully pique the interest of their audience, a lot of these people's fans are late high school and early college students who don't have the financial flexibility to book the Star Cruiser even if they want to. Besides, if all you're looking for is an attractive backdrop for photos and dances, you could just go trample around in the Super Bloom or book any resort with an infinity pool. I think a more realistic demographic would have been to focus on Comic-Con types. Older nerds who have grown-up jobs and are already familiar with role-playing. So I think they would have been better off mixing in big fish from the smaller ponds of LARP, cosplay, probably D&D podcasts. I know these are marginally more obscure hobbies, but a lot of money is spent on them every year. And here's another general issue I've always had with Disney influencer marketing: naming conventions. In the olden days, Disney would call stuff by fairly natural, simple names. Tomorrowland, Space Mountain. The Alice in Wonderland ride is called Alice in Wonderland. They don't do that.
I have no horse in the race of New York's race for mayor, but I appreciate that Mom Donnie is still like campaigning when there's no one. I don't think there's anyone basically even running against him now.
Just goes to show that he might be the best one, the right one for the thing.
Yeah, no shit.
Could it be that it's not about winning, it's about having good values and doing right by your community?
No, it's about winning. Using your political leverage to find women.
I told you I went to Disney World and saw Star Wars Land. It was pretty fun. I saw the Star Wars bar and I went on the Millennium Falcon ride. Now imagine if I told you this summer I got to experience Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I loved seeing Oga's Cantina and blasting off on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. Which one do you believe more? And yet Disney's marketing team is absolutely allergic to just letting people call things by their casual nicknames. And I think it makes all media they produce, host, and sponsor sound extremely insincere. This problem is especially present in this one marketing product I found, the Plan Disney podcast. I highly recommend giving this podcast a watch sometime, by which I mean it is fascinatingly bad. Basically, on this podcast, Disney brings in a rotating cast of real fans and social media personalities to give trip reports and offer advice to fellow guests. The podcast isn't secretive about being produced by Disney. It's shot inside the theme parks. They disclose that their panelists are compensated. So with that context, I don't think it's weird that the panelists would only have good things to say about Disney World. But what I do think is weird is the way they talk.
Do you have anything that's coming up that's exciting you about Disney destinations?
Okay, I am very excited. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And my friend and fellow panelist was recently on the maiden voyage of Galactic Star Cruiser over at Walt Disney World Resort. I was just talking to her. She said that it's like being the main character in your own Star Wars story.
All of the terminology is so rigidly corporate. Half the time the hosts are literally reading off a prompter, and the rest of the time you can tell they've been briefed on the questions and prepared their answers ahead of time.
Guys, we cannot forget the ultimate Star Wars
Cannot
fan,
forget.
right? I mean, what would be more intense than a 2-day stay at the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser?
Yes.
We're talking about an immersive
More
experience.
intense.
And like, why? Disney has so many fans that will uncritically celebrate their products without getting paid, so why not just let them use their own words? Why make your own fake podcast in the first place? Nobody's watching this except me, and I'm only watching it as performance art.
After you check in, you jump into a launch pod.
Okay.
And in my opinion, this is when the adventure really begins.
It never used to be like this. Why does corporate mandate that they talk about the products this way? Why is all this marketing so bad? Are they really so out of touch? Could they be so naive? In all fairness, I don't envy the marketing team for Star Cruiser. This experience is clearly intended to be more than the sum of its parts. A collection of fairly pedestrian activities, dressed up with clever showmanship, and put together in a high enough quantity that the overall experience will dazzle you. So how do you market something like that? Showing any one activity in isolation will look bad because it's not exciting enough on its own, but showing all the activities will ruin the product because it relies heavily on surprises. What's worse, this level of immersive activity has only been attempted by theme parks a handful of times before and has no real basis for comparison.
I got this
They
tweet
could
on my
compare it to
timeline
LARP, but we've
of
already
like
covered how many normal
headline
people
that was
don't
like
fully understand what that is. I'm sure everybody watching this
church
video
raided
does.
in
You freaks
FBI
like many
raid
people don't. I
found
think Disney might have
57
been better
forced
off comparing
laborers or
it
something
to
like that.
living in a
And I'm
video
like,
game, but
sounds like it's
maybe not
probably a
even for
cult.
some
And
of
I'm
it.
reading it and
I
I'm
don't
like,
think a
this
movie
is
could be
all
replaced the
cult
way
shit.
Star
Like, this
Cruiser
is like,
was.
I mean,
We'll talk about it later. It might
the
be
fact that
better
they
to
didn't call it a
compare it to
cult is
murder mystery
insane,
dinner, but those
frankly.
don't usually make
That
It's
is
sense
like
weird.
they
and
had
never seem
slaves.
So
They were
instead,
trafficking.
Disney
This is in
compared it
Florida,
to
by the way.
nothing. They
Of
relied
course
They
it
were
was.
trafficking
identity
women.
and loyal
They
customer
were
base
they
to
had
essentially buy a mystery
they were
box.
like
They showed
berating
almost nothing
them
of what the
and like
experience
being
would entail.
extremely
They
abusive
defaulted to
physically
gloating
and
marketing
mentally.
language like,
They were
"These
and
are
they
Star
had
Wars
call centers
stories.
set up
Step into
across
the
the
world of
country
Star
to
Wars.
collect
Immerse yourself in a
donations without
one-of-a-kind
pay.
adventure." And as I already foreshadowed,
Oh
there
man.
was one more significant complication. Part 3. The
Just call it a
cost.
cult.
So let's
It's fine.
break this down.
Oh,
For
and they
our
said that he was an
two-person
apostle,
cabin, the
and
total
he was
came to
Jesus' best friend,
$6,067
and that
Yep.
God speaks through him. Of course,
So that's
all the typical stuff.
$3,033.44 per person. The official website quoted $4,800 for a two-person cabin, so that's what a lot of people repeat when they're discussing pricing. But really, that's just the lowest possible price, so it's not really a reliable figure. Unlike other hotels, the room was not a flat rate, so the price went up for each person added to the booking, but it went up by smaller increments for each one. I'm just making up these numbers, but for instance, it's possible that when I went, if I had put 4 people in my cabin, it would have cost something like $7,500. But because that's now being
Chat, I have a question for you.
the cost per
What is a
person will go down. I'm
holotherian?
sorry if this sounds confusing.
I
It
know what
is
a therian
confusing. This
is,
was made more
but they've added
complicated by the
hollow
lack
at the
of
beginning. What is a
transparency on price
holotherian?
points.
What
To
is
get a
this
quote,
from?
you
What's a
already had to
tell
give
me
your
what a
number of
therian
travelers
is?
and all their names, who had that weekend in mind. When you would call them on the phone, there was usually a long
It's like
queue
furry
before you
kin.
talked to
It's like
someone,
you
and
believe,
then,
you like you
assuming your
identify as an
ideal week
animal.
happened to be Wednesday,
Oh.
the agent would tell you a price. I didn't have the freedom of clicking around on a digital calendar looking
Google
for the
doesn't
cheapest
even
way.
recognize it.
I didn't play with number
Oh
of
wait, here we
guests
go.
to see how much that would raise or lower the cost. They made it so you had to move pretty far into the booking process before you could get a quote. So because of this, I can't really guess an average or median price point for any given trip. When Disney said it was
This doesn't make any
possible to
sense.
book a
Okay, can I
two-person
read
room
this
for
to you and can you
$4,800,
help me
that might have just
decipher
meant that
this?
there was a
I'll
single
try.
day each year that it cost that little. The cabin
Holothere,
might
I
have
don't know,
averaged a
I've never heard it said that way,
$5,500
but
price tag or
holothere
an
is a
$8,000
term
price
that
tag. If
refers
you were
to
serious about
physical
going, you just had to
non-humans
cold call them and find
as
out.
well
So
as
all this to say,
non-humans
since I paid
who
for
are
my own trip and I
non-human
have
in
my
every
invoice and I
way.
know exactly what I
This
paid,
includes
I'm going to be writing my
biology
cost
and
analysis based on my own
physicality.
experience.
The
So,
term was created by a Tumblr user.
$6,066
Okay,
and
well.
88 cents.
There we go.
Our two prices didn't include our flights to Florida, obviously, and it also didn't include transportation from the airport. I just
So
mentioned that
what the
because
fuck
Disney
does a
World used to offer free airport shuttles to hotel guests,
physical
and they decided to take that
therian?
away in 2021 out of
What does that mean?
stinginess, I guess, if we're being honest. So the prices I'm discussing only bothered me from the moment I arrived at the Star Cruiser. Now, let's think value for your time. How many hours of entertainment are you getting for that price? According to the sample itinerary on the website, you check in at 1 p.m. on day 1 and check out at 10 a.m. on day 3. But obviously, I'm not going to
no clue. I need like a graph.
Okay, so they have a little FAQ here.
There's a certain time each night when you're essentially dismissed
Kind
to
of
go to bed,
clears it up
at which
somewhat.
point exciting things will pop.
Holothairs
I'm not
know
going to be
they are
super pedantic
biologically
and cut out
human.
things
This
like
is the
mealtimes,
question.
because after all,
They don't
Oh.
actually think this is not what they're saying. This is the question. They don't actually think they're physically animals. It's just that they choose to see themselves that way. The answer is this is almost a laughable statement for me. As a holothair, no, I do not recognize myself as human in any capacity, meaning I identify as non-human, biologically, physically, mentally, spiritually, psychologically, etc. I will not water down the meaning of my identity to make myself look sane to others. I know what I am, and I'm not ashamed about it.
Well, is that like James McAvoy in Split?
No, it is. James McAvoy in Split has a real, actual, psychological diagnosis called dissociative identity disorder. This is people seeing their human body as non-human.
James McAvoy in Split
is,
also has
certainly something that could be diagnosed.
James McAvoy also has like
extremely confusing and frustrating and stressful. So we booked the
superpowers in Split, right? Because that was like
I think so, yeah.
That was what's his name?
Which is not a real life thing.
The website didn't even list sample prices for these.
Well, yeah. That would be sick. Everyone would want DID.
September, and they were quoted a price of over $12,000. There were also less extravagant add-ons. For $30 per person, I could have upgraded our dinner seating to the captain's table experience. And again, I didn't know that existed.
Another question in the FAQ. It's more of a statement, though. The question is, you make the Therian community look bad. We know we're human. The answer is, what does that have to do with me? What does sharing my experience have to do with you or anybody else? I'm still a Therian regardless. Being closed-minded gets folks nowhere. I'm literally just sharing my experiences and existing.
Oh my god.
I correctly predicted that I would be recording video the whole time and fail to get any photos of myself, so I bought it. However, after I bought it and just
okay, and another one. I draw the line in physical identification because it means you're delusional. The answer is, I cannot express how much hate I have for this sentence or its variants. Who's to say that a Therian who identifies mentally isn't delusional, or someone who even identifies spiritually? Putting the label of delusional on physical Therians only creates more problems, especially if it's used as some sort of insult. Excluding others based on a non-harmful identification isn't kind at all. The word delusional has meaning, and throwing it around like it's nothing is why we have so many folks misusing it, which hurts actual people who experience delusions.
Oh, Bessie, you're delusional. Well, the funny thing about hurts people who are actually delusional, they can't be. Like, what? That's kind of the thing about being delusional, is that they're like, they're not like, how dare you offend delusional people, I'm delusional. You know? It's a symptom, not a disease.
Very cynical when I try to resolve issues through the appropriate channels available to all customers, and nobody will help.
And then they talk about how they experience dysphoria for this, and I'm like,
got Memory Maker and had the exact same problems as me, and they never got refunds. Another
okay,
was that Disney recommended Star Cruiser guests arrive 1 day before the booking date. The ones that are on boats,
so you do acknowledge that physically you're not an animal, because
remember, $2 per person per minute, so
yeah.
In Florida is just another bonus expense for out-of-town guests. One thing that was included in the Star Cruiser price was admission to the theme park for up to 7 hours, and there were several suggested add-ons for that block of time, but those cost extra. You could book lightsaber building.
Well, because the only outcome is that you end up hurting yourself, either mentally or physically, because
of the above optional
you
add-ons I've
obviously
listed, there
like
was not enough
develop
availability for
dysphoria,
every guest
and
in the hotel to
also
get them, even
I
if
mean,
the
I
hotel was
assume
interested in booking
I'm
every
assuming
single
they're
one. They were
saying
all
this is
pretty
not a
limited
choice,
in
which is
quantity and first come,
fair,
first
I
served,
suppose.
and you had to know about them. I guess some people got
Yeah,
emailed
mental
about
illness
these
isn't a
things,
choice.
but because of a glitch,
No,
like
no,
half the
no.
people who booked just didn't get
Now what
them.
we're saying
I was
is
one of those. And even
literally
if everyone had them, then would have had to
What
find
people-
all these
what people
things,
say
so
about
it was
trans
kind of
people,
baked into
but
the
yeah,
model that although all
I know,
ships were
I'm there with you.
expensive,
Yeah, well, I guess the thing about
Um,
trans people is that like
superior in some way.
intersex
Which brings me to my
exists.
Yeah, even physically people.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah.
gender is like gender is a social construct. Being a different animal is not. Well, I mean, like physically, biologically, being a different animal is not. We quite literally have tried as humans to make weird hybrid shit.
Someone in this thread. By the way, there's a lot of support in this thread because it makes sense. It's in the Therian Reddit.
Oh,
But there's
yeah.
a very long comment here saying pretty much exactly what we're saying right now.
Yeah.
And my main issue with this is that if you believe physically you're not human, then you're just gonna be treating your body incorrectly.
Yeah.
You're just gonna be physically hurting yourself.
They just
And that's exactly what this person's saying too, actually.
Yeah.
Ultimately paying more than another airline, you're usually paying around the same amount. So in a practical sense, Spirit is exactly the same as every other airline. They just present the prices in a different way up front.
Even the OP acknowledges that it's their way of coping with the fact that they're not really that they're actually human.
And then for each amenity, you're forced to add along to that baseline service you're
Okay.
used to. Each thing the airline demands payment for, you feel like you're being scammed. It makes the airline look duplicitous.
Wait, something's not right here.
You're like, ugh, they really want money for a tiny bag of pretzels? Really, guys? And it's
I mean,
well, on United
the interesting thing about it, I mean, I'm sure people are studying this stuff, but what it actually is a manifestation of, you know,
autism.
yes, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, feeling othered.
Yes, exactly.
Similar vein to people who think that who are like, I'm actually an alien.
Yeah, or robots. There are people who identify as robots when they're autistic.
And on the other hand, if you opt out of those amenities,
The way I said that sounds like, you know, while they're autistic, like in the moment of time that they're autistic, they identify as a robot.
Well, RFK is gonna fix it for us.
Oh yeah. I'm taking my Tylenol every day.
Everyone thinks Spirit Airlines is the scammy, trashy airline, and they feel negatively about flying on it. So that's already pretty bad. But now let's run
I
a
see
thought
where I went wrong.
experiment where Spirit Airlines charges extra for everything, but that base ticket is no longer half price. In fact, it doesn't even cost the same as all the other airlines. It actually costs more than everyone else is charging, and yet all those amenities still cost extra. Extra square footage, extra activities, extra
I wish I wouldn't get so much news on my news feed.
want all of these things, but each of them is going to cost you just a little bit extra. You don't have to buy any of them, but just be aware that if you don't, there is a non-zero chance that your already very expensive vacation is going to be just a little bit worse than it could have been. In my opinion, if the starting price is already so expensive that all anyone who brings up your product talks about is how expensive it is, it should then be all-inclusive. Add-ons should not exist. The already high price should cover everything. And there especially shouldn't be add-ons that can only accommodate a small fraction of the guests. If you're selling something as a once-in-a-lifetime experience, if an amenity cannot be provided for all guests, it should not be sold to any of them. So what I'm saying is the price seems bad, and it is. But what matters is that generates a customer experience, which is also bad. Part 5, the ship. You'll be seeing glimpses of it in all my footage anyway, but I'm sure you're curious, so first let me walk you through all of the physical environments in this experience. All the spaces accessible to guests. First stop, the arrival terminal. Driving up was kind of interesting. We actually went to the Hollywood Studios park and then traveled backstage.
Doesn't even feel like we're supposed to be here. So that was like the sign. I think that's the sign. No, that's definitely it. But it's like we're backstage.
So we got to see the back of Star Wars Land and drive past what I think are cast parking lots.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw Navi said, whereas holotheater is a real thing.
Area, they had a security
Did we say that?
No.
Before we could even drive up to the hotel. When we got to the terminal, it was pretty chaotic. The Star Cruiser set an arrival window of 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., but I've already shown you the cost per minute breakdown. Obviously, everybody is trying to get there and get inside as early
just
as they
like
can.
any
In the
mental
story of the
illness
hotel,
or
you must take a
condition
pod from the
of a
terminal
human
up into
being,
space,
as
where
soon
the
as
Star
it starts
Cruiser
affecting
Halcyon is
you
waiting in
negatively in your
orbit. So
life,
in the real world,
that's
you
when it
must take a
starts to
themed
be
elevator to the lobby of the hotel, which is on the
diagnosable.
second floor. And I think that is fun. I think it's very cute. But that also means that they can only let like 10 guests into the hotel at a time, and the line has to stop for a minute in between.
I'm
So
falling
with
back
everybody
asleep.
arriving all at once, you can expect
I think
about
you
40
gotta like
minutes
put
before
clothes
you
on
can
and stuff
actually
now,
get
right? How
inside.
far away is
Because
it?
I genuinely cannot understand. Disney decided not to build any kind of
Not far
indoor
at all.
lobby at Street.
Oh, okay.
It's just a long wait in this sad outdoor queue area, and then a slightly shorter wait in this sad concrete hallway. And again, in the story, you're not on the ship yet, so I didn't expect anything super fancy here. But like in story, this space is meant to emulate an airport terminal, so why does it
I do
look
need to
sadder than that? Surely they
do
could have
that,
built in
though.
an enclosed, air-conditioned lobby with some chairs.
It'll wake
and
you
then
up a
maybe
little bit,
guests could take a number instead of
too.
standing in line, just so everybody isn't waiting in a
How-
packed outdoor queue in the Florida heat. In
How?
their Star Wars cosplays,
How do I
which
get
are
up?
also warm. And I do mean packed because
You
there
put
wasn't very
one
much physical
foot
room for
in
people to
front
line up,
of
which
the
added to the
other,
chaotic vibe. I think Disney
and
must have
soon
assumed during
you'll be
construction that not
putting
everybody would
on
arrive
your
at once, but why would they
clothes.
assume that? They knew how much money they were charging. I mean, they even advised everyone to get there an entire day early so they could arrive on time. The cast members brought around chilled bottles of the space Dasani they sell in Galaxy's Edge to compensate
Or I
for the
can go
heat,
to
which was
sleep.
very nice. And obviously a 40-minute wait isn't the end of the world, but in every aspect of the hotel, I am keeping the price in mind. Again, this was billed as a luxury hotel, and in my opinion, this isn't a luxury hotel way to welcome guests. Plus, our trip was in March, and we were sweating in the shade. Imagine going in August. I mean, you don't have to now, because they're out of business, but whatever. Right before you get on your pod into space, you get a little out-of-character intro video. I think this video could have incorporated a little more guidance on the gameplay of the experience, but it's
I wish there was a
primarily
symmetrical
basically
mode in
demo of
build
the
mode
in-character emergency alarm.
of The Sims.
There will be special, highly dramatic moments that will ask for everyone's attention.
Yeah, that would make sense.
With a shipwide display that looks like this.
Then, for comparison, they play the out-of-character alarm and tell you the protocol for a real emergency. For example, if you're in your hotel room when a fire breaks out, the hotel doesn't have fire escapes, so
I have
you're
some
meant to
unread
crouch in this
messages
little
I need to
shame closet
respond
and
to.
press the panic button and wait in the dark for help to arrive. Comforting. I actually thought this was such a good idea. The intro video, not the shame closet. I have criticized certain other immersive experiences in the past for failing to distinguish between real and fake emergencies, but also fake emergencies are fun, as long as you know that they're fake. So the idea of doing this video gets a chef's kiss from me. And it didn't feel like a spoiler. If anything, it made me more excited for the story because immediately you start wondering when the alarm is going to go off. Upon arrival, everyone's luggage has to go through a security check, and all the people also have to go through a security check. These happen separately because the bellhops take your luggage away as soon as you arrive. So
Oh, I should probably do my makeup too. That will take a while.
Like a gun, even if it was a prop.
Your journey begins.
I don't want to get up.
You poor thing.
When will I be able to sleep, Ferrah? Ferrah, I'll
I don't
never be
know.
able to sleep again. They won't let me.
Once we made it up to the ship,
Yeah,
individual cast members
probably
were allowed
not.
to walk each guest to their rooms. They also gave like a little mini tour as they walked with little nuggets of ship lore.
That little door right there is from our founder, Chuck DeBoer. He wasn't in selling, so...
How the fuck?
A little tiny door.
Exactly. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately.
And then they pointed out where everything was in the
Oh,
room.
I see.
And our luggage was already waiting for us in our room by the time we got inside, which I loved. That whole part of the experience did feel very deluxe to me, so we were off to a positive start. We were also presented with our M bands, which in the rest of Disney World Resort are called magic bands, but these ones are special because they look different. The band has an RFID chip chip in it. So you can use it as a room key, you can attach a credit card to it and use it to make purchases, and it also stores fast passes for rides. This is not new technology for Disney. They've been doing it at all their hotels for a while now, but I do like it. I think it's handy. So now the trip has officially begun, and it's time to take a look around. The atrium, this is where we entered. It's a beautiful space. I like it a lot. It has a balcony, which is inaccessible to guests. Up there is where a lot of the major story elements are going to play out, so it's actors only. There are all these cushiony couches with end tables to set drinks on, and down at leg level, they also have outlets and USB ports to charge your devices while you're sitting there. I will say everybody was tripping over these low tables the entire weekend. They are at shin height for maximum bruising. There's this little model of the Halcyon, the ship we're meant to be on, so it's a little visual aid. At various points throughout the day, they also leave out pre-packaged snacks in the atrium, and they have taps in the corner for chilled and sparkling water. There are two tiny windows way up high on one end through which you can kind of see neighboring planets.
Scroll down.
When the ship jumps to light speed, you can see the stripes. To be honest, I don't think it's the best view. I kind of envisioned the common areas of the ship having a lot more ground level windows to space. I probably envisioned that because that's what all of the concept art showed before the hotel was constructed. Also, I got to eat at the space station themed restaurant in Epcot, which opened like a year before the Star Cruiser and has a ton of really large space windows, and I thought that left a much more breathtaking impression. Oh, I should also mention that when the ship jumps to light speed, the bridge was on some kind of hydraulic pad to give a little bit of movement when you make the jump. You know, nothing hard to make people stumble, but just like a little kick. That sounded pretty ambitious.
Oh, I think my mom is out of her meeting, so I'm gonna release the dogs. I will be right back.
And they actually didn't do that either. When the ship jumps to light speed, it plays the sound effect, and you can see the hyperspace lines through those small, distant windows, but it's not a horribly convincing effect.
Chat, listen to me.
Are these big
Listen to me, chat. This is important. You got it. Remember these numbers.
For things you can do on the ship, like
4,
the image of Gaia to promote
8,
the concert.
10,
it's the Halcyon logo, and then at one point in
6,
the storyline, the First Order puts their logo up there.
Remember these numbers.
Over. I've heard a lot of discourse about whether or not the ship looks
Future
like Star Wars.
will ask for them.
Saying that it does not. Obviously,
And she'll need the numbers.
The Star Wars aesthetic as being dingy,
She'll need,
lived in. Everything looks like it's from the future, but also at a yard sale.
How do you remember the numbers?
Prequel films were dominated by green screens with smooth
Write the numbers.
CGI and had some strikingly sterile and plastic environments. The sequel trilogy mostly went back to the nostalgic, dingy sci-fi aesthetic, but then we also had films like Solo showing space opulence, and across all films, the villains' big star destroyers look pretty slick and generically futuristic. So given the breadth of aesthetics
And I returned.
Movies, I wouldn't necessarily call this environment un-Star Wars. However, I do think that in even approaching the concept for this hotel, Imagineers ran into a problem. If you're charging luxury prices and offering luxury service, you want to build a luxurious environment. But in Star Wars, our heroes are primarily poor people. In fact, the rich people are usually the bad guys. One choice I found interesting is that in story, the Halcyon is meant to be an extremely old luxury cruiser with a long legacy. So that's how they explain the High Republic stylings of it. This is kind of like the Titanic of the Star Wars universe if it hadn't sunk. I just mean it's an old ship, I don't know. And I speculate that that was not only done to justify the aesthetic, but to also leave the ship open for reworked storylines. Imagine an alternate timeline where this was a smashing success and tons of people went to it, and after several years, everybody who wanted to do it had already seen it. Since canonically the ship has existed for like the entire Star Wars timeline, they could just do a story overhaul every couple years, set it anywhere they wanted to, and not have to make any physical alterations to the building. So they could set it during the original trilogy, they could have new original characters, Luke is running around, and then at the end he fights Darth Vader, or like Jabba the Hutt. Personally, I would prefer Jabba, and then they could wheel him out on like a big bicycle-mounted puppet, like the Ursula from the Little Mermaid show. He's like, oh, I'm here. That's not even what he sounds like. I just assumed that all of this was encompassed in the original pitch for the project, and it would have happened if it had existed long enough, but I guess now we'll never know. Anyway, through a pretty window at the front of the lobby, you can see into the bridge, which has the biggest space windows, so you can kind of see that view into space from the atrium if it's not crowded or you're on that end of the room. The bridge was not open at all times, it was mostly locked, and then they would use it for scheduled story moments for smaller groups of guests at a time. But in the evenings, when the story was over, they left it open to guests.
Are we allowed to just wander in?
Probably not, but maybe we should.
We should try.
I heard you were watching Jenny Nicholson in here.
Hey, yo. Hello?
Turned off, so there was nothing
Hi, bot.
in there during those times, but
When did you get here?
Like 5 seconds ago.
It's
Oh.
nice. I like it.
Welcome.
It's very bendy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good feel to it.
Off the Lobby is a gift shop full of entirely in-universe items.
During your lightsaber training, you'll wield a lightsaber, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You'll
Man,
also
this
learn
thing.
to deflect laser blast with a shield just like this one.
I was gonna say it can't deflect a lightsaber, surely. Just lasers?
Yeah, it's more for laser blast.
Okay.
If you do a lightsaber, I think it would be some protection right
What
there
is
as
it
well.
made of? Is it fragile?
No, it's pretty durable.
I should get this. It's plastic. Can travel.
I thought the selection of souvenirs was pretty cool, although they had no plush, which I took personally. I love that the Halcyon aesthetic has everything in gold,
Cash,
and
don't
silver, and
bark.
black, and it has a cool logo.
So you'll see
Whoa, I
Aster
like
right
this
there.
droid. What is
Yeah,
this?
He's JD series. So
Will we see him?
our transports are driven by JD FA. So you might not see him, but you'll definitely hear him.
Oh, okay.
They have all these in-universe clothes and accessories
Cash,
you can
stop
buy
it.
and immediately wear during your stay. And the quality varied, but I liked the variety. I thought there were some really clever pieces. And personally, I think that in-universe items and especially wearables are always my favorite merch for anything. They were sold out of a lot of stuff when I went though, so that's kind of sad. And I read online that that was pretty much the case the entire time they were open. They never had everything in stock, and that sucks. Because you're probably only going to go once. I'm certainly not going to get anything else now. I should also mention that I got this big, gigantic droid for like, I think like $200 or something stupid. I don't want to talk about it. He's my best friend, and I love him so much. Anyway, I used the Disney Resort shipping service to send him home, which they heavily advertise everywhere because he's really big and he wouldn't fit in my luggage. And I kept my receipt, so I know I wrote my own address down correctly, but I guess when they typed it into the computer to send it to the post office, they typed a totally different address, and my droid went missing. I called a couple different departments trying to ask where my droid went and what I could do about it, and they said that there was nothing that could be done. But then after I tweeted about it on my Twitter account with a lot of followers, Disney suddenly resolved it, and they sent me a replacement. They actually overnighted it to me, and along with it, they sent a bunch of miscellaneous goodies, which I really appreciated. So here again, I feel like if this had happened to anyone without a lot of Twitter followers, they would have had a significantly more frustrating experience. Anyway, on the other side of the atrium, we've got the lounge. I think this area is so cool. As soon as pictures came out, people were like, it's so small. And I agree, it's a very small space with only a few tables, but every time I went past it, it was never more than 50% full. More on that later. But anyway, at least it wasn't too small. I love all the glowing ingredient bottles behind the bar, the little inset nooks for the booths, and the quilted yellow velvet on the walls. I love quilting. It's so futuristic. This might be my favorite room on the whole ship. I really liked these weird creatures floating around in these tubes. I assume in the lore they're probably involved in making one of the drinks, but I didn't get to learn any of that stuff. And the last thing off the atrium is a little public restroom. I didn't film in there because I felt weird about it, but fortunately I did find a fan film which incorporated footage of it.
I need the sweetness right now to calm me, to bring me down. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. I have dropped the spice everywhere. If this is found, if I am discovered, I am ruined. I am trapped. Stay calm, get it all off the ground. This has all been happening. How am I here? I wanted to be erased.
So, as you can see, that was themed as well. Head downstairs and we've got a few story locations. There's the lightsaber training room, which is usually locked, but will be used for a couple story moments later. There's the climate simulator, which in actuality is a small courtyard. This is for the benefit of claustrophobic guests who need to be able to see the sky and breathe fresh air. I can't relate, but some people are like that. In the story of the Star Cruiser, we're in space, so obviously the sky is fake. I'm doing finger quotes. I'm showing my B-roll, but I'm doing finger quotes. The room is simply simulating the climate of our destination planet so that guests can acclimate before arrival. There isn't much to do out here. They have some plants and plaques describing the plants, which we're told are in-universe, and they have all these piles of rocks.
Space Ghost.
There's a story moment that happens here, and I'll get to it later. There's a brig, which is
5,
fun
6,
because it
7,
foreshadows
8,
that there's
9,
probably going to be a jailbreak at some
3,
point.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And then there are two locked doors,
Okay.
the engineering room and the cargo hold.
That's going to be one of those areas on the ship that are special credentials required. I would recommend talking to some of our very important crew members or passengers through the messages on your data pad to maybe get some access to that throughout your voyage.
You have to
Do you think
unlock
anyone's ever
access to
tried
those doors over the course
to
of the
like
story.
make their own haunted location as a tourist trap
Yes.
by like just killing people
That
in a
part.
spot?
Maybe. I mean, there was that guy who did his haunted experience that was just him torturing people, so
Oh,
why not?
I was shown a video of that guy.
I know, it's weird. Can you maybe push it in slightly? While these
Alright, it's just gonna look like a penis. There's nothing I can do about that.
The rooms are little. I heard before I went that the rooms were going to be little.
Hey, it's not my fault. Spaceships are shaped like penises.
It being a simulation of a cruise ship is not.
What's the big ridge on the top of it?
That's just showing where the middle is. Also, it's gonna be several stories, so it's nowhere near done. This is just the first level.
This fake cruise isn't actually
It's the Galaxy Star Cruiser, so you can see the photo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so you see, it's just like,
I guess there were bigger rooms available for higher prices.
I mean, if it's got a bigger back, a skinny middle, and then a bigger but smaller than the back front end, that's penis shaped.
Like every Klingon ship in Star Trek.
Oh, we were just talking about Star Trek because Davi's aunt was an actor for the Star Trek experience in Las Vegas in the 90s.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Which was apparently looked very cool. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Because this is the first level, so I'll just build up from here.
The thing that Disney is comparing it to, a cruise. Both come with all your food, with alcohol costing extra. Galactic Star Cruiser has actors performing little dramatic scenes, some with special effects. But Disney Cruises have theaters on board showing what they claim to be Broadway caliber performances. And they also have roaming Disney characters to meet. Cruises are actually going somewhere, usually a private island, but the Galactic Star Cruiser does let you off into the theme park. Cruises have kids clubs with games and activities, and also have decks with giant pools and impressive water slides. So cruises do have a little more on offer, but Galactic Star Cruiser has novelty on its side, so let's just call it a wash and say they provide a roughly equivalent experience. So, okay, let's see what this price per guest per night gets you on a Disney cruise. For the Galactic Star Cruiser, it was $3K per night for 2 guests. So there's a 2-guest 3-night cruise to the Bahamas, and it's on the Disney Wish, their newest cruise ship.
Cash.
It's $730 total, including taxes and port fees. So that's $3,200 per night for 2 guests, or $6,400 for 2 nights. I think that's about as close as I can hope to get to the Star Cruiser's $6,000 2-night experience. So let's see what it gets us. A concierge level 1-bedroom suite with an extended private veranda. It looks like it's right at the front of the ship. The master bedroom has a king-size bed, there's a little table and chairs to sit down and have a meal, a living room lounge area with a fold-out sofa, 2 full bathrooms, and the master bathroom comes with a double vanity mirror and jacuzzi tub. And oh cool, it looks like they've left this guy a little fruit basket and a bottle of chilled champagne to thank him for booking such an extravagant room. In case you haven't picked up on it yet, this is one of the fanciest ways you can ever do a Disney cruise. Given that a landlocked hotel doesn't even share the same space limitations and overhead costs as a room in a ship at sea, I can't imagine any justification for the Galactic Star Cruiser having smaller rooms. And I know they can make the argument that you're not meant to spend that much time in your room anyway, that all the fun stuff is in the rest of the hotel, but cruise ships make that same argument too, and apparently are still more generous with their space. Disney could have spent negligibly more in the construction phase to make every room a big room, and they decided not to. There is no justifiable reason for Disney to have limited the room size other than stinginess and to increase pressure to get you to pay extra for a little more space. Because again, we're on that Spirit Airlines model. Anyway, it was only 2 of us in this room, and for 2 people, I would say it's perfectly adequate space. It didn't feel luxurious, but at least it didn't feel claustrophobic.
It's like a little mouse droid.
I have to ride around on it. It's actually as fun as you would think it would be.
Wait, really? I want to do it.
I'm serious.
I want to do it. Wait, there's another one. No, get out of the way. No way. Ooh. Okay, these are cool.
Yeah, this is your announcement. You're here as like a video of you sitting up.
But this room we were in was advertised to fit up to 5 adults, and that, to me, is insane. I don't even know how you'd fit 5 people's luggage inside. One of the provided beds was a fold-down Murphy bed under the TV, and we actually ended up folding it down like a shelf just to put our suitcases on.
Like a child's day bed.
Not to mention how limited time is to get ready each day with your one tiny little shared bathroom.
It feels like more like they followed the Amtrak model, except don't get to actually go anywhere.
5 people in the tiny room, you may be able to get it for as cheap as $1,400 per person. To which I say,
My God,
that is somehow an
$1,400
even
per
worse
Jesus
deal.
Christ.
If you did that, you would still be paying luxury prices, but now you would also be miserable the whole time. It's like when I went to Comic-Con in college with my school friends and like half of us were sleeping on the floor of a Motel 6. Except at a Motel 6, you're gonna pay like $20 a person, and you're probably going to get a room like twice the size of the one at Star Cruiser. The only demographic I can imagine happily splitting this room 5 ways is like 5 physically compact, able-bodied people, each an adult paying their own way, each of whom travels light with only like a backpack with 2 extra t-shirts in it, none of whom wear makeup, and only some of whom shower regularly. I'm sure there are groups of 5 friends who love Star Wars and fit that exact description. And even in their case, I feel like they'd be massively overpaying for what they'd be getting.
So it's just trailers.
It's just like, yeah, I think it's just trailers for Disney Plus, and then the actual stuff you can watch is just like ads and trailers and stuff. Like this isn't the movie Eternals, is an ad.
Wait, what? Are you serious? No, like, is there anything on this that's a real movie? What? Oh my god. Is it like a storybook reading?
Oh no, it is.
That's actually like, how much would they lose just giving people access to Disney Plus?
Anyway, there are things I like about the room. The first one is just luck, but our room was extremely well positioned. The hallways with the guest rooms were super long, and ours was like right at the top of the hallway, I think because I booked so early. We were in room 4-103. The 4 means that in the story of the cruise, we were on the 4th deck of the ship, but the 103 means that in real life, we were on the ground floor of the building. That means that in a fire, we would probably live, which is always cool. And it also means that we shared a floor with a lot of the amenities, like the
You know about the fire escape bot?
room and the transportation to the theme park.
There was something fucked up with this. Yeah.
Yeah, you in the case of a fire, you're supposed to go into a little closet in your room and wait for them to rescue you.
Oh, that's right. Because like, doesn't everyone go up to like the elevator? It's like everything else is like sectioned off from like via the elevator.
I don't remember why they had it that way, but I just remembered that.
Yeah.
That you go into a tiny
Did not
closet.
give a reason.
Oh, it does.
Okay, yeah. You just go into a tiny closet, but don't worry about it.
I feel like I was in a little sci-fi cocoon. The mattresses were really firm.
Yeah, just label it. This is where your corpse goes. Make it easy for us to find you.
Make it easy for corpse disposal.
We left these quilts
Exactly.
on bunk beds. It's basically just a mattress with a fitted sheet, and then you drape a quilt over you. That's actually how I sleep at home because it's easier to make the bed that way. So no shade. I actually really wish they sold the quilts in the gift shop because that would have been like my favorite.
I use an unfitted sheet though, and then a blanket.
You don't have a fitted sheet on your bed?
No, a fitted sheet. It's such a fucking hassle. I hate it. I just have an unfitted sheet. I lay down.
Grow up. Grow up. Grow up.
Also, my bed's up against the wall, so then I have to, you know.
And then of course we've got the shame.
So is mine.
I just wanted to show it to you.
It's a pain in the ass, and this is fine.
No story.
But you're too old.
They left us a little souvenir pin.
Grow up, bot.
Grow up. Bot, grow up. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond. Do what you have to. Fuck. Where would he go?
I can just get like a sheet set online.
Home Goods.
Oh yeah, Home Goods.
Home Goods is an expensive option though. Just get it on fucking Amazon.
Yeah.
Is Home Goods expensive?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
it is.
Go to Hobby Lobby. That shit's not expensive.
Hobby Lobby doesn't have fitted sheets.
Go to TJ Maxx. Hobby Lobby has fitted
Yeah,
sheets.
TJ Maxx, Ross.
Ross, TJ Maxx.
What? So you just have a mattress?
Interesting. It's cool that she's animated.
Yeah, I have a mattress, and then I have a fitted sheet over that.
No, you don't.
No, sorry, an unfitted sheet over that. But,
You just have a sheet just lying on top, which you almost assuredly kick out of the way constantly. So you just have a bare mattress.
Just
No.
sliding around on there.
No, well, I tuck it in till, you know, the top and the bottom and the sides, so it's not like super. It's not like super tight, but it's like a little loose.
I'm glad
But
you
it
told
does
us
not
this
slide
so
off.
that we could ridicule you until you fix it.
I don't know, it's fine.
It's not fine. It's not
Why
fine.
is it
It's
not? Why is it-
God. That's such a. Can you post this to that like men living spaces subreddit, please? Jesus Christ.
Why is this a
This is exactly
problem?
the same energy as this comedy set I saw recently where what's his name? His name's not Gus Johnson, but it's something Johnson. And he was talking about like his friend like had brought a woman home, and he was like, really, you brought a woman into that home, the place where you don't own any, you just have your stuff on the floor everywhere, like there's, and then he was like, and then he was like, I think there's a level of maturity of how high your stuff is from the floor, just like a table, just put it on the table. But it's giving that, but it's giving that.
Yeah. Where he's like, you brought her, I saw that today, you brought her to the place that we hang out? That spot?
Having a themed view to an ordinary one, and didn't feel claustrophobic about not having a real window. But I didn't think the effect was all the way there.
What the fuck? So someone invited me to carpool to this place, and then I said, oh yeah, what time will you be here? And then they just didn't respond.
Very convincing.
There's a little shit.
To be fair, they don't show up well on camera, but to be totally honest, they don't look much better in person. Worst of all, they've got these bright light strips pointed outward around the perimeter.
All right, now that we're adding layers like it's a cake, it's coming together.
Science at play here, like maybe the power of contrasts, or maybe keeping our pupils little is meant to make the effect look less bad. But unfortunately, at bedtime, most people find those light strips too bright to sleep with, and they're right next to the bed because the room is tiny. They do have this button you can press to close the window, so you know, turn it off, and that shuts off the lights.
I'm just gonna do a lot of like slow pans. What'd you do? What'd you do?
I closed the. What? I closed the screen.
Oh my god.
Do it.
You broke it. It's never gonna open again.
But that means if you want those LED strips turned off, you have to turn off the space window, which I would have liked to leave on so I could enjoy it while settled down in my little cocoon. After the hotel had been open a few months, I started seeing posts pop up in Disney World fan groups being like, pro tip, bring gaffer's tape and manually cover all the light strips around the window so you can enjoy it at night. And first of all, most people would not know to do that, so that's not helpful for everyone staying at the hotel. And secondly, it's a little pathetic to be paying luxury prices for a hotel room.
Built-in crematorium. Oh no!
I really love the idea of a themed hotel room. In fact, whenever I go to a new place, one of the first things I do is Google.
I'd like to think that they're ethical enough to just gas the guest before the fire gets them.
Oh Jesus.
Demographic for a luxury
I don't even need to do that. Just don't die of smoke inhalation if they don't burn up.
Well, that's why I'm like, you know.
And even with that in mind, this room fell short of my expectations.
Do one of the least painful ones.
For the room. Part 7, the characters. Since this is a multi-branching story, I think the best way to explain it to you guys is just to explain each separate character and their arc. The following characters are the central cast, walking around the ship for guests to freely interact with. Captain 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧. She is a resistance ally working undercover. I know she's generally trying to help the resistance, but I'm not really sure what her overall goal is because I'm not really sure what the resistance's goal is. I think it's something about getting 𝗥𝗂𝗹𝗲𝗀, but I didn't hear any express purpose for it or like anything to give that mission a sense of urgency. In a lot of the publicity photos, this character's design looks whack, in my opinion. I think because you've got the very fake-looking shiny red wig and the blue skin and the uncanny contact lenses, but in person under atmospheric lighting, it worked a lot better for me. The captain was probably my favorite character. I feel like we kept running into her. 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧. She's the cruise director, so like the second in command to the captain. We also never really talked to her one-on-one. I think maybe she wasn't free roaming as much as the others. We tended to mostly see her pop up for scheduled story scenes, but I think her character's deal is maybe she starts out neutral and then becomes a resistance ally. But that was just my impression. I might be wrong. Maybe she was with the resistance the whole time. Lieutenant 𝗦𝗨𝗧𝗏 is a first order officer investigating the ship. Oh no! This was another of my favorite characters. This actor had such great villain energy.
I will use a restraining mode to disable him.
No! We talked to him a lot too. We were actually trying to get the First Order storyline, but you'll hear more about that later. 𝗦𝗨𝗧𝗏 also brought 2 stormtroopers with him. They don't have names, but I felt like I should mention them because they're also actors. I think their dialogue is pre-recorded like the ones in the theme park, although they do have a whole soundboard to choose from, so there's still interactivity there. Oh my god, he's got a gun.
very intimidating.
Look how clever you are. Good for you.
Wow. Sammy is the ship's engineer. He's like a bumbling newbie on the job and begins the story as a neutral character and a coward. On a couple occasions, he gets peer pressured into helping the First Order and then feels guilty about it, and ultimately he becomes a resistance hero. 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧 is the astromech on board, and they are secretly sympathetic to the resistance.
Oh, it's SK.
Cash, stop it.
He's looking around.
SK, come in here. Get in here, buddy.
SK.
I love SK. SK is a free roaming droid. You can go right up to them and touch them and stuff.
He's going up the ramp.
I don't know that you'll all keep her safe.
We will.
I would die for him.
I actually spotted the dude controlling SK once. In the grand tradition of theme park robot puppeteers, he's disguised as a dad in street clothes with a bulky camera bag. I'm not showing you this because
Gonna
I
kick
think
my
it's a
dogs
bad
out.
thing that I spotted him, but just because it's a little movie magic for you guys, so I hope you enjoy that. I didn't spot him in any other scenes, so I think he generally blended in really well with the crowd and stayed pretty far away from SK most of the time, except for moments in the bridge where they were worried they were going to run over a child. Gaia is a 𝗦𝗨𝗣𝗢𝗥𝗧 pop star who's performing on the ship, but the performance is really just a ruse to steal an artifact the ship has on display. The ship is from Old Republic times, and in the lobby they've got a big gem which is sacred to the 𝗦𝗨𝗏 people, but was stolen by colonizers a long time ago. So Gaia wants to grab it and return it to her homeworld. I think she's also a resistance sympathizer, or maybe she just hates the establishment, I'm not sure. 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗧 is Gaia's manager. I avoided him like the plague because you can tell just looking at him that this guy is the smuggler storyline, and I aggressively did not want to do the smuggler storyline. I'm sorry, that's my subjective taste. And I was right, and it worked. Mission accomplished. Anyway, he's helping Gaia steal the stone, I guess. Before my trip, I had actually heard some of the Star Cruiser designers saying that there were all these storylines you could explore, and that one of them was a romance.
Do you join the Resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board. There's everything you could possibly want.
And there's this moment at dinner where, in my opinion, there was some sort of a sexual tension between 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗧 and 𝗦𝗏𝗧𝗥𝗧. And at that moment, I was like, oh, we're not really interacting with either of those characters, but that must be the romance plot. And she's very by the book, and he's a scoundrel. It's kind of like a Han and Leia sort of dynamic. And my intuition was wrong. We'll get back to that later. Sandro is Gaia's guitarist. He has to learn to believe in himself or something. We didn't really talk to him. He's like that guy at a party who brings a guitar and takes requests. I saw in a lot of media preview photos that they had him in different makeup and just wearing a scarf on his head, but on our cruise he was a 𝗥𝗏𝗏𝗧, so he had that head thing that Ahsoka has. I kind of assume he's always meant to have the hat, and like, maybe they just ran out of time to put the hat on a couple times and they were like, well, we'll have to commit to this look for the rest of the cruise. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird that all the other characters are the same every time and this one isn't. 𝗦𝗨𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏 is my very favorite, so I left her for last.
What?
She's a Rhodian, the same species as Greedo, so the performer is wearing a full-face animatronic mask. She speaks pre-recorded phrases in an alien language, and her mouth moves, along with the skin around her eyes and her little antenna things.
Oh, thank you. My hat? I think it would look really good on you.
Cash.
Right? It goes with the pattern. I can't wait to see your show. We're going to the 8 o'clock one.
Foreshadowing the show.
She's Gaia's backup singer and plays some kind of weird alien instrument. I think her main plot is that she's talented enough to be a star in her own right, but the manager doesn't see her potential. Maybe out of speciesism or something, since she's the most alien-looking character on the ship. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 is either a character or a group. I couldn't figure out if this character was one individual named
Saja.
or a religious
Saja
order
boys.
called the 𝗏𝗏𝗏, consisting of like 3 or 4 people. There were multiple characters wearing the same tunic and beads, and I'm like 90% sure that more than one of them called themselves Saja. But in the app, you can get text from Saja, and then the icon is just an image of one lady. So I don't get it. Anyway, my impression is that these are sort of like the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏 character from Rogue One, who I'm sure nobody remembers by name, but he's the one who's like not a Jedi, he's a monk that studies the Force. So I think that's their deal. I think they're not Jedi, I think they just study it and teach lightsaber training and can move things with the Force and dress kind of like Jedi. That's very similar to Jedi, what I'm describing. Don't ask me how it fits into canon. I don't have the answers you seek. So all of the above cast members that I just listed will be on the ship for about 8 hours per day. Actually, the total length of time spans 9 hours because the performers are taking staggered lunch breaks in the middle, but they're staggered so you don't notice. They also kind of stagger when they send them out, so it doesn't feel so much like, oh, the character's shift has begun. Like you'll notice on day 1, 𝗦𝗨𝗏 arrives a bit earlier than the others, and I think that's because 𝗦𝗨𝗏 is probably split between 2 performers with overlapping shifts. That means they can stretch her time on the ship a little longer, and also she can take more frequent breaks because they probably overheat really fast in there. Similarly, SK is on stage a lot longer than the other actors, and I think that's just because droids have much worse labor unions. And then after all those guys, we have the movie characters. Chewbacca, I don't really know why he's here. Every Chewbacca story moment involves hiding Chewbacca or freeing Chewbacca from jail after failing to hide him. So I don't know what he was trying to accomplish. Rey, I have no idea what in the world Rey is doing on this ship.
Rey just ran through here.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
She ran out of there and then pried open those doors and ran through.
I know that ultimately she finds a holocron. Spoilers.
Oh.
Oops.
Yes. A Jedi holocron.
But it seemed like that was a surprise to her, so I don't know why she showed up to begin with. Maybe she just wanted to take a cruise. Kylo Ren, I think he's just here to kill us. Like he heard there were resistance sympathizers and wants to kill and torture us. Admittedly, seems like a pretty small fish to fry when you're the supreme leader of the galaxy, but I won't pretend Kylo Ren was ever a reasonable guy. May he rest in peace. Interestingly, unlike the theme park, this version of Kylo Ren is actually performing his dialogue live through a voice changer. That feels like a little bit of extra effort on the part of the tech crew, which I appreciate, but I don't really see the point. Kylo Ren only appears in a couple short, pre-scripted scenes that seem super choreographed, so it's not like the actor has that much freedom in the performance anyway, and it can sometimes be hard to understand what he's saying. If anything, it would have been cooler to have the stormtroopers speaking through voice changers, since those are the ones you can actually interact with. But whatever. The movie characters do not wander freely like the central cast do. They appear in story moments as like cameos, usually paired with one of the cruise ship characters, but then when the scene is over, they make themselves scarce. So you won't be making small talk with these guys. Oh, and of course, there's me! Since we're living our own Star Wars story, I thought we were supposed to come up with our own characters. I knew I would be filming the whole time, and also that I was hoping to get the First Order story path. So I decided to be 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏, an influencer from Coruscant. That's a core world, a wealthy planet, and a political center. I just thought being rich and from there would be as good a way as any to signal complacency with a fascist government. I even brought Skippy, my spoiled little handbag alien dog. See, I made him a little hat. It looks kind of bad, but I made it. I was going to only carry Skippy for one of the 2 days because he's real big, but people seem to really like him, and it occurred to me that maybe if I had him every day, he would be a good recognizable accessory so characters could remember who I was even though I was changing my clothes. If you're not familiar with Skippy, he's a character from a defunct Disney World attraction, and when Captain Keevan saw him, she called him by his name right away.
Skippy?
Skippy, exactly. You're a fan of him.
Well,
Like I said, we love Captain Keevan. Isn't that right, Skippy? That means, yeah, that's how his kind agree. Anyway, having experienced the Star Cruiser, my takeaway is this. It's not really worth coming up with a character. The performers will ask you your name, but when you give an obviously fake name, they look at you funny and make you feel like you have committed a faux pas. All I can think is, even though I went pretty early, maybe the actors had already encountered too many guests who wanted to roleplay to a weird extent, like trying to be the main character or bringing too much emotional intensity to the game. But again, that's just the vibe I got from the frozen grimaces I received when I tried to use a fake name. It's also possible that the actors are being fed information which would be linked to the legal name that you booked your hotel under. I'll get to that later. So anyway, I dropped the character name within like an hour of arrival, but I do think it's handy to bring a memorable prop or accessory as a conversation piece. I like how I'm giving advice as if you're gonna book it. Part 8, the food. As on a real cruise, the food is included in the price, so it's all going to be free. Well, you've already paid. It's prepaid. The only refreshments that cost extra money are the alcoholic beverages, and they have some mocktails that cost money too. I know on some real cruises the alcohol is free, but to my knowledge on every Disney cruise it's not free. So this was kind of expected for me. I was frankly overwhelmed by the amount of food. They do a scheduled breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and every meal is all you can eat. Outside of meal times, the bar in the atrium also has a whole separate appetizer menu you can order from, and those are also all complimentary. I loved this cloche filled with smoke, and then they lift it up and it's full of little cheese balls and crackers. They also leave out very simple snacks in the atrium between meals, like yogurt, fruit cups, Parmesan crisps, and then like some child pleasers like cake pops and goldfish crackers. I saw some haters online being like, wow, paying that much for goldfish crackers? And it's like, okay guys, that's obviously for toddlers, but yes, they have goldfish crackers. I did actually eat a couple. But what I'm saying is you will not be hungry on this trip. It's impossible. The breakfasts and lunches are buffet style, and they have these little space trays with squares and rectangles you can slot the food dishes onto. I saw some people complain about the tiny portions on these little plates, and I don't understand that because it's a buffet. If you really like something, you can grab 10. But I liked that they were kind of sample sizes. It made it feel low commitment to try everything. They also have waiters wandering around to take drink orders at the buffet service meals. The dining room drinks menu is different from the lounge menu, but the waiters at meals can bring you anything from either menu. They can also bring you normal Earth cocktails if you don't want any of the crazy themed stuff, but in my opinion, you went all the way to space. You should get the themed stuff. They have a soda fountain with all the soda logos in Arabesh, just like in the theme park land, and they also have blue and green milk on tap. In the parks, blue and green milk is like
People are saying Taylor made the album bad on purpose.
because it's plant-based, it separates a little when it melts.
That sounds like copium.
The Star Cruiser
Yeah, no
versions
shit.
of the milk
100%
are the texture of milk.
cope. Oh my
I compare
god.
it to like an 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧 smoothie, a drinkable yogurt. I don't really like frozen drinks, so I way preferred the Star Cruiser version. It's actually what I was hoping
experimental.
the theme park version would be.
It was. Now that they can't even try to claim.
Everyone hates the green milk, but
Here's the tweet. She gave you what she gave them what they wanted. People didn't understand TTPD and don't care to look deeper. So she said, "Here's your wish list with dollar signs. Surface level and obnoxious. Read my relationship because that's all half of you care about. It's a show." And like she says at the end, we'll never know the true life of a showgirl.
But it is kind of weird that it was the same. One thing that's true of all restaurants is that they're really flexible about.
I mean, okay.
If you have an allergy,
the main issue with that is that 1989 was that, but the songs were also still good.
Yeah.
Also, every meal
so
the kids picky eater trifecta.
I have to restart The Sims because it was being weird.
And if you're an adult with no allergies and you're just a picky eater, you can order off the kids' menu to your heart's content. But honestly, the space food had very
What's going on with that one track that people are saying like she's dissing
Charlie
XCX? Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
With ranch.
Yep.
I will say though that Night 2's table service dinner had pretty abysmal vegetarian
Okay, so it's not like a weird reading.
No, she is.
Like he'll make you something from scratch.
Yep, she very obviously is. She doesn't really, I'll be honest, when she's dissing people in her songs, she is not subtle, so it's usually hard to like
Disney restaurants as well. But no, when
miss
you show
it.
up to dinner
Yeah.
that's very much not
like I mean,
but the worst part, I mean, frankly, the worst part of the album is, oh my god, she uses the most dated slang imaginable. It's so painful.
But like I felt like by the time I realized it was kind of too late to ask the chef to
like there's this pretty nice verse where she's like talking about like womanhood and like, you know, we dressed up as lambs, or we were lambs to the slaughter, but we dressed up as wolves. But at least we looked fire. It's like, don't.
And he brought us an extra plate.
Please stop.
Bread and cheese,
I gotta head out actually. Bye bye.
Oh, goodbye, gamer.
This meal. All the cumulative heavy meals were really getting to me, so I wasn't that bothered. Overall, though, I really liked the menus. On the off chance I had left dinner hungry on night 2, I could have just gone to the lounge and ordered some of those heavy apps, and it would have been fine. One area where they really went above and beyond is that every single meal had unique items on offer. I thought the lunch on day 2 would be the same as lunch on day 1 because most guests go to eat in the theme park on day 2, so I would have kind of excused them for repeating a menu. But no, all new things. Same for breakfast on checkout day. I thought a lot of people are skipping breakfast and leaving. It'll probably be the same as yesterday's breakfast. Nope. New stuff. A couple favorite items returned, like the pastries and waffles, but most of the egg and meat options were unique. The muffin on the pastry plate is croissant dough filled with a tart passion fruit paste and was one of my favorite things on the whole spaceship. I wish I was eating it right now. So after all that stuff I just said, you might be surprised to hear that I have a pretty big complaint for this section of the video. I said I have no issue with the food, and I don't, but dinner on night 1 was a dinner show. And I have a bone to pick with the dinner show. This is the big Gaia performance they've been hyping up from the beginning. I should tell you that a lot of people are mad about the character of Gaia, probably because she was first introduced in an ad that was extremely weird and badly shot and acted. The main issue people had with Gaia is that she didn't feel Star Wars enough, and I'm ambivalent on that. I mean, she looks Star Wars because she's a Twi'lek. I agree that her songs are not that Star Wars because many of them are in English. I mean, her hit single is called Rockstar Queen. I would never have imagined that the word rockstar exists in the Star Wars universe. It barely even exists anymore on modern-day Earth. But once they committed to having a live human singer, they were essentially forced to have the bulk of the lyrics be in a language she can understand and remember. She does have some songs with portions in Huttese, which is nice. Actually, I think 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏 is entirely in Huttese. Also, 𝗦𝗨𝗍 brings us some alien squealing sounds for backing vocals, and that's fun.
Invalid rounded room. Shit's pissing me off. There we go.
I was extremely disappointed when I learned that the dinner show wouldn't be a Chuck E. Cheese-esque animatronic band, which would have made the price tag of the whole thing worth it to me. But 𝗦𝗨𝗍 does have an animatronic head, so that's something. Some of the song lyrics are extremely hokey references to Star Wars things, like "Baby, let me light your 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧," and there's a whole song about the power of coaxium. Honestly, I'm in favor of that. I wish they had just gone all in on that concept. Her song Gaia, which is one of my favorites, has a whole first verse where she's basically telling the audience her backstory, being born into slavery, working in the criminal underground, and then becoming a pop star. I love all that.
I wasn't chained to the sun, man. City slumming at the bottom of the line. I ran the streets with the twag, man. Purple stones were the only way I made my grind.
But then there are other lyrics in that same song that have no place in Star Wars. Singing my praise like a choir. Deep pockets. I make it rain.
I'm heavy rolling. Deep pockets everywhere 'cause I make it rain.
These genuinely sound like placeholder lyrics they just put in the demo when they were figuring out the melody, like they were later meant to be replaced by something more thematic and clever, but then they just weren't. I personally think they could have put like an additional 3 hours of work into refining the lyrics. I think that would have made a big difference. You may have noticed that up until this point in my review, I haven't really been too preoccupied with how Star Wars the whole thing is. To be quite honest, I don't really care about that. I care about how good it is. I like themed experiences, period. This kind of weird, immersive LARP hotel concept would have been interesting to me even if it was just an unlicensed venture and the theme was spaceship. So all that to say, I was kind of cautiously excited for this dinner show from an alien band. I thought at worst I might be a little underwhelmed, but I like shows, I like kitsch, I like aliens. I did a whole video years ago about how much I love 𝗦𝗨𝗥𝗧𝗏, the singing alien animatronic in Magic Kingdom's burger restaurant. I figured it would probably be kind of irreverent and dorky, but I like stuff like that. And I think on the whole, I probably would have liked this show. I say probably because I couldn't see the show because they sat me behind a pole.
Everyone's favorite character, the pillar. Oh, hi, Nuos. I'm so deep deprived. Sleep deprived. The first thing my brain said is, hey, it's StarCraft.
Dinner seating is pre-assigned. We didn't get a choice in this. The dining room has like a recessed center area where most of the seating is, and then around the perimeter of the room they have these
Coming soon to Irvine, California.
And those two sections are separated by these
The StarCraft Galactic Star Cruiser.
Oh shit.
I don't even know if those serve a structural purpose. They might just be for atmosphere.
Okay, like, I'm sure it's fine, but this probably is the worst seat in the house, right?
Yeah. Well, it was the worst seat in the house, and it was not fine. I couldn't see a thing. I was at the very edge of the booth trying to peer out, and I couldn't see anything. My sister was at the back of the booth, all the way against the wall, trying to see around the other side of the pole, and her view was even worse.
Are you kidding me? There is no rounded room here.
A couple times, so we
In
could
fact, all
a little
angles.
bit see the top of her head for some moments.
It's hypnotic, it's magnetic, it's life-changing, it's me.
In one song, she even came up on the outer perimeter and walked past our booth. But for literally 90% of the show, pole footage. I hope you guys like my quality pole footage. Just trust me, there's aliens singing behind that big old pole. 𝗦𝗨𝗣𝗧𝗥𝗧 is my favorite character and the most whimsical
100% real alien
spacey
footage,
thing
trust
happening
me.
in the show. But she had
This
her
is the
weird
pole.
alien instrument up on the stage, so she mostly stayed planted there. There's even this choreography where they're like leaning back and forth, and it feels like they're making fun of me because they keep kind of leaning in view and then back away. I mentioned there's one song where 𝗦𝗨𝗧𝗥𝗧 makes alien sound backing vocals in the chorus. Well, I didn't realize she was doing that until I got home and watched other people's vlog footage because we couldn't see her face most of the time. At the time, I just thought it was like a synth noise on the track. I think it's really delightful that she's singing, so I wish I could have enjoyed that experience real time. To be frank, I think it's pathetic that I paid $6,000 to go to the Star Wars hotel, and I sat in the room where this show is happening.
Star Destroyers ain't got nothing on a Protoss carrier. I was originally gonna make a Star Destroyer.
That was at the same table as me, and she was trying to be very
And then I was like, no, I should make the actually the Galactic Star Cruiser.
from my table. I had to stand up and just go awkwardly.
Nothing more of a challenge. The story is just like a triangle.
Yeah, I already I saved it to my library.
Once I did that, it's a dinner show. You're supposed to be seated and eating. I mentioned earlier that I failed to book the captain's table because I didn't know.
Oh god, that would
So
suck
the
if it was
captain's
actually a
table
Protoss
experience
carrier
is
and like
basically
all
that
the
you're
staff
in
were
the
big
center table
Protoss
down on the
people.
floor, and theoretically, the captain
They don't
will
have
fly and
mouths,
hang out with you
so they'd just be wearing a
or
gigantic
on
rubber
different nights,
mask.
it's different characters.
Oh my
Sometimes I
god.
think Lieutenant Croy sits
Sweating
with
their
you
balls
for a
off in
minute.
that thing.
You can see the captain's table from afar.
Oh, this thing's infuriating me. It's got a bug. Fucking round walls and they're fucking bugs.
Food items, but that's not a super big deal.
Cash, stop it.
And the main benefit to the captain's table is that you're positioned at a table where you'll definitely be able to see the show.
I would have been interested in seeing you try and make this a Trade Federation battleship. I was thinking about making the Enterprise for a moment.
That's not the way it should be. That's the way
But then I was like, well, I was still gonna keep it the Star Wars hotel. I was just gonna shape the outside like the Enterprise. But that would actually kind of be easier because it's just a giant circle.
So
Yeah.
it does lend a sort of comedy of errors vibe when things go wrong.
It's a circle with a weird duck neck, but then everything else is flat.
Put me behind a pole.
You know what? I'm gonna worry about this front part last. Actually, this might work because I'll just use a. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. And I'm actually gonna make these medium walls.
Like, I didn't go on the media weekend. I was probably the only person in that whole room that was filming a review. They really played themselves here. But I have to admit, I genuinely was really disappointed that this happened. Part 9. Choose your own adventure. Okay, let's get into the gameplay. First, let's recall how this was promoted. As an interactive experience where you become the hero of your own Star Wars
Cash,
story.
stop.
Choose your own team, choose your own path, live your Star Wars story.
And choose the hero of who you make allegiances with. Because the choices you make affect the course of your journey and ultimately determines how your Star Wars story
your story. Your story.
And live out
Cash.
They get
No.
to choose who they want to be loyal to.
The story will depend on what you do. Choose your own path.
As a passenger, you get to choose your own path. Do you join the resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board.
Do you want to help the light side of the Force? Do you want to tap into your dark side?
We're going to invite guests to become the hero of their own Star Wars adventure, and you can do it in whatever way you like.
Ad materials showed kids helping Chewbacca or snitching Chewbacca out to the cops and getting him arrested. The possibilities are endless. That was probably the most advertised aspect of the experience, that you would choose between a number of branching paths. As it got closer to launch, it became clearer what those paths were going to be. First Order, Resistance, or Smuggler. I've seen some people say Jedi was also a path, and I would argue that it was not. You could unlock a couple Jedi scenes, but they were tangential to whatever main path you were already on. They weren't their own story track. So first I'm going to tell you how all this is supposed to work to the best of my knowledge. The gameplay is actually split into two halves, actor-based gameplay and app-based gameplay. The small cast of actors are the NPCs for this experience, the non-player characters. Each individual character has their own schedule set in stone, and then there is a corresponding, seemingly algorithm-driven app working in tandem with the human performers, which is why this schedule is so important. The same computer program that's organizing the actors is also guiding the itinerary of the hotel guests. You can interact with the characters in person, but you also use the app to receive text messages from them. So obviously these texts aren't really coming from the actor, they're from the app, and you can reply with a menu of choices from a dialogue tree to get pre-written answers. In this way, you can build affiliations with different characters, which theoretically sets you on one of the available story paths. I feel like my viewers know that whenever I use the word theoretical, things are about to take a turn. This information has not been publicly released, but allegedly the actors have some way of syncing real time to the data in the app. Allegedly, this may be done via earpieces. I said earlier that all the guests are wearing these little wristbands with RFID chips, so allegedly the characters all have proximity readers wired into their clothing. When you approach them, their reader detects your bracelet, identifies your profile in the app, and then their earpiece can feed them information about you. So we don't know exactly what would be said in these alleged earpieces, but for example, maybe it says, "Trust level high," and then the actor knows to greet you warmly. They could even use this tech to remind the actors of your name if they wanted to. The proximity readers could also theoretically send data back to the app, so if you spent a long time interacting with a particular
A donut, yeah, a
character,
donut with
that would
with a
boost your
bite
trust
taken out of
score
it,
with
but
them
also
and impact
a
your
donut
story
hole
path. So
slapped in
let's
the
say
middle.
you've been texting a lot in the app with the AI version
What are we
of
talking
First Order
about?
General. The AI can ask
When
you
Navi
if
said
you
the
want to
Trade
help him in
Federation
his
ship.
mission. You can
Oh,
say
I
yes.
missed that.
The app can
Oh,
assign you
my
tasks that don't require any
my
active
chat went
involvement,
back to
like
being
check
top
that
instead of
computer
current
terminal for me,
instead
or
of
track
live.
whether you
Well,
fulfilled
it's
the
so
task.
stupid.
The app knows the actor's
Hate that.
schedules, so the
Where
AI
the fuck
version
is
of
the
the
setting? What's
general can
top?
text you, "Meet me in the atrium at 4:30."
Actually, no, my chat just
knowing
isn't
the actor will
updated. It was
actually
still
be
set to
there
all
at that time.
messages.
Then when you see the
Oh.
actor, his earpiece tells
Weird.
him
It just
name,
didn't show that,
Jenny,
but it did just
trust
pop up
level,
on my
80%.
chat. That's
And then
nice.
the actor knows to say,
At least my
"Ah,
chat is
Jenny,
working
you've
on
been
my
very
stream,
helpful to me. Well
even
done."
if YouTube is
Thus
dumb.
marrying the two halves of the gameplay in a way that feels seamless on the user end. From there, the characters you've been loyal to can pull you into unique, in-person story moments to involve you further.
Oh, here's me tricking some stormtroopers into going into the booth so that we could lock them inside.
Day one's schedule is already programmed in for you before you arrive. You'll have
Can't place
training
rooms
on the
above the
bridge,
third floor.
lightsaber training,
That's
and
right.
be seated for one of two possible dinner times. And in between those activities, you're meant to be utilizing
I'll just
the
have to
app
use
and
debug.
talking with the AI versions of the characters. You may also have interactions with the actors while doing so. At the end of day one, the app checks all your loyalty scores to figure out which
Hash,
story
get
path
outta
you're on.
here.
It then uses
I'll
that
kick you
information
out.
to create your day 2 schedule, which is more personalized and storyline specific. So when you wake up,
Cash.
you'll see that you already
No.
have mission assignments waiting for you for the side you're affiliated with, and you'll also be put in corresponding story tasks. So for example, if you're on the
No
First
more.
Order side, you might be asked to locate contraband cargo and then be dropped into a couple First Order cutscenes, and maybe they even mention the cargo as a reward for the task you completed. Or maybe you'll get invited to a meeting with the stormtroopers, or see the general get a call from the Supreme Leader, or something like that. Something that makes you feel more directly involved with the story. I imagine there are probably 5 or 6 possible cutscenes running for each story path, so the app just schedules you into let's say 2 of those per person. Then everyone gets the same finale, which is a big performance in the atrium and wraps up all the story threads. And if you've been a particularly proactive player, there are moments when the actors can shout you out by name, integrated into the finale. That all sounds conceptually very clever. And if it works, sounds like a pretty fun experience, right? I think so too. Part 10, living my Star Wars story. Okay, so I'm going to be frank, the gameplay did not work for us at all. At some point, there was some kind of critical logistical failure which broke every aspect of it. I was continually frustrated the entire time I was there, and I left extremely disappointed. In our particular experience, none of the actions we took at any point directed the course of our story in any way, and I have guesses as to how that happened, but I'm gonna get to that later. So, here's how it went for us. I knew going in that I wanted to pick one story path because that would be the best way to gauge how well the experience works. They say it's a choose your own adventure, so I would attempt to choose. A while before the trip, I decided that I was pretty set on getting First Order because it had been met with the most skepticism as a story path. And also, Disney is a family experience and presumably motivated not to have a losing team, so I was very curious how they would handle a villain side of the story. So at first when they turned us loose in the ship, I had no idea what to do with myself. They don't really give you any guidance, which I was initially optimistic about because I'm a pretty big escape room enthusiast, and you're pretty much always dropped into those cold, and then you just figure out what you're supposed to do through environmental clues. I figured they would probably be using the RFID bracelets as part of the gameplay, and I envisioned there being loads of like tap points that you have to hunt for. So like maybe if you tapped a panel in the captain's area, you could download a secret file, or you could tap a touchpad next to an item to add that item to your inventory, and then you could use it later. So I guess I was envisioning something like a point-and-click adventure game, but in real life.
We found another purple sea urchin.
You know, like the NPCs ask you to fetch something for them, and then you explore a ship full of set dressing details and Easter eggs. Maybe you see an access card glued to a table, tap your band on it to collect it, and then you gain the ability to open a new door. Or you read a clue in a memo posted on a wall, and then text the code word to the proper character in the app, and then they give you your next task. Through that, I feel you could have some sense of discovery and forward momentum. I'm picturing something like, you need the kyber crystal, but it fell in a crate with the alien frog monster and he's guarding it. You'll need to get the droid parts to trade for the Jogan fruit to distract the alien. And then once you've collected the Jogan fruit by tapping your band on it, you tap your band next to the frog's cage, the little frog animatronic wiggles around and makes eating sounds, and it backs away from a prop of a kyber crystal, which you can see through the bars of the cage, and then the app is like, you got the crystal. Sorry, Skippy heard me saying the name of his favorite snack. I had to go get one for him. I imagine the kind of gameplay I'm describing would also inspire a cooperative spirit between the guests. Are you helping the Saja? Have you found the droid processor? Sure, friend. It's over here. That's what they walk like. But no, they didn't have anything like that in the gameplay. They did have an item collecting mechanic, but it was bad. See, the app they had us using is actually an extension of an existing Disney app, the Disney Parks Play app. This app was heavily promoted in the early days of Galaxy's Edge because they said you could use the app for interactive gameplay in the land. They called it the Star Wars Datapad Experience. You probably haven't heard of it because nobody ever talks about it because it isn't any fun. Okay, wait, something's gonna happen.
It did nothing.
Okay. That was your reward.
It's just so quiet.
It made a little
It's so quiet.
You got $9.
Why don't they blast the volume on this?
You know, in Rogue One, when they have to go out and then hack a panel and receive $9. Do you think anything's gonna move or happen? I'm beginning to lose hope.
It's the same sound.
Yeah.
Courtyard antenna.
Oh, maybe it'll do something.
Yeah, please do something. Maybe it's just not working yet.
I got it! Oh, jeez! Oh my god!
Basically, all it lets you do is scan QR codes on crates scattered around Star Wars land.
Wait, there's loads of cargo.
So many things to scan.
You'll scan one, and the app will present you with a rudimentary puzzle. Then when you solve it, it'll be like, there's a hyperdrive in this crate. And superficially, the hyperdrive will be added to the inventory in your profile. You can't do anything with it, so you know, that's it. That's the game. It's like collecting virtual postage stamps. So anyway, since the Star Cruiser app is built out of the Star Wars datapad game, they also have crates in the hotel with QR codes on them. So if you like, you may scan those crates. I wouldn't really call this part of the gameplay, it was just something you could do. As in the theme park land, you can't use the items later, they're not connected to the story, and I've seen no evidence that they affect loyalty scores or anything else. There's no find the key, find the antidote, trade this item away to the NPC to get the item you need. It was just busy work, or maybe you could call it Easter eggs if you get joy from seeing small icons on your phone of things from Star Wars. But I assumed this part of the gameplay was just put in to occupy the really little kids who wouldn't sense the futility of what they were doing. I noticed immediately that there are these computer terminals throughout the ship. I think there are 6 to 8 of them total, and I believe they all work the same as each other. They just have multiple so they can be used by more guests simultaneously. But like, you don't have different options at different terminals, they're all the same. By the way, the terminals are not touch screens. They use a few large buttons that are below the screen. Touch screens probably would have taken too much wear and tear, so that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just mentioning this because you'll notice in my footage that every time I walk up to the screens, I start trying to slap my fingers against them. I just feel like it makes me look kind of stupid, and I know someone that's been is gonna remark on how I'm doing it wrong, so I'm getting ahead of that now. It's reflex, I promise. I did also use the buttons. It's just often when I'm slapping the screen, that's when my camera is pointed at the screen. My camera is looking where my fingers are slapping. That's how I film everything. I slap everything. You just don't see it because I edit around it. Okay, anyway, moving on. You tap your band first to begin utilizing a terminal, which at first seemed promising. These terminals are presented in story like they're intended for the guests. Like they show the map of the ship and other innocuous stuff, but then there's also a password locked section of the computer that you're clearly supposed to break into.
Enter access code. Let's hack it. Let's hack it.
Okay, what do you think the access code is?
Jenny, you have to earn it.
But how?
You have to hack.
But how?
Okay, I found the first thread to pull at. The first puzzle to solve. I figured if there's a password, there's a way to get the password. We must have to look around. Maybe it's written down, like it's on a post-it next to the captain's chair. Maybe we have to talk to the captain. Maybe she uses her pet's name as the password. Maybe there's a clue hidden in one of the plaques next to all these artifacts in the atrium. Or a puzzle we can unscramble.
During the...
No.
I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty.
You're just showing.
Yeah. Dedication. During the ship's dedication,
I found out later that that's not the case. According to other players' accounts, sometimes when you tap your band on the terminal next to the computer and try to go in the restricted files, you then receive a text in your app from the smuggler character. He says something to the effect of, "It looks like you're trying to hack into the terminal. You must be sneaky like me. Let me give you the password and you can help me with a job." And yeah, then he just tells you the password. It's kind of anticlimactic in a way I don't like. Maybe I'm the crazy one, but to me that doesn't really feel like earning the password. Imagine if a video game worked like that. Like you try to open a door, you find that it's locked, and then an NPC immediately sprints over and just hands you the key. I wouldn't even really call that gameplay. I actually saw some fans saying online that this is how you triggered the smuggler storyline. They were like, if you want to be a smuggler, first thing, go to the computer terminal and try to get into the restricted files. Then you'll get a text from Wraith Cole. And no, you won't. I did that, and that didn't happen. And some people online tried to victim blame me when I pointed that out and were like, no, you have to do it first thing. And like, I don't know, I feel like I did it pretty much as soon as gameplay started. In my opinion, it seems like sometimes it happens, and sometimes it just doesn't. And if it doesn't, you just don't have the password, sorry. This also undermines any ability for guests to work together, like I was saying earlier would be cute.
Oops.
In fact, at one point we asked these other passengers how they'd ended up on their mission thread, and they were so nice. They literally dropped what they were doing and walked us physically over to the computer they had used and tried to walk us through all the same steps they had taken. And when we did the same thing, it didn't work for us, so we gave up. I saw a lot of this online, guests confidently telling others the exact action to perform to get a certain outcome, but anecdotally, it doesn't seem like the game works that way. It seems like it's actually a lot more luck-based than many of the participants realize. So we felt we had very quickly hit a dead end, and worse yet, we could see other players around us who had gotten the text with the computer password, or at least had gotten some other intro point to the story.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, we just hacked in.
Was it hard?
It was easy.
There were kids happily tapping away at the restricted files, and I'm just standing in the middle of the atrium like, what did I miss? What am I doing wrong?
I don't understand what people are doing. Class, it's 4 letters.
Yeah.
doing something. It just made me think there was some obvious clue I had failed to find, which was really demoralizing.
It's just like everyone else is like deep in missions and I don't even know what they're doing. Oh, we're supposed to touch this for good luck. Okay, we did it. Maybe that'll help.
There are so many points in my footage where I'm just wandering aimlessly, wondering aloud what to do. You'll recall this experience is $2 per person per minute, so just keep that in mind. At some point, having hit a dead end in both the app and the computers, we just kind of started doing laps around the ship, hoping we'd encounter an activity.
Are we missing something? See, people are like hacking and stuff. I already feel behind. You think the climate simulator's still open? Well, I guess it's the same. Other thing going on. I don't know if there'd be something going on, but I want to get to the cargo. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Oh, we could take the elevator. We haven't done that yet.
I should have just taken the fire extinguisher off the wall and started spraying it around. You know, make my own fun. Occasionally we'd see a computer where a kid had accidentally stayed signed in, and we could see all the stuff that had been unlocked for them and presume that probably that represented some fun story thing they got to do, which made us feel even worse.
Christopher didn't log out, and here's the access.
Pretty ableist of the Sibs not to have any ramps.
And I guess you guessed the last one.
Do they not?
No. Isn't that weird?
And he's not into the cargo hold either. Well, alright.
I think they would have.
Other than
Yeah.
using them to log into the computer terminals, there wasn't actually much functionality to the bracelets. There's a tap point on the droid, which is fun. I tapped my band on him, but I don't think anything happened when I did that. Also, a lot of Star Cruiser nerds are going to be like, that tap point doesn't do anything unless you ask his permission first, and he likes you, so this is a skill issue. But I did ask permission first. I have proof. I didn't even have to be told to do that. I'm just polite to droids, so there. But anyway, yeah, it didn't do anything. There were also the rooms with restricted access, like the engineering bay and the cargo hold. You would tap your bracelet on the pad next to the door and it would say, access denied. That was very tantalizing because it suggested you could accomplish something to unlock that room, like a real-life video game.
We take a lot of tools from screen-based RPGs and move them into the physical space. So we have literal locked doors. So we know the locked doors as an invitation if you're in a screen-based RPG, and also in our experience, to try and get into a locked door. There's something interesting on the other side of that door.
It's actually just like the computer password. After enough time passes, you'll get a text from the character, and it seems like it's random which one, and the character will be like, hey, I've got a job for you. Go to the engineering bay. I'm giving you access, and then you just have access. Also, near the end of day one, we noticed that the restricted files on the computer just stopped requiring a password.
Look, I'm in the restricted systems. I'm authorized now. Wow. We still can't get in the cargo hold though.
And when we looked, there wasn't like anything to do. Like they showed switches to shut off various systems, and I thought, I guess if you're on the right story path, you might have an opportunity to use that and trigger a cool story event. But we weren't, so it wasn't interactive. We could just like look at the menu, but not do anything with it.
Look, I can sound the alarm. Aw, I can't. Oh, see, this is how I would have opened the door. Not that it matters now.
It seemed like the door locks worked that way too. Eventually, they just gave us access to the engineering room. And actually, the app didn't even tell us that it happened. We had to notice on our own.
I bet I can get into this. Well, maybe it'll just let me in now. Wait, yeah.
It all just felt so arbitrary. While exploring, we would occasionally run into characters, and we tried to take every available opportunity to talk to them. And just in case our interactions might affect our storyline, I wanted to be polite, but make it clear that we were on the first order path.
We really want to identify the issue, cut out the rot, as it were, and then let everyone get on with their vacation.
I'm always saying cut out the rot.
That is something you're always
I'm
saying.
always saying
You're
that.
always saying that. Is that, do you work with fruit? Is that something?
Yes. Yeah, but I'm also referring to like fugitives and things like
Of course,
that.
yeah.
When I talked to the captain, who I could tell was connected to the resistance path, I emphasized that I was afraid the resistance fugitives would ruin my luxurious trip, which doesn't sound very heroic to me. We never talked to Sammy, the main resistance hero, because he was really popular with the kids and he was constantly swarmed.
Are you guys smuggling luggage?
No, guy is not here. We just showed up in the atrium.
It looks like you're smuggling some kind of luggage.
No, we're putting it in the cargo. This is the cargo hold.
We never never talked to the smuggler, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧. I didn't want to talk to him because I didn't want the smuggler storyline, but we also just organically never had an opportunity to talk to him. We talked to Gaia and 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧 a lot, and I think they're both affiliated with the smuggler storyline, but we only really talked about Gaia's music, and neither of them ever asked us for anything.
Very excited for Gaia tonight.
Gaia, ¿quichacha con cuta?
What's your favorite song?
¿Cuta?
Yeah, what's your favorite song?
I liked her like when she was just single songs on the HoloNet.
I hope she plays Rockstar Queen, her new single. Oh, well, we'll see you.
Wow, I don't know how you talk to her.
I believe Lieutenant Croy was the only actor affiliated with the First Order storyline, but we did bump into him several times, and every time we tried to be very direct. We supported his mission, those resistance fugitives sounded frightening, we wanted to help.
If we notice anything, what should we do?
Well, obviously report it to myself or one of the stormtroopers, although I suspect you'll get more sense out of me.
Likewise, we both texted Croy in the app, hoping to double our chances. At one point I thought I was making real progress because the AI of Croy directly asked, "Can I trust you to help the First Order?" And of course I clicked yes. But then he just stopped texting me. He ghosted me. It was so embarrassing. While we were eating dinner on night 1, Lindsay did receive a text in the app from Lieutenant Croy asking her to go to the engineering room right away and scan some schematic for him or something. Obviously, we couldn't at that moment because we were eating a formal multi-course to smuggle him across the dining room without the First Order noticing. This was our first direct encounter with Sammy. When he reached our table, we tried to get in his way and get Lieutenant Croy's attention. He and Chewbacca did get caught, which was obviously a pre-scripted event that happens on every cruise, but it's the thought that counts. Sorry, I know my footage isn't very good, but Chewbacca is getting arrested behind that pole. Then when our check came, the waiter was like, "It looks like there's something extra with your check." And it was a torn up piece of a secret message, which was very exciting. We realized that the 2 tables next to us also received pieces of the message, and I thought we'd have to put all our pieces together to get the message, which would be a fun bit of cooperative play. But when we put them together, we realized that it was unnecessary because they all contained equivalent information. I also looked around the room and I think I saw at least one other trio of tables that got these notes. For all I know, everybody got them, or maybe people got different ones from different characters. The secret message turned out to be, weirdly, from Sammy. He was like, "Meet me at 9:40 p.m. in the atrium. I'm trying to get Chewbacca out of jail and I need your help." And I'm like, "Our help? We're the ones that got you into this mess." Clearly we had been put on the resistance path, which made no sense. But frankly, after an evening of non-starters, I was just happy to have any task at all. And it sounded like we were getting some kind of exclusive story moment, so of course we decided we should go. But when the time came, on our way to the atrium to meet Sammy, who should we run into in the stairwell but Chewbacca? Already walking around free, and a gaggle of kids around him. I'm not sure if they handed out dozens of those secret notes or if this was just the crowd of kids that always follows Sammy around. According to my footage's metadata, this clip was filmed 3 minutes before the time we were supposed to meet Sammy in the atrium. So we weren't super early, but we wouldn't have been late. So I don't know what happened with Chewbacca. I guess they started early or something. Honestly, it must have been pretty early because, like, he had been in the brig downstairs. We were gonna meet in the atrium, all walk down to the brig, get him out. But when we saw him, he was coming down the stairs, which means at some point he had already been broken out of the brig, gone up to the atrium, and was now descending again. And presumably in that time, a meeting happened to discuss how they were going to break Chewbacca out. So, like, what, did they start 40 minutes early? But anyway, it seemed like the exciting part was already over, and it was so crowded we had no hope of getting a word with anybody anyway, so we just headed out. No big deal. I guess we weren't even trying to get that storyline. It just would have been nice to do something. Next, we decided to try following up on that text we had gotten during dinner from Croy, so we went back downstairs to the engineering bay to scan the thing that he wanted. When we got there, we were really surprised to see that the Croy actor was actually physically there. I'm immediately optimistic that this is going to put us in some story moment, so I'm just like, Chewbacca is walking free. I'm sorry, I never liked Chewbacca. I have no reason to keep his secrets. But Croy is just like, why should I trust you? I saw him in the brig, and then he was walking around. It was the weirdest thing.
I see. You come here to further the cause of the younglings who've been trying to run me around the houses.
Oh.
No, we really saw it. But you will not get one around me this time.
Wow. And like, come on, dude, we're on your side. But obviously the actor doesn't know
thought there'd
that.
be a
It's
medal.
not really his fault. And obviously obviously he hasn't got a
I
job
guess
for
not.
us. I figured at the time maybe the actors just aren't fully aware
Metal
what's
root.
going on in the app.
Yeah.
But whatever. We can at least
Or
do
no,
what the
metal
AI
filter.
version of Croy wanted from us. Neither of us remembered exactly what that entailed,
Or like
so I asked Lindsay
material
to look at the
filter or
app
something,
again.
but there's
But when
not.
she pulled open her text thread with Croy, the text in question had
Maybe you
actually
could
been
make it out of
deleted.
wood.
No, there's metal. There is metal. I just can't filter so that I'm only looking at metal.
It's weird because it kind of like, I think it like overrode.
Maybe it's because we took too long to
So
act
it's
on
making it
But
take
if that mattered,
longer
why
than
would
it
it have
needs
sent it to us
to.
in the middle of a dinner that it knew we were at? Isn't that the whole point of the micromanaged schedule and the app and everything? So why would it have given us that task if it knew we couldn't complete it in time? I think that's probably another clue that the technology was not working as it should. So with nothing to do, we poked around a little in the engineering bay, and then we got bored and we left.
We should do these, whatever they are. Oh wait, we'll do something.
I really felt like I couldn't catch a break all day. Mind you, at this point, the $6,000 experience was already half over, and I felt like I hadn't even been able to dip my toes into the story. Just thwarted at every turn. Even watching back my footage now is secondhand frustrating because I so viscerally remember spending the whole day so badly wanting to engage with the game I had been promised and not being able to. Like I said, I had hoped to be first order, but really I'd been prepared to say yes to anything a character asked me. But obviously I hadn't been given anything to say yes to, and whenever I thought I was being given an intro into some plot thread, it didn't work out for one reason or another. Not only did I feel like I was barred from participating, I was even barred from watching. By a literal bar. After the characters went to bed and we returned to our room, Lindsay noticed that in the app there's a tab with all the different characters. It tracks how familiar they are with you and how much they trust you. So I would imagine it's scored based on how long you spend interacting with them in
I gotta get going
person
now.
and in the app,
Alright,
and
see
then
ya.
whether you respond to them
Wait.
positively or negatively. And this screen really explained the day I was having. Okay, so mine looked like this. You'll notice that my trust score with literally every character was neutral, so despite my best efforts, it was basically as if I hadn't been playing at all. Okay, now let's look at my familiarity scores, which are even
Oh
more
my god,
interesting
this
to me.
fucking thing.
𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧 and 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗃 look about right. They both say low familiarity. I was briefly greeted by 𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧 and I never spoke to 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗃 at all, so that makes sense to me. Sasha says medium familiarity, and I only met her once at lightsaber training, but she did ask me my name and interact with me a couple times, so okay, I guess that feels medium. But Lieutenant Croy also says medium, even though I've been trying to talk to him all day, both on the app and in person. And there was that time I pledged my loyalty to him and he left me on red. My familiarity with Sammy was high, even though I hadn't exchanged words with him ever at any point. Meanwhile, my familiarity score with Captain Keevan was low, even though I'd made pleasant small talk with her at least 3 separate times that day. In the app, the AI version of Captain Keevan actually sent me a text that night saying, "Sorry, I know we haven't gotten much time together today." But yes, we have! What's going on here? When we woke up on day 2 and it had given us all our missions, we had a few different options. We had texts from Sammy, Captain Keevan, and Sasha. And you'll notice that not only do those missions not line up with how I'd been trying to play out the story, they don't even really make sense with my stats in the app. At that point, we just had to surrender ourselves to the idea that nothing in the story was going to make sense and try to invest ourselves in the path we had been arbitrarily placed onto for the time we had left. Okay, so why did this happen? What broke? I have a few guesses. Scenario 1, the gameplay didn't actually work at all for anyone, and it was a big scam. You're all just assigned to a story path at random. With only 3 major story threads, it's possible that for some guests, their story path would match up with the actions they're taking by pure coincidence. The broken clock being right twice a day kind of thing. Confirmation bias would then convince them that the story was a direct result of their actions. They get a message from the Resistance and say, "Wow, that must be because I told Captain Keevan I was a fan of Princess Leia." But in actuality, it's just what would have happened anyway, predetermined by an algorithm. That would be obviously pretty bad. I have seen other guests with the same feedback as me, that they consciously tried to get one specific path and it didn't work at all and they left disappointed, but I don't have like statistical data on how often this occurred, and I highly doubt Disney will ever release that information, if they even tracked it at all. So it's impossible to really know. But I think if this problem was more widespread, it would have become more apparent, so I'm going to charitably rule this one out. Scenario 2. The gameplay worked for the majority of guests, but each story path had a finite number of players it could accommodate, and so the algorithm was trained to move some players into open slots in the schedule, regardless of their story choices. The idea here is that we were just the sacrificial lambs of our trip, shuffled into open spots to maintain even distribution of guests across all story scenes at the expense of our own experience, but facilitating other people's choose-your-own-adventure gameplay. The idea of this one makes me so angry. Like, I would be so upset if I found out that at this price point, they were knowingly sacrificing the interactivity for some unlucky guests just to keep the game running smoothly. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised at all to find out that this was the case, especially considering they designed the dining room so that some unlucky tables were behind poles. Scenario 3, random glitch. It worked for some people, it didn't work for other people, bad luck, etc. This is my main theory. It coincides really well with what I've heard about the way the app worked in tandem with the actors. I mean, I showed you our loyalty scores, and it certainly appears that ours wasn't tracking anything we did at all. The designers probably programmed in some kind of grandma mode, where a guest who doesn't participate in the gameplay at all and just sleeps in the room all day is randomly assigned a story path in case they want to play later. It seems to me like whatever actions we took in the app or in person, the system just wasn't registering it ever. So maybe the app saw a lack of data, put us in grandma mode, and then randomly put us on the resistance path. I don't know how such a critical failure could happen, and honestly, this one makes me pretty mad to think about too. Like, for an experience that's so dependent on an app, glitches do feel inevitable. To be honest, anyone who's familiar with Disney parks will know that they're extremely bad at building apps and always have tons of glitches. But in the theme parks, the apps just determine whether you can get through the turnstiles in a timely fashion, or if you can book your next fast pass. On the Star Cruiser, the app determines whether your $6,000 experience will work at all in the way it was advertised to, or whether you'll be sitting on the sidelines all day with nothing to do. In my opinion, if this glitch is something that could happen, they needed a better failsafe. Like, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe if the system detected zero input from a player, it could flag that as a problem in the system, at which point a human employee could try to intervene and gauge what story that person was trying to do. And, you know, make sure by brute force that they got put in some kind of story event. Ideally, I think this concierge employee should have been dressed as Yoda and kind of shamble in like a scary suit and be like, no, I must. With which side do your loyalties lie? I'm always just looking for an excuse to do my Yoda impression because it's so good. Having a person intervene would obviously be a little immersion breaking and kind of a clunky solution, but it's better than what they had, which was no solution at all. I heard after my trip that a lot of guests had similar problems to us. One mom that went with her kids said that on day 2, she went to the front desk in tears and pointed out that their story mechanic wasn't working. And then she said the people at the front desk basically just pulled out a tablet and were like, I'm so sorry, just tell us what story scenes you want to be in and we'll put you in those. And it's good to know that such a solution existed, but obviously by the time you get to that point, the experience you've been sold on has already been ruined, because that's not immersive. Also, because of the nature of the experience and the cost of it, most of your guests are going to be there for their first and only time, so it's probably going to take them a while to even realize that something is objectively wrong. It certainly didn't occur to us that we could go to the front desk about this, so we were just kind of like, hey, the game didn't work. The thing that was central to this entire experience, it was broken for us, and we can't get a refund or come back. It's just ruined. And that really sucks. And that was our experience. I also need to point out, in the interest of transparency, that many of the people brought out for press and influencer marketing actually didn't experience the gameplay. They were given an abridged presentation of the story and then dropped into a play scene. And from what I can tell, they didn't interact with the app at all.
Now, we only get 4 hours aboard, so it is going to be a bit of an abbreviated experience.
For those of you with blue wristbands, you will go to lightsaber training with our incredible Saja. And those of you with white wristbands will meet your group leader for your first activity.
So you're taking on the role of First Order Loyalist.
What just happened?
Right?
We're jumping around a little bit in the timeline, so we're on day 2, and Lieutenant Croy, who you guys just saw board the ship, has
Scared myself. Oh my god.
on our data pad. And after we visited Batu, we are going to meet him.
We're skipping back in time by a few hours. You maybe haven't totally decided your allegiance yet, but you've been invited to join in the ship's activities. Now, the Saja have more to their stories than what you're seeing here. In fact, all of our characters do. And that's something that our guests can discover, of course, when they're here at World Health.
Some influencers did experience the full-length stay, but not all of them. It was sort of a pecking order. Only the biggest publications and influencers with the highest follower counts got to do the whole thing. And not to name names, but I did notice some familiar faces in the background of the videos of the abridged experience who later claimed on their own social media that they did the full thing, which feels a little deceptive. But what else should we expect from a channel that buys subscribers? I can say that. You're never going to figure out who I'm talking about. So I guess my point is, just be a cautious consumer of any influencer reviews. attraction. This is like if you toured a gourmet restaurant and the chef gave you only the dessert, and then before bringing out the dessert, he said, to provide some context, the guests eating this dessert will have just enjoyed an amazing dinner. And then you go home and write a review like, this restaurant is fantastic. After an amazing dinner, we ate a delicious dessert. You should definitely spend $6,000 to eat at this restaurant. Honestly, how dare they? I'm just gonna get angrier as it goes, and we're only halfway. Part 11, main attractions. The main selling point of Star Cruiser is meant to be the immersion, or in a broader sense, the choose-your-own-adventure interactivity. But that could be a little hard to market. So most of the ads focused on 2 activities that happen on the ship, which are basically mini-games. This was a horrible idea because in the promotional material, both of these experiences looked lame as hell. Like, if they were added as a kids' activity to the theme park, free with admission, people would probably think they were cute, but given the infamous price tag on the Star Cruiser, the unanimous reaction was, that's it?
Ah!
So let's cover both of the activities. First, I'll go over bridge training.
Why would they have an F1, which is right next to the escape button, be a shortcut for... Ah, I'm goofing. I'm straight goofing.
Everyone does this at least twice. The first one, which is the training session, is already on your schedule before you arrive. A crew member divides you into groups and you rotate through each of the 4 different control modules. There are gunners, shields, loaders, and engineering. For gunners, obviously you're going to be shooting at stuff on the big screen.
So you're gonna aim, I'm gonna fire when you're on the target. How's our thinking process going?
It's great.
The screen for this task looks awful. There are so many targeting reticles and random garbage to shoot all over the screen. But this is probably still the most desirable task of the 4 because you do get to game on the big screen.
Let's take a look at your metrics.
Loaders also work using the big screen, but it's like a crane game where you're trying to grab stuff out of space.
Activate grabbing. Oh, you're flying, I'm grabbing. Ooh.
You work together in a pair, so one person is driving and the other person is rotating and grabbing.
Let's grab, team.
Yes.
Shields have their own display, and I would compare it to Team Pong. Everyone is sliding their shields from left to right to protect the center area from missiles. Even though it's a simple game, I do think the table you play it at is visually cool looking. Engineering, you're just looking at the little screen in front of you and toggling switches.
Whoa.
Basically, they show certain switch positions on the screen, and you just have to toggle the switches in front of you to match those.
If you have any questions, that is probably the hardest one to do. Jess and Brooke will be walking around, okay? No worries.
Wait,
and then
did he give
last
us
but
any
not least,
instructions? He was just like, you're gonna
good
press
job.
buttons.
Keep
That's
the
the hardest
shield
one
screen
anyway.
on by the green bars that indicate how
Incoming station controls training code.
Okay, what the hell are we doing? Okay, you just push the ones that light up. Mash lit buttons.
This was definitely the most boringest one. Oh, and at one point during this activity, one chosen kid gets to punch it and send the ship to light speed. I think it's funny how much the marketing made of the punch it moment. Like, we've all always wanted to be told to punch it and then punch it to light speed. And it's like, I don't know if that's true. I think when characters say punch it in the movies, it's memorable and exciting because they're usually in some action scene and you know that they're about to go really fast. Maybe it would feel more thrilling if there was a physical consequence to punching it, like if we were in a really aggressive motion simulator that's going to lurch excitingly, but obviously we are not. It's more of like a photo op for the family of the kid who's doing it than like a thing that's actually fun to do. At some point during your training, something goes wrong to make it more exciting, and what that is depends on the time slot you're scheduled in, because remember, every element of the story is running on a common timeline.
We've received a priority alert signal from the resistance.
Priority alert. That means it's an urgent message or it could be a warning. Yes, we can't have resistance.
So it sounds like sometimes you run into enemy ships and have to defend yourself, sometimes you get a secret transmission from the resistance, but I believe the most common thing is that you run into an asteroid field.
Asteroids, we're gonna have to grab them.
Watch. You're likely to intersect the trajectory.
We're going to have to grab all of them.
The reason I believe that is, all the windows on the Star Cruiser are synchronized to one another. The Imagineers were very proud of this element in the marketing. No matter where you are on the ship, the view out your window will reflect the view outside all the other windows. So, if you're in your room looking out the window, you'll start to notice that approximately every 45 minutes you're in another asteroid field. On the whole, I thought this minigame was pretty fun. Each of the positions plays differently, and I think it's nice that every group gets to try every station. You don't just get stuck in an unfun one and have to stay there. There's definitely a bit of a learning curve. Do we do that? And the cast member walking us through it was like visibly annoyed by how people kept screwing up their instructions, walking to the wrong station, and mashing random buttons. I don't know who was doing that.
One more time, that'll be front to side, side to mid-deck, mid-deck to back, back down the ramp to the front.
But it's high energy and it doesn't last so long that you get bored with it.
The quirky system.
Quirky?
Oh, fuck.
It's time to do a thing in the quirky system.
On day 2, having taught you how to use each of the bridge stations, they bring you back for another story event. Sometimes 2, depending on how your story plays out, because the day 2 bridge missions are meant to be specific to your story path.
Yeah, SK does have data, vital information for the survival of the resistance.
Oh my goodness.
So we can't
Look at the alien.
Oh my god, very different vibes in the different rooms. They don't even know the danger they're in.
The first order goes about the waxing.
So if you're on the resistance side, you help shoot at the first order blockade. If you're a smuggler, you help grab some cargo to smuggle aboard. Since there's no longer the story pretense of training, it appears on your schedule like, the captain would like to speak to you on the bridge at 3 p.m. Then you tap your band at the door to confirm you're one of the, like, 30-ish people who unlocked this scene. These later bridge scenes were much more fun because they didn't have to go over logistics anymore. Everyone has already had their demo round, they know how all the stations work, so your captain can just yell, "Rotate stations," and everyone is ready to jump into the mini games.
You can do it!
As far as the gameplay, I'm sure you've already gathered that it's extremely basic, more primitive than anything you can get on your phone. Like, if this gameplay was just put in an arcade cabinet at a Dave & Buster's, nobody would even want to play it. But obviously, they've dressed it up. You're in a cool spaceship room with a big window into space, and they've got live actors coming in to impress upon you the stakes of what you're doing.
The resistance starts to analyze the hyperspace tracking system. They can find a way to defeat it.
So with all this in mind, it's fine. People who do it will like it well enough. I don't think it's much to write home about, but it was a fine enough gameplay element for this kind of experience. And for my sister and I, it was pretty much the only time we got to participate in the story, so we were just excited to be doing something. Okay, next we'll look at lightsabers. This was the other one pushed hard in the ads. This training is taught by the 𝗧𝗏. Obviously, it's weird that Jedi training, which has largely been framed in the movies as special and spiritual, is now being offered as a cruise ship activity like it's
Need to look something
But
up.
there is an official tie-in comic explaining the backstory. You see, when the ship was new, a Jedi Master saved the ship's special compass from this stupid-looking evil cyborg. And the captain at the time was so grateful, he built a lightsaber training pod on board to honor her. It doesn't really make sense, but that's the explanation. So, the 𝗧𝗏 will be teaching us beginner lightsaber techniques with the help of a training remote that shoots lasers. Sort of like the one Luke Skywalker used. But obviously our training remotes don't fly like that, they're just attached to the wall. Useless fun fact, not all the 𝗧𝗏, but a lot of the 𝗧𝗏 are female brunettes with vaguely Daisy Ridley-esque faces, and I think that's because a lot of them are cross-trained to play Rey. Or at least the Rey that's way up on the balcony in the fight scene. Probably to maximize their use of the actors, since I don't think Rey is there on day 1. It might also be to like save on costs associated with lightsaber stunt training, like now they can just train one person instead of twice as many. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. There's Reys everywhere. In this activity, everyone gets to try their hands at lightsabering, and there are a couple different rounds to this. In the first round, you're told that a guide light will appear ahead of the laser, so you get a couple seconds to line your lightsaber up with where the laser is going to be. The laser fires, and then the lightsaber vibrates and plays a sound effect as though the laser is actually impacting it. This round is obviously really boring, and that's because in an early leaked patent for this minigame, we can see that this whole first round is simply the calibration phase in disguise. They're very braggadocious about that, like, our game doesn't need calibration before gameplay can begin because we integrate it into the gameplay. And it's like, okay, but did you really? Are we calling this gameplay? Anyway, as is pretty obvious, the computer is leading you through a series of basic positions with your lightsaber so it can learn your dimensions and incorporate it into the next round. When I was doing my first round, I was kind of hopping around from foot to foot. Primarily primarily because I had seen that Josh Tomorrow ad and thought he looked so uncool the way he did that, and I didn't want to repeat his mistakes. But then the 𝗧𝗏 had to come by and tell me to stop wiggling around so much because I think I was in danger of compromising the calibration. But it all worked out. You'll see in a second. In the second round, the time between the guide light and the laser blast is slightly shorter, so it's marginally harder but still not overly exciting. But now they add 2 people behind the lightsaber wielder using these things. This is a reflective shield capable of blocking blaster bolts. I think canonically this shield is built using kyber crystals like a lightsaber is. Maybe a whole bunch of kyber crystals because it lights up in different colors. I saw a lot of people saying this has crazy implications for the canon, but I think it doesn't. I don't think they ever say it blocks lightsabers, just lasers, which doesn't seem like a big deal. And this thing is like really heavy and awkward to hold, so I fully understand why Jedi prefer to just carry a lightsaber and deflect blasts with that. That said, the shield is pretty uncool, right? They obviously just incorporated this into the experience to try to think of something for people to do when they're not using the lightsabers. So they're like, 2 people stand behind them and catch the extra lasers that get past their lightsabers, and that doesn't make any sense. And I'm crouching around with this big clumsy shield feeling like a total fool. So eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed something in each round. We have that guide light letting us know where the laser blast is going to hit. But we also have these little sparkles around the training remote. These twinkly lights are divided into quadrants, so while they won't show you exactly where to aim, they do let you know the general direction the blast will go. In the first 2 rounds, these are redundant since we have the guide light. But in the break before the final round, the 𝗧𝗏 offers context for these twinkles. She doesn't acknowledge them directly, but she says that those in tune with the Force can sense where blasts are about to come from. So that's what the twinkles are. In canon, they're not something we're meant to be seeing with the naked eye. They are the Force giving us intuition about where to block. At this point, the 𝗧𝗏 teaches us a little chant for team morale. And then she says she thinks we're ready to rely on the Force to block the beams. So for the final round, the blasts come quickly with no guide light, only those twinkles to guide you. My sister was not paying attention during this explanation, but that's actually good news for me because it gave me additional insight into how the tech works. If you look closely, you'll see the major difference in this final round. In the first 2 rounds, we were trying to aim where the laser would go. But in this final round, the laser is actually tracking us and aiming for our blades. The computer even seems to hold its fire indefinitely until you swing into the correct quadrant. The whole concept with the Force twinkles was just to get us to constrain our blade movements to a smaller area so it would be less visually apparent that the lasers were following us and not the other way around. To an unsuspecting participant, and especially a kid, it'll look like they're doing a great job guessing the precise angle of the laser every time with lightning-fast reflexes. Since Lindsay didn't notice the twinkles, she was pinwheeling her blade all over the place, so it was very apparent to me what was going on. You can literally see the lasers correcting mid-air trying to follow her. So I think conceptually that's a fun gimmick. It allows for some sense of escalation, even if individual guests would not be skilled enough to keep up. It simulates the experience of practicing and improving at something all in under 20 minutes. And I loved our 𝗧𝗏. I thought she was funny and was good at retaining people's names and involving everyone in the experience. Unlike the bridge training, this one you do only once and it's never utilized again. In fact, this is the only time you'll even be holding a lightsaber on board. It's forbidden to walk around with them on the ship, I assume due to paranoia that you'll get overexcited and swing into another guest or break a prop. Even if you buy the $200 ship-exclusive saber in the gift shop, you're only allowed to take it out, stand still to pose for photos, and then you're expected to store it in your room. So I guess you could say that should enhance the novelty of this experience. But when you imagine being the protagonist in a Star Wars movie, I don't think you're picturing doing target practice. And Disney obviously understands this because they've already done a lightsaber training experience in the theme parks. And in that one, after teaching you some basic training positions, they parade out a Darth Vader or a Kylo Ren to duel the little kids. The show always reminded me of that scene in Space Jam where the bad guys want to imprison Michael Jordan in their theme park and force him to let kids win at basketball. Anyway, such a story moment wouldn't work in an immersive LARP experience, right? They can't have Kylo Ren showing up every 30 minutes. How would they make it work in the story that any of the guests get to defeat the villain, let alone all of them? But therein lies the problem, right? Even in the suspended disbelief of the story, you're still not doing anything very exciting. You're just training, so there's no suspense. It's just a mildly diverting video game demo. If it was free in the theme park and you had to wait 20 minutes to do it, I could see it being reasonably popular, but not something you'd go out of your way to do every time. And just like the bridge training, it doesn't really work as a featured attraction for such an expensive experience. Oh, I should also talk about the engineering bay. That was featured in a lot of the ads too, usually just as a visually interesting backdrop. They never indicated what you would do there, but it looked like it would be something. Before I went, I thought maybe they would schedule groups of 10 or so people at a time to go in there for a story reason, and then it could be like a miniature escape room. Like, you have to gather environmental clues and use those to put the machinery at the correct settings to achieve a goal in the story. And they could have a cast member in the room with you to keep things moving if people got stuck. We're in the engineering room. Okay. He's in there.
Whoa, what's this?
So I was wrong. Basically, the engineering bay is like an activity area with 10 or so baby-level puzzles. Some are like Simon, where a terminal pings in a certain order and then you replicate it. Some of them have screens showing switches in particular positions, and then you have to move them around to match. Sometimes when you succeed at a puzzle, it rewards you by playing a sound effect or making steam shoot out or shutting off an alarm that's been sounding.
Oh my gosh, that's a carbon freezing system. That's important.
But as far as I could tell, there's no story incentive to do any of that. It's just busy work.
Look in here, it's the core. Lindsay, look, the core. Wow, I can feel it humming. All that power. Whoa, we can go in. We can go inside. I love it. I love the core. Oh, fix it. Okay. Lindsay, press those buttons.
Even if you fix something, in a couple minutes it'll reset for the next person to play anyway, so you're not really accomplishing anything. I think most people figured that out because every time we went in, it was pretty empty. And we'd see other people our age walking in, taking a look around, and quickly leaving because it wasn't very interesting. The only people sticking around were a couple moms with children under the age of 4, because that's the age demographic whose interest will be held by something like this. Which, it's good to have something for everyone, but at this price point, like, why didn't you just take them to the park by your house if they're getting so little out of this that you're just trying to keep them distracted? Oh, I should also point out that at foot level there's this escape hatch which connects the engineering room to the brig.
That's cool. Look, it slides. It's a secret tunnel out of the brig.
It was locked when we saw it. There must have been some story event where one of the characters locked in the brig escaped via this hatch, so that's fun to imagine, but we weren't part of any storyline that got to use it. I read that it's possible to get summoned to the engineering bay for story events, like you meet Sammy there to save the ship, or the general there to sabotage the ship. So I guess in that case there would be an element of satisfaction, like there's at least the pretense that what you're doing matters. We never got any of those events though, and even if we had happened to go to the engineering room while one was going on, we would have been turned away. When a room is in use for a scheduled story moment, they station someone at the door and make you tap your bracelet, so unless the app verifies you've been invited by a character, you aren't allowed entry. Anyway, since we didn't get to do that, the room seemed like kind of a pointless diversion.
Yes! Finally!
You're just winging it.
Finally, some levers to pull. I think I'm doing it right.
My impression is that basically you can go to the engineering room outside of exclusive story scenes, but there isn't really a reason to. And while we were on board, I didn't realize that that was the case because I didn't know about those story moments we didn't get. So here again, I was frustrated and at a loss. Like, it really seems like this room is for something, but what? I must be doing something wrong. I had really figured there would be something to discover there, but nope. And there was one last thing I'd loosely call an attraction. A lot of fan pages treated this like a big spoiler, but I think they showed a clip of it in one of the ads anyway. But in the Climate Simulator courtyard, you saw they had all those rocks stacked up in the middle. Well, they had one interactive thing in there. The 𝗧𝗥𝗧 could select you for force training, and then they had some of the rocks rigged to magnets so you could pull a rock toward you. And sometimes it would knock over all the other piled rocks, which made it look a little more dramatic. I know that sounds really simple, but this is another thing they dressed up with the performers by having like a weirdly intimate interaction with you. I don't know. But anyway, I know this is really simple, but I do think it's a cute idea.
That was incredible. How do you feel? I feel amazing.
It obviously didn't happen for us. It didn't happen for most guests. There's no guaranteed way to have this happen. You can't unlock it by doing a certain thing in your gameplay or getting a high enough loyalty score with anyone. It's just something the employees randomly select you for based on vibes. I think they often went for really little kids, birthday boys of all ages, or, you know, well-known theme park vloggers. And it seems like maybe 3 guests get to do this per sale date. So while I think it's a cute idea, I do think it's a little frustrating that this is one of the only instances of the set being rigged with an interactive special effect, and by design the odds of seeing it are extremely slim. Mechanically, it's a basic parlor trick, but if the ship had had a lot of small touches like this happening all the time, the overall effect would have been dazzling. Little things that move, that you feel you're interacting with, but no. Part 12, supplementary activities. These were getting a lot of attention online, so I had better address them, although they were a very small part of the experience. Also, I tried to dress like a 𝗧𝗥𝗧 for this part. See, I've got the sleeves. They can't all be winners. So on Star Cruiser, there are a handful of filler activities that are basically intended for you to do in your downtime between other activities. All of the activities I mentioned in this section are completely optional, they have 0 impact on the story, and you will not be penalized for sitting them out, which most people did. Some of these supplementary activities carried more hidden fees. Like they had model ship building as an activity, but you had to go buy the model ship kit from the gift shop, so I don't really get it. I don't know why you wouldn't just do that when you got home. They had a mixology lesson with the bartender called the Cantina Chronicles, where he would make you non-alcoholic versions of all the specialty drinks and then tell you in-universe lore about all the ingredients.
This drink would reveal if they had true intentions. So they would take a sip right before the deal, and after, if it tasted so sweet, you would actually lose the ability to speak.
Like a lot of the drinks had planets of origin in the Star Wars universe, or ingredients were like the eggs of a creature. I know one of them had venom in it, and then they would give you a little eyedropper of antidote to chase it with. Cantina Chronicles was supposed to happen at noon on day 2, and it overlapped with the theme park trip, so I really wanted to go and get all that sweet lore, but it just didn't seem reasonable. But then when I got home, I read online that a lot of guests did go out of their way to try to go to it, and on a lot of the trips, it was just canceled without warning. Like they would be sitting in the bar looking at their phones like, shouldn't the bartender be here by now? And then before their very eyes, it would be deleted from the schedule. I would have been so mad if I skipped something else and then that happened, so I guess I'm glad I didn't go to it, but it does sound like it would have been fun if it happened. Later in the life of the Star Cruiser, they modified the Cantina Chronicles to something called Spirits of Adventure, so it was the same thing, but the drinks were all alcoholic, and that version was $49 per person. So it's kind of unfortunate to me that they replaced a free thing with a thing that costs money on this all-inclusive trip. Anyway, then they had free activities, which were more like party games. Like they had one called Know Your Co-Pilot, and to my understanding, that was like a Star Wars version of the Newlywed Game. There are 𝗧𝗏𝗥 card game lessons, and of course that hollow 𝗧𝗏𝗥 table in the lounge. The table is cool because it uses a Pepper's Ghost illusion to make it look like there are holograms of your cards in front of you. They only had this one table, so it was usually occupied with a short line to use it, like a swing set at recess or something, but I wasn't really trying to waste precious time doing a digital card game anyway, so I was happy just to see it. Later they ran a 𝗧𝗏𝗥 tournament. I had assumed before going that the 𝗧𝗏𝗥 lessons were there because some smuggler story moment involved playing 𝗧𝗏𝗥 against a character actor. That actually did not happen. The 𝗧𝗏𝗥 is entirely a filler activity, but if you win the tournament, you get a big commemorative coin. I wish I had that big coin. It's just not fair. At one point, they set up an obstacle course in the atrium and had kids race the remote-controlled droids through it. They have Sector Set, which is space bingo, and if you win, you get the big coin. And then there are the infamous Ryloth dance lessons, where they teach you moves to the alien pop star's new song. Most of these are lame and not worth the money you've paid to be here, but as I said, most guests will not be doing these activities anyway. The way I see it, the schedule was pretty packed, and it had a lot of awkward 30 to 40 minute gaps between things where it would be hard to really know what to do with yourself, so I think these are to fill those gaps. Even though I was not interested in doing any of these, I had intended to try to make it to most of them to get footage so you could see what they were like. And even with those intentions, I didn't make it to most of them. But I felt like walking past and seeing them happening helped add a little life to the ship. I've never been on a real cruise, but whenever I've seen them on TV, they seem to always have old people doing Pilates by the pool and playing bingo, so I like that they have all this corny fake stuff to make it feel like a real corny cruise. I think that's cute. It was probably expected that most guests wouldn't bother with these, but that's part of what way, I think it's funny that they actually included them. So for that reason, I think these bonus activities are pretty charming, and they certainly don't take anything away. I'm sorry, because I feel like everyone was waiting for me to throw shade at Space Bingo, but I'm not going to. I think it's cute. Part 13, the schedule. You may have picked up on it by now, but the Star Cruiser's schedule was unrelenting. Basically, every minute of the day was booked with something, and if you thought the schedule looked full when you arrived, you would soon discover that new things are dropped into it on the fly. Theoretically. You could access it in your app, which you were expected to look at constantly, and most of the things on it were 30 minutes or less, so we were constantly running around. Even among positive reviews, I've seen countless people talk about leaving feeling drained, both physically and emotionally, which, in my opinion, seems like a bad thing. Day 1 of Star Cruiser, you can check in as early as 1 p.m., and the story ends between 10 and 11 p.m. The lounge stays open till 11, and that might be one of your only chances to spend time there, so you might want to. And we stayed up a little later than that so I could get ambient footage of the atrium when it was empty. On day 2, the activity begins as early as 8:40 a.m. But if you really want your money's worth, you ought to eat the themed breakfast, so you should really start your day closer to 8 a.m. God forbid anyone who goes wants to shower between days 1 and 2, wear makeup, do any kind of skincare routine, do their hair in the morning, spend time putting on elaborate themed costumes as Disney has encouraged them to do. God forbid anyone gets to their room at the end of the night and wants to talk to their roommates about what they've experienced thus far. It's just accepted that everybody is going to have a sleep deficit unless there's some kind of automaton that shuffles into their room at night, falls face first onto the bed, goes directly to sleep, then rises in the same clothes the following morning and shuffles directly out the door again. So if you've gotten up at 8 a.m., you should know that day 2 runs all the way until 11 p.m. again. Day 3 is checkout day, and on the sample itinerary it says checkout is at 10, but it actually ended up being earlier than that. They assigned random half-hour slots in which each specific room was meant to leave, which could be hours earlier. Ours was actually one of the latest groups to leave at 9 a.m., but they started knocking on our doors at around 8 to make sure we were actually awake and getting ready, because they have a really short turnaround to flip the rooms for the next crop of guests at 1. Again, this doesn't feel very luxurious. I don't think I've had this happen at any other hotel I've stayed at ever. Another thing is, I really like themed environments, and even though I didn't find the environments exceptionally detailed, there were some spaces on the ship I might have liked to hang out in longer to absorb the atmosphere. As I said earlier, I thought the lounge was really cool, but I only went in there twice, and neither occasion exceeded 15 minutes. We always had to guiltily run to it, order a drink, and try to chug it before we had to get up and sprint to the next thing on our itinerary. Because on the Star Cruiser, time is very literally money. So on one of our brief visits to the lounge, we ordered some of the bar food, including the plate of beautiful cheese balls, which I love, the ones that arrived in the cloche full of smoke, and we didn't even get to finish them. If anyone can finish a cheese ball, it's us, but nope. We were already late for lightsaber training, and we had to run there drinks in hand, just like the Jedi of old. I barely even managed to get footage of that space bingo. It was happening literally while we were trying to eat the cheese balls. So I would like stand up and sprint to the other room, film some bingo, and then sprint back and keep shoveling cheese into my mouth. Everything moved at a breakneck pace, and I don't mean that as a compliment. It's not the kind of fast pace that feels thrilling. I would describe it as frantic. And 2 straight days of frantic on what is ostensibly sold as a vacation is not ideal and is very mentally taxing. I think one could have had a decent time hanging out on the ship and soaking up the ambiance and ignoring the gameplay entirely. In fact, I think most adults would happily fall into that category because I think they would surely find the simplicity of the gameplay pretty unstimulating. And whenever the itinerary gets posted anywhere online, everybody's first question is like, well, are you allowed to just miss stuff on the schedule? And the answer is, technically yes, but practically no. By this I mean, you're not in high school. You could have a full schedule on your phone and simply not show up for any of it.
They get to choose who they want to interact with, or they get to choose to sit and watch. So there's so many different ways to engage. You don't have to participate if you don't want to.
But remember, the immersive roleplay element was Disney's entire justification for jacking up the price so high. So if you're gonna pay to go and not do the gameplay, you might as well just throw handfuls of cash down your garbage disposal. This is like asking, can you go to your local theater and buy 20 movie tickets only to sit in the lobby for 2 days straight? You probably can, but it would be really weird. But if one goes to the Star Cruiser and does participate in the gameplay, gameplay, they might be sort of miserable because they'll be running on too little sleep, never have a moment to relax, and not necessarily feel fulfilled by the events they do attend. And of course, there was no transparency about which events might be cool and have some kind of special effect or interactive element, and which events were just short story tableau which you would witness from a middle distance over a sea of other guests' heads, unless they started without you. I personally really like an active vacation. I like a theme park trip, an excursion around a city, a museum, maybe an obstacle course. I'm not a spa person. I'm not a lie by the pool person. I'm not a get in the pool person. I'm not a pool person. I don't like pools. I can't swim. This was a bad example. My point is, I didn't think I would be easily exhausted by an experience like this because I'm usually well prepared to be on my feet and doing exciting things all day on little or no sleep. I mentioned that our cabin was really convenient to the dining room, and I also mentioned that I didn't have much of an appetite by dinner on day 2, and I kind of buried the lead on that. Truthfully, I felt really run down by that point in our trip. I actually got up from our table in the middle of dinner and ran back to our room because I thought I was going to throw up. And then when I got to the room, I was like, oh, no, I'm not. That's not what this feeling is. So I just kind of like stood there in our doorway, like enjoying that the room was quiet. I thought about taking some Tylenol, but that wasn't what was wrong either. I was just really exhausted. So yeah, instead I just ended up standing in our room for a while and like staring at my own reflection in the mirror of our tiny bathroom, and I gave myself a pep talk like, okay, it's the last night. I can't miss the finale. It's just a few more hours. And then I kind of like rallied and went back to dinner. I'm just glad this happened on our second night, so I didn't miss a second of the dinner show on night 1. But anyway, I hope from what I just described, you said to yourself, that sounds like a really weird thing to have happen on a luxury vacation experience. Because it is. I have never had that happen before or since, while working, while traveling, anytime. The trip just like broke my body in some unfathomable way. And like, we didn't even utilize every scheduled minute of our trip. We had the latest wake-up time on the final day. On day 2, we slept in a little and had a full breakfast. And we didn't even really drink. Like, there were a lot of cocktails I wanted to try because they were themed. But I think I had 2 over the span of the first day and 1 in the afternoon on the second day. And then I just didn't have time for any more. So I think all things considered, we were a little better equipped to handle this than others might have been. And it still ran us ragged. I really can't imagine trying to do Star Cruiser with little kids, or if you yourself have any health problems. Like, you could, and you could just accept that you were going to miss a lot of things in order to fit in breaks and naps. But there again, if you don't participate in something, you're throwing away $2 per person per minute. So here again, the price becomes an issue. If the hotel was cheap, or even cheaper, it would be way easier to say, just pay for the trip, do what you like, miss what you're not interested in, and you can always come back and do what you missed. But for what it cost, that was an entirely unreasonable suggestion. Part 14, the excursion. So, like many real cruises, this experience has a shore excursion to Batuu. Batuu is the in-universe planet name for Star Wars Land in Hollywood Studios. So on day 2, you have an excursion where you take a ship down to the planet. I'm trying to tell you that you take a bus to the theme park. Not to be a hater, but I actually think it's kind of stupid that in the meta-narrative, a luxury cruise liner would ever intentionally go to Batuu. In-universe, this location is supposed to be a backwater planet ruled by crime lords with blaster holes all over the walls and an active military presence. They try to make an excuse by saying the Halcyon took its maiden voyage here back when the planet was nice, but I don't buy it. I understand that we have to go to Batuu because that's what they already built for the theme park, but I personally think it would have been more immersive if they had pretended they were taking us to someplace more touristy, like Naboo or 𝗥𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗏, or maybe even Endor as a reference to the original Star Tours. And then in the story, we could be derailed by a resistance mission, or maybe the ship comes under attack and we're forced to stop in Batuu for repairs or parts or something. And the cast members could act all apologetic about the change in route and say things like, if you do decide to go planet side, please be cautious. This is a very rough planet. I don't know, that just seems more exciting to me, and also like an easier way to tie in gameplay missions. So this was another aspect of our grueling schedule. We were supposed to catch our shuttle to Batuu at like 9 a.m. I think they just randomly assigned different times to different cabins to try to keep the line from backing up too much because they only had like a couple buses. But the story hadn't ended until like 11 p.m. the night prior, and we'd gotten to sleep even later, so I wasn't going anywhere at 9 a.m. So this was the only time we just defied the schedule. We slept in a little longer, we got breakfast, and we were like an hour late. And it turned out it didn't matter. In fact, by taking the shuttle at 10 a.m., we were able to walk on with no line. There was a ton of discourse online about the shuttle. Everybody was roasting it because they found out through leaked images of the exterior that the shuttle was a box truck. And I guess there was some perceived indignity in putting high-paying guests in a box truck. To be quite honest, I don't understand that at all, and I think it's kind of stupid. Like, we all knew it wasn't going to be a real spaceship, right? So it was obviously going to be built in some kind of vehicle. So who really cares what kind of vehicle the themed seating area is built inside of? If they had instead scraped the innards out of a school bus or a limousine to build the exact same passenger compartment, would that make any material difference? So no, I couldn't care less that this shuttle was a box truck. Anyway, you go inside and it's themed to look like a little spaceship. I had heard they'd be using more simulated window tech, but they opted to instead not have any windows. I won't roast them too hard on that because I think having simulated moving windows in a randomly jostling box would probably make everybody puke all over each other. They do have a spaceship sound play and lights flash when the engines kick on, which I thought was kind of cute. But I'm going to be honest, I was disappointed by the shuttle, and here's why. I had heard from promo materials that it was going to be driven by a droid, which I guess canonically it is, but I had wrongly assumed that we would have a little window through which we would see a sliver of cockpit and then the head of a droid pilot. I wasn't expecting much, probably not a full body figure like they had in Star Tours, but they could have at least done like a head on a stick that could raise and lower and swivel side to side. We would only see a little bit of it from behind anyway, so it wouldn't need that much detail. A good example of this kind of thing is the King Kong ride at Universal Studios. They have animatronic drivers in every truck. Actually, they have a whole cast of different animatronic drivers. They all have different names and different personalities with different dialogue. It's crazy. But no, instead in this shuttle, they have a little square area that looks like it should be a window to a cockpit, but it's opaque and doesn't open. We hear the droid that's driving talking over the comms system, and there's a little plaque indicating that if we could see him, this droid would look like Rex from Star Tours, but we never do see him. It's so sad. I'm sure they logistically could have put a droid in there, and I'm sure some Imagineer suggested it, and then corporate decided they would just rather not spend the money to do it. And that is not an attitude I want them to have for an experience that costs this much. I feel like this is just another one of those relatively small touches that could have gone a long way. Upon arrival, you disembark into this little tunnel that's blocked off for only Star Cruiser guests. And in the tunnel, they have a kind of concierge setup. So you can grab free water bottles, and in our case, free loaner umbrellas because it was pouring rain.
Oh my god! It's nice that they gave us umbrellas. Not so bad. No! No! It's so bad. I know. I'm being rained on so much.
Oh, it's cold now, too. They allot a good chunk of time for the theme park. You're meant to amuse yourself there until around 2 p.m., and the latest you can stay is 4. In that block of time, the buses between the hotel and the theme park run pretty much continuously, so if your family had never been to Star Wars Land, you would have flexibility to do all the upcharge experiences like the lightsaber, the droid, the cantina, shopping in general, but that would be a terrible waste of your time given how short the cruise is and how much it costs. I hope no one did that. Our plan was to only go to Batuu for the minimum time necessary to do all the stuff specific to Star Cruiser. The cruise package includes fast passes for the Millennium Falcon ride and the Rise of the Resistance ride, which is like a $20 value each, so that's something. And of course, the shuttle that takes you from the hotel to the park is a unique experience, so we had to leave the cruiser to do all that. This excursion is the first thing that happens on day 2, which means when you wake up, your app has put you on one of the story paths and populated a bunch of corresponding missions for you to complete. 2 of the missions are just to go on the rides. They work them into the story, so basically you get a text from a character on your storyline saying, I need you to report to this location. Scan your credentials at the gate for mission coordinates, by which they mean go to the right entrance and tap your band to use the fast pass that's been preloaded onto there. They've written the rides into every story path, so everybody gets to do those no matter who is texting them. If you're a Star Cruiser guest, they give you a special pin to wear so that employees in the theme park will know you're doing the hotel experience and can theoretically interact with you in character and stuff. I say theoretically because, of course, that just didn't happen for us. And for the record, that shouldn't be those cast members' responsibility anyway. They're not getting a performance bump, but I just bring it up because it's another one of those expectation versus reality things. But we were like trying to lean into the idea that things might actually be interactive. So when we went up to the ride at the Fast Pass thing, I was like, Captain Kevin told me to report to you. And I did not get the same energy back at all. They were just like, what? Scan your Fast Pass. And so I did, but I felt like an idiot, again, is my point. Anyway, and imagine if you're the First Order, it's like Lieutenant Croy asking you to go spy on the Resistance or something. It doesn't actually matter. Basically, you use your Fast Pass, ride the ride, and text the character saying you did it, and they're just like, good work. Well, they're supposed to say good work. In my case, I got ghosted again.
Oh yeah, she's not responding.
Oh, that's normal.
Wow. It's like she doesn't even care. Does she know how much I just did for her? Oh wow. Nothing.
But you don't actually do anything. You don't even actually have to go on the ride. Like if it's broken down, you can just text and say you wrote it and they're not gonna know. But you also have other missions while you're in the land, and these ones are interactive. I think we were offered 3 more missions, but we only did 2. You'll see in a minute. But all the other missions happen entirely in the app. I told you a little bit earlier about the Star Wars Datapad app game, out of which the Star Cruiser experience is built. And I told you about how its primary gameplay involved scanning QR codes on crates. Well, I'm sorry to say that that's what we'll be doing in Bot 2 today. Just scanning lots of crates. You go to your text in the app and decide what mission you want to do first, and you'll have a text from a character asking you to scan all the crates in a particular location.
We have to find these crates.
It was like kind of here, I think.
Okay.
Oh, look, a scan point.
Ah.
Tools. Scan.
Uh-huh.
All right. Analyze.
You scanned the crate. Huh.
Scanning. Tell me where to scan.
All these crates.
For variety, some of these QR codes are in sneakier locations, like tucked into a corner or low on the ground. So that was our theme park day. Crawling around on the ground, scanning crates in a torrential downpour.
This is horrible. Oh my god, it's so wet.
Juggling my phone, my camera, and the umbrella, having to tap the wet screen multiple times to get anything done.
It's like a rhythm game. Oh, but my screen is wet. Okay. Yay!
Yeah, that is getting to be a problem.
Yeah.
Wet screens.
Especially when the timing matters when you tap your screen.
I should also mention that the umbrellas they loaned us were very cheap and would sometimes randomly spring shut, soaking my electronics and also chomping on my head like a bear trap.
No! No! I need shelter.
The fuck? How did I manage to do this
It
again?
happened to my sister first, and to be quite honest, I thought it was like a skill issue, but then a couple minutes later it happened to me too, and we had 2 different umbrellas, so it was all the umbrellas. Our mission was for the 𝗧𝗦, so they wanted us to scan crates near the lightsaber shop.
Was that all she wanted from us?
I'll check my comm. She probably sent me something
Let me check mine.
So we went to the place indicated in the picture on the app, and we scanned every crate, and nothing happened.
Where should we? We should go somewhere.
I thought I scanned everything.
Yeah.
I'll fix that in a second.
It's too bad. It's just too bad. No, nothing.
Our foolish mistake is that we read the prompt asking us to scan the crates, and then we opened the scan function, and then we scanned the crates. It turned out we were supposed to read the prompt and then click the tiny question mark in the corner of the window, which looks like it's just a help icon, but then that actually opens the correct scan feature.
Okay, good. So click on her comms.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Show map. And then like go to the objective.
Wait.
Confirm.
And then we do it again?
And then she texts you again.
Oh,
1, 2, 3.
Please repeat it. That is so stupid.
So we have to do the same thing twice?
I feel like we do now. I'm just gonna try scanning once.
So the first time we'd scanned
How?
the crates and completed the puzzle,
How did it get uneven?
had been registering them to the theme park side of the app and not the Star Cruiser side of the app because it's all one app and the app is horribly designed. So we had to scan all the crates a second time.
Oh, I see. Because this needs to be back one.
This sucks. I wish we didn't have to do this.
This time when we scanned the last
No.
crate, it had a holocron inside. and we got a text from the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧 indicating that we had completed the mission. While we were on our mission, we ran into a family having a totally separate issue in the app. For them, they had
Oh, I just
successfully
need to
gotten
move
the
that one
part
out
of the
one.
app that scans
Okay,
crates
that's fine.
correctly, but there was a glitch where the final crate simply wouldn't scan, so they couldn't complete the mission.
Nope. Huh, maybe it's angle. Here, let me try. Sometimes if you tilt it at a weird angle, like this, it'll scan better.
Why did this one work, but this one's giving invalid?
Yeah, it's really not getting it.
Yeah, my Sophia's didn't work either.
That's weird. They talked to the Star Cruiser concierge, and apparently it was a known iPhone glitch, and the only way around it would have been to borrow a loaner iPad from Disney, but they would have had to start the whole mission over. Their kids were really disappointed and didn't want to do everything over, so they told us they were just going to give up on that mission, which I think is really sad.
Did you finish other missions?
Well, I'm almost done with this whole thing here if I just find where this precious cargo is. I did all the main Halcyon ones.
Has anything like happened when you finish them, or no?
No.
Okay.
No, what about with you guys?
No. That's what I was asking.
Anyway, at that point, we'd had our fill of scanning crates. We used our fast pass for the Millennium Falcon ride, which automatically counted as completing a mission for 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧𝗧, a character who isn't on the Star Cruiser, but he's the main character of the ride. He's from one of the cartoons. And I personally don't like him. That's not related to anything, I just don't like him on the show. Anyway, we were helping him get 𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧𝗧, a spaceship fuel. Then we used our fast pass for the Rise of the Resistance ride, which is a very fun ride. As I mentioned earlier, that one automatically counted as completing a mission for Captain 𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗏. We had another mission in the app from Sammy. He wanted us to steal a TIE fighter, so instead of scanning QR codes on crates and doing phone puzzles, we would have been linking to the Bluetooth and control panels and doing phone puzzles. And we had another mission from 𝗦𝗂𝗹𝗧𝗥𝗧, but I don't know what she wanted. I didn't open the text thread. At this point, we've been in the park getting rained on for hours, and we were over it, so we went back early and changed into dry clothes and had a glorious buffet lunch. But, in the interest of fairness, I watched a bunch of vlogs to see what the other missions we didn't get would have been like. And, long story short, they were all roughly as boring as the one we did. On one hand, that's good, because it means we weren't cursed to have the one boring mission. But on the other hand, that's sad, because every mission was the boring mission. I heard there was at least one mission that sends you to the cantina to collect a message from the barkeeper, and that sounded a little interesting because the cantina is a cool place with a robot inside. And they built the cantina really small to cut costs, so you usually can't get in there without booking a reservation months in advance. But I found this vlog where they got the cantina mission. 𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏 texted saying, go to the cantina and show them this message to receive information from
I was
Olga.
hoping it would,
Olga
you
is
know.
the alien bartender. She's like an off-screen character.
Let me
there was a ton
try
of concept art to do like an animatronic.
doing
or maybe
that
walk
and then
around
deleting
suit,
that.
but then Disney
Yay!
took it out at the last minute, so now you just hear about her.
That's her office right up there.
Okay.
She can see me, every move I make, so you can trust me.
So this group goes to the cantina and they show the text at the door.
I think that we're going to be able to get inside Olga's cantina. Okay, we were not allowed to go in the cantina, but the host out front gave us this with the code on the back that you scan.
Yeah, it turns out that because they don't have a reservation, they're not allowed to go inside. The person at the host stand just hands them a coaster with yet another QR code to scan, and that completes the cantina task. Where is the immersion? There's so much stuff like that. Like this guy gets a task to shut down the engine outside of Ronto Roasters. This is a food counter with pork wraps, and for theming, they have a spit of meat turning under a repurposed pod racer engine. The engine plays engine sounds and flickers red lights, so it looks like it's real. So he's been tasked with shutting it down. What a simple effect. To temporarily halt the lights and the sound effects. It's not very complex, but at least it's microscopically better than scanning crates, and it feels good to feel like you've affected something in the physical environment. But when this guy does it, the app tells him he's succeeded in shutting the engine down, and it doesn't even shut down.
Shut down the engine. We did it. Looks like it's still going to me, but I'll tell it that I shut it down. Finally, some peace and quiet. That's what they said.
All of the 𝗏2 missions are optional, but whether or not you do them determines which cutscenes you unlock when you return to the ship that evening. Theoretically. We saw that reflected in one case. We completed the crate scanning mission for the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗏, so we got summoned to the lightsaber training pod to meet with Rey. She showed us a holocron and then was like, did any of you guys scan a crate with this in it? And then a bunch of people were like, yeah, because obviously a million people got the exact same crate scanning mission that we did.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So many of you, thank you.
But some people didn't say yeah, because they'd seemingly just been dropped into the scene at random. So maybe it didn't even matter that we had done that mission. Maybe it was that broken clock thing I was talking about earlier, where it was just a coincidence that something we had done happened to align with something that happened later. Especially because that was the only time that happened for us the whole trip. Anyway, in this scene, Rey opens the holocron and a hologram of Yoda comes out.
Open this, you have. Strong with the force you are.
To the naked eye, this effect looked really good. I knew it had something to do with these smooshed-looking Yodas on the ceiling angled inward, which is why I filmed them, but I didn't know in the moment how they were pulling it off. Apparently, the effect works like one of those LED alarm
What the fuck?
clocks. It's a dark room, so you can't see, but on camera, you can see the little metronome arm come
There
out
we
and
go.
start swinging. Then Yoda is projected down diagonally from the ceiling so that each of the two halves of the room can see it. I thought that was neat. Like I said, in person it looked very authentic.
May the force be with you. Always.
A lot of people got this scene. Like, there were a bunch of people in our room, and there was another group watching the scene right before us, and another waiting to watch it right after us. But I'm told not everyone got to see it, just like a third of the people there, so that's a little special, I guess. If we didn't get to see the rock scoot around in the climate simulator, at least we got to see this. So yeah, out of our entire time on the Star Cruiser, that was the only time anything we did in the gameplay even remotely reflected in any story moment ever. That one occasion. Don't get used to it. Our other unlocked scene was the Sammy scene, even though we had elected not to do that mission. He was like, thanks for helping me steal that TIE fighter, guys, but like, we didn't do that. He had asked us to, and we had callously ignored him.
While you were on the two, you saw the First Order fighter ship, the TIE Echelon. Listen, it would mean a great deal to me if you would, those who installed that would reveal themselves now. Yes? Wow, thank you so much. I could not have done this without you.
So the Sammy scene was a bridge mission, and we got to use all the little arcade game consoles again, so that's fun. But it does kind of highlight another failure of the Choose Your Own Adventure system. In the end, it didn't matter that we had done those missions for Hondo or the Captain, and it didn't matter that we hadn't done the mission for Sammy. The illusion of free will was shattered. If anything, our schedule seemed to be determined by when we were booked for our dinner seating and which scenes had spots left over. And that didn't feel like living my Star Wars story. Part 15, the finale. This chapter contains spoilers for the Galactic Star Cruiser. Or, I mean, more than there have been in other chapters. And I guess you're not going now anyway? Who cares? Why am I saying this? Immediately after dinner on the second night, I got the moment I had been waiting for all weekend. The fake in-story alarm started blaring.
We've lost power. What happened? Wait, is Kylo Ren here?
What the fuck?
We're on auxiliary power. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so just remember your muster station, okay? We'll be right behind you.
Okay, Octagon's not working.
And we were all instructed to go to our muster stations in the atrium. I was so tired, but I was also excited.
This is the ship.
Travelers, get to your muster stations. Stop at rest. Keep your whole traveling party together. Is it bad? No, it's gonna be okay.
We get to the atrium and find out Lieutenant Croy knows there are Resistance fighters aboard, so he's taking control of the ship. He has his stormtroopers haul Sammy away, and Kylo Ren arrives to torture us.
How?
Comes to save the day. They have a big lightsaber fight. There's a lot of back and forth. I will say I was very caught off guard by this one part where Kylo Ren slams poor Rey's head into a banister. They even play like the hollow thump sound effect. I feel like the films were very careful to have him only fight her with the Force and a lightsaber, the more whimsical forms of fighting, presumably because kids' movies are very aware of the optics of a big man putting his hands on a little lady. So I just think it's funny that this concept completely escaped the theme park choreographer. Kylo finds out about Yoda's holocron and tries to take it. Rey gets the upper hand and runs away. This lightsaber fight is where all the budget went. It had all the kind of stuff I had been hoping to see all weekend, by which I mean they had used the fact they were purpose-building this environment to rig it with special effects that were relevant to the story. They weren't sorcery or anything, like you could for the most part look at the effects and know exactly how they were doing it, but it was still fun. Kylo tries to use the Force on us and they use sound effects and flickering lights to convey this. Rey pulls out the lightsaber they had in all the ads. the one that actually comes up out of the handle, like in the movies. And you can see she's super delicate with it and immediately sets it down out of sight and switches for the stunt lightsaber that can withstand being whacked into things. But that's fun. The holocron is in the hands of one of the 𝗧𝗏 in the crowd below, and then Kylo Ren starts trying to take it with the Force, but then Rey Force pulls it into her hand all the way up on the balcony. This one happened so quick in person that I was like, how did they do that? But near as I can tell, it's a combination of misdirection and a pair of collapsible props. The 𝗧𝗏 yells to get your attention, makes a throwing motion toward Rey, and the holocron flattens and goes up their sleeve like the birdcage in the Prestige. Then a sound effect calls our attention back to Rey, who is now holding a holocron, so your brain fills in the blanks and you imagine you've seen it soar into her hand. Enhanced further by the NPCs placed throughout the crowd, who swing their heads in an arc as if they can see it flying. Rey's holocron is also collapsible and it comes out of the railing in front of her. During the lightsaber fight, they have it choreographed so that they hit the banister with their swords at certain points, and at those points in the banister, there are these little spark shooting machines, so it looks like the lightsaber is hitting the metal and sparks are flying. My personal favorite is when Kylo Ren uses a force pull to bring Rey over to him, and they have a little conveyor belt that drags her along the walkway. I just think it's so cute in its simplicity, but everybody was hollering at it, including me. I mean, maybe the reason everyone was so hype is because we had been treated to so few special effects the rest of the time, so we forgot anything like that was on the table, but still. One of the biggest effects is when they have this big chandelier fixture at the top of the atrium break out of the ceiling and swing around. But I do think that was one of the only special effects that fell flat because there was too much else going on when it happened. A lot of people seem to not really process it when it's happening or know to look up there. It also doesn't help that, as I said before, Kylo Ren's dialogue is not pre-recorded. They have a real guy talking through a voice changer, and this makes it a little hard to understand what the heck he's saying at all times. So when he starts using the Force in the atrium, he threatens Captain Keevan by saying, "You'll talk when they scream." At least I think that's what he says. I think the idea is that that's the audience's cue to pretend they're being force tortured and scream. But on our cruise, I think no one understood what he said or what he was doing because I yelled and nobody else did, and it was embarrassing. It was kind of its own form of force torture. In the finale where some of the characters called out guests by name, which I thought was cute, like they thanked their allies, or in Croy's case he kind of playfully roasted guests who had been a nuisance.
I have had help from some of your passengers. Anne, where are you, Anne? Right here. Anne, a loyal colleague and terrible spy.
Nobody mentioned us because, you know, none of the characters knew who we were because we didn't get to participate in the game, but I can imagine how it would feel really exciting if that did happen, so that's fun to imagine. I think it also helped that everyone had just had this intense 2-day schedule with many people running on very little sleep and everyone having paid so much money to be there, so it was a very receptive crowd. Everyone was screaming and cheering really loud for everything, which made it way more fun.
Nope.
With all that said, I don't actually think these special effects reflect a high enough budget for what they were charging. To be clear, they were cute, and I liked it as a show in a vacuum, but it doesn't at all justify the price tag. But just looking at it as like a show that you might catch at Disney World in the middle of the day, I did think it was effective and fun to watch. They also had a couple callbacks to earlier in the story. Like at one point in the fight, Rey is struggling, and the 𝗧𝗏 have us all yell, "Together as one," to give her our energy, just like we learned in lightsaber training. And there were some good twists, like Rey gets disarmed, suddenly someone shoots at Kylo Ren. It's Chewbacca. Before he leaves, Kylo Ren gives an order to kill us all.
Mr. Previous, some are loyal to the First Order. Destroy them all.
But then one stormtrooper aims directly at Lieutenant Croy. He unmasks, and it's Sammy in disguise.
Okay, but it being Sammy in disguise kind of explains why her kept going up with Sammy. Maybe.
But also because it made the staging of the show better. I was right at the front of the room, so I had a great view of all the stuff happening on the balcony, but I missed some of the crowd crowd moments because I couldn't see over people's heads. People in the back of the atrium would have had a more obstructed view of the stuff happening up high, but then they would be excited to have characters and story moments happening right next to them. So I think that was a good equalizer to make sure that no one viewing area felt like a lesser experience. I wish they had considered every show so carefully. So after the lightsaber fight is done and Kylo Ren leaves, we get a long wrap-up of all the supporting characters. Lieutenant Croy sees he's defeated, so he calls his commanding officer and says that there's nothing to report on the Halcyon, so they'll leave us alone. Captain Keevan gives a big speech wherein she awkwardly forgives everybody who helped the First Order so nobody feels bad that their side lost.
Some of you received and relayed messages from the Resistance, and others aligned themselves very strongly with Lieutenant Croy. Allegiance can be a powerful thing when we feel strongly about a cause. We
Oops.
all think
No, that's
we're
fine.
doing the right thing, or we wouldn't do it. But right now, the right thing is to come together. We all share one galaxy. Am I right?
Gaia escapes with the sacred stone to return to her people. Sammy is now a hero of the Resistance. Rey intends to bring Yoda's holocron to Leia to bring people hope. I love how awkwardly big the holocron is and how she just casually tucks it under one arm like a basketball. SK has the message from Yoda saved to their memory bank, so they must go with Rey. 𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧 is sad to say goodbye, but bids them a fond farewell. I hope this doesn't mean SK, like, died between this hotel and the Rise of Skywalker, because it's not like we see them again. Where did you put the droid, Rey? This is like when Disney lost my droid. They can't keep getting away with this. I was really tickled that Captain Keevan has this moment with the autopilot.
You may be a master of hyperspace, but I need somebody who can move a little quicker. Watch, this one's on you.
My pleasure, Captain.
I guess the ship's autopilot computer also had a narrative arc. Totally missed that one. And this last one is my very favorite. I said earlier that the Imagineers mentioned a romance story on board, and I had assumed that it was between Wraith Cole and 𝗦𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗧, but I was wrong. So during the finale, Wraith Cole stands up and is like, now that he has learned to believe in himself or whatever, I am signing the guitarist Sandro as my new star act. And he will perform throughout the galaxy with his new girlfriend, 𝗦𝗨𝗏. It turns out all along these two characters had a whole romance plotline going on, which had gone completely over my head. I guess I was too dazzled by 𝗦𝗨𝗏 to notice. The captain congratulates us all on a successful voyage. They start projecting a fireworks show outside the space windows and playing Star Wars score, so this is basically the end credits. As everyone is drawn forward into the bridge to watch the fireworks, the characters discreetly make their way out of the atrium, never to return. And the guests are told that a farewell dessert reception awaits in the cafeteria. After the finale, we were so tired and not at all hungry, and I think a lot of people felt the same way because it seemed like a lot of them went directly back to their rooms. But we've gone to and documented everything else we possibly could, and I'm a completionist, so I thought we had better go. You know, what if there are new menu items? What if something cool happens? And it turns out I'm super glad we did. As we were sitting down with our blue popcorn and sci-fi flavored foams, who should appear but the happy couple, Sandro and 𝗦𝗨𝗏, here to debut their first single.
So we travel quite a distance.
Who could have known 𝗦𝗨𝗏 had the voice of an angel? Not me, because I didn't know she was singing in the Gaia set because I couldn't see her.
This is where we're meant to be.
Oh my god. Gotta do the other side now.
I loved this performance, and the reception was open seating like at lunch, so we got to choose our own Star Wars table, and it just so happened we had picked one with a fantastic view. So even though I had effectively missed the Gaia performance, I did at least get this opportunity to see 𝗦𝗨𝗏 play her alien instrument and sing a song, which was what I had most wanted to see the whole trip. Also, the song was very catchy.
They gotta drop that single on Spotify. They do.
such a good way to go out. The definition of ending on a high note. So yeah, I wouldn't have any improvements to suggest about the finale chunk of the night. That was all really fun. It might have been more meaningful to me if I'd been allowed to engage with any of the story beforehand, but taken in isolation, it felt like a perfectly fun theme park show. Part 16, Cut Corners. So, in 2006, Disney launched an interactive adventure in Epcot, the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧 Showcase Adventure. This attraction would later be rethemed several times to other Disney Channel shows, but that's not important. What's important is the gameplay. Guests borrowed flip phones, because it was 2006, which were programmed to show short video clips, leading them through an adventure around the World Showcase. They would look for clues planted throughout the physical environment, and then enter them into the phone to trigger scenes. Sounds would play out of speakers planted throughout the park, objects would move in the shop windows, one scene flooded with water, little character figures would pop up along the skyline or in other places that were out of reach to guests. They wouldn't have to worry about them being manhandled or broken or injuring someone, but the ability to affect change in the real world made the gameplay more satisfying. At one point, you would say a code phrase to a cast member and they would hand you a tea bag with the code word on it, because this part of the adventure was set in the tea shop in the England Pavilion. In another mission, you get a golf ball, which you have to drop down a chute. Tiny props, which Disney doesn't have to worry about you stealing or breaking, but which make for a more tactile experience. For every iteration of this game, Disney has secured a phone company as a sponsor, but also I doubt the budget was terribly high to begin with anyway. And yet you'll notice that in this game, all these little moving elements were added into an environment which didn't originally have them, and which wasn't even built to accommodate them. They had to go and create props, drain fountains, install all these moving elements to complement the game, and then they had to overhaul it every time the theme of the game changed. A game which is free to play with your park admission. So what I'm saying is I just don't understand why we don't see elements like this in the Star Cruiser. In this case, the entire building, top to bottom, was built with gameplay in mind, and yet, other than some special effects in the finale, the physical environment is so bare, so unaffected by anything you do. No moving pieces, hardly even any interactive screens, no props to use. When you're using your phone, which is most of the game, you're only using your phone. Nothing in the app is triggering any reaction in the physical world. It might be earning you trust points with the actors, but that's only if it works correctly, and sometimes it doesn't. So let's look one last time at that Star Wars datapad app game, which nobody liked. I played it as soon as they rolled it out in Star Wars Land, and I remember being so shocked by how little it utilizes the physical environment. You scan QR codes on crates, static props, and then can't do anything with the digital items inside. You hack panels, but once you do, nothing happens. The app just says, "You did it! You hacked the panel!" As you can see, here I've characterized the app as having a very feeble voice, because it's so boring. And the overall gameplay is just earning you imaginary currency to spend on nothing. Sometimes when you hack a panel, the prop you're standing near plays a short sound effect.
Short range antenna used for short range communication. Okay, pressing that, and there is just, yeah, you got to do like a lot of, okay, access granted. It's right up here. This transistor tower should be now transmitting. I think it just did it. Yeah, I think you did it. That's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, right there on the app.
Yeah.
And sometimes when they're feeling particularly ambitious, a light blinks on. But that's it. There were several points where I really did get my hopes up that something was going to happen. The app would tell you you were hacking a specific prop, like a ship way up on the skyline, or a droid in one of the storage lockers in the shop. It would feel marginally more interactive if, once you completed your task, that distant ship could like lower some flaps on its wings, or the droid could start turning its head around, but they didn't bother doing anything like that.
This is MB12, BB unit, and now going in here on the app to adjust this. Okay, come on, adjust. There we go. Transmitting. Up. There we go. Okay, it did something.
And despite costing so much more than park entry, the hotel displays a similar lack of effort. It's astounding to me that, for how much the hotel cost, for how ambitious they claim to be, for how long it spent in development, the Galactic Star Cruiser's gameplay wasn't even a lateral move from the 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧 World Showcase Adventure. It was somehow less. Obviously, I'm not trying to ignore the advancements made here. For example, instead of flip phones, we're now using our own state-of-the-art smartphones. And of course, the environments were pretty, the implementation of live actors was refreshing, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧's animatronic costume head was wonderful, but it often felt like they were doing the least. Like, we'll build pretty rooms, but we won't put anything in them. We'll do one droid. We'll build one alien and we'll stop there. My sister told me that when she saw 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧, she was like, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" And that's only the first alien we've seen. Imagine what else they've got. And then they had nothing else. And really, that feels calculated to me. The Star Cruiser feels like it was designed to have just enough cool stuff to put in a TikTok.
We saw Chewie hiding from the First Order, and SK, who's the droid on board, and the captain of the ship. And then we made our first jump into hyperspace of the trip. There was drinks and snacks in the lobby, and the captain gave a speech.
Interact with otherworldly characters on board. See a scale model of the Halcyon. Dine at the Crown of Corellia.
My bad 2 missions took me to battle the First Order, stop by Oga's Cantina, and pilot the Millennium Falcon.
And then everyone at home sees that and thinks, think how much more there will be if I go. But they don't realize that that's it. And with all that said, I think it's finally time. I think you're ready now. Let me take you to the cargo hold. That's right. Remember the cargo hold? We still haven't seen what's inside. We'll go there now. Beep, 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 beep. I've just given you access. I didn't get access to the cargo hold until the evening of our last night. And as with all things, it just kind of happened. I didn't earn it. I just realized suddenly that I could go in. But I was very excited. The rooms I'd seen so far had underwhelmed me because I really wanted something to investigate. Everything was too sterile. No room had any hidden depths. You could look around a room in 30 seconds and see everything you needed to. But what more cluttered place is there than a cargo hold? What better place to find lost or hidden things? And the fact that it had taken so long to get access. It must be a grand prize indeed. No spoilers, but I actually had an idea of what it might be. Earlier, I compared the Star Cruiser's room prices to those on a new Disney cruise ship, the Disney Wish. This ship was being built concurrently with the Star Cruiser and had its own Star Wars-themed experiences. One of them was a part of the ship's Kid Club, and it was called the Star Wars Cargo Bay.
Let's talk about the Star Wars Cargo Bay. There are critters and creatures in there. So much fun.
Kids are tasked with taking care of these creatures as they're being transported to Batuu.
I think this time we really raised the level of immersion.
At the time of my Star Cruiser visit, the Disney Wish had not yet launched, but I had seen some behind-the-scenes material, and I could see that for the Star Wars Cargo Bay, they were building animatronics of various Star Wars creatures. So now, aboard the Star Cruiser, I had already seen the engineering room, which had turned out to be a simple, kid-friendly minigame. And so I thought, the cargo hold must be something like that. Like maybe there are a bunch of cages with creatures and control panels next to each cage, and you can toggle some switches to refill the critter's water dish or adjust the humidity to make it more comfortable, and they could make the water refill, or they could fill the cage with steam, and then the critter makes a sound to let you know you did a good job and maybe like wiggles a little bit. Those games sound pretty basic, but I love animatronics and I had been hoping to see a lot of them all weekend and had instead seen very few of them. So to me, having a bunch of simple animatronics in cages would have made the room interesting. I thought, if they'll build some for a cruise ship that costs a lot less, surely they'll make some for the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser.
Oh my god. This is so sad. Correct prediction. Animatronic?
There's not even QR codes to scan. It's less than I thought.
Okay, so the cargo hold was basically just a
No.
closet. It was just crates. There was nothing to do inside, and physically it was really small. I guess at some point they may have had a story moment in there, like maybe some guests got to meet a character inside for a conversation, but nothing happens in there. It's just a very small room decorated primarily with crates. They did have this one Easter egg.
Oh my god! Wait, get a shot of that. That's George Lucas's cameo. It's an ID. George Lucas left his ID behind. But see, he's in his senator hat. That's his in-film cameo. That's a fun Easter egg. I'm not sure what else.
I guess that's impressive in the sense that there were so few Easter eggs in the rest of the ship, but still an extremely sad end to this saga.
Oops.
Wow, I really thought it was gonna be like an activity. I didn't think it would be that fun, but I thought it would be something.
Part 17. Was it worth it? When it comes to the Galactic Star Cruiser, I've seen a lot of people be really dismissive over the subject of quality and price. Like, they're mad that it's expensive, but then they'll also say things like, who cares if it's bad? It's the new Fire Festival. Everybody dropping that much money on this is a millionaire who deserves to get scammed, etc. But in my experience, that's not at all the demographic of people who booked the hotel. From what I've encountered personally, most of the people who went were middle-class families who splurged on a trip. Families do that a lot on Disney vacations because these experiences have been successfully established in American culture as a rite of passage, something you have to do at least once before your kid is grown. And that brings an implied deadline. You must find a way to get to Disney World before your child is too old to believe in the magic.
Lucy at 4.5 and you, together for a limited time only. Don't wait to make the memories that will last a lifetime at Disney Parks, the place where dreams come true.
So emotionally, a lot of parents of young kids think, you only live once, kids grow up fast, these years are precious. Let's drain the savings account, max out the credit cards, let's do whatever it takes to make this happen. I acknowledge that these aren't poor families. They're fortunate enough to have savings accounts and lines of credit in the first place, but they're not wealthy, and for many, taking a Disney vacation means taking on a financial burden or risk. Maybe you'll be in a precarious position the next time you have car trouble. Maybe you go into debt to pay for it. Maybe there are just material comforts in your day-to-day life that you sacrifice for a long time to save up. And with that in mind, yeah, it does matter to me emotionally whether the people doing that get their money's worth. Obviously, the Star Cruiser was leagues beyond what even a typical Disney World trip would cost, but I believe that in rolling out the experience, Disney was essentially cashing in decades of goodwill. Disney has always had high prices, but they also have a reputation for quality. This was more than they've ever charged for an experience before, so the logic followed that this would be the greatest experience they've ever offered. Around the time it opened, the #1 question I saw everyone ask about the Galactic Star Cruiser was, is it worth it? And after my own trip, I watched a lot of other people's reviews, and I saw that most of them, especially the ones who went for free, seemed to just say, if you have the money, it's worth it. And that answer is so unhelpful and, in my opinion, willfully obtuse. Things have value. Something either costs a fair amount or it doesn't. Like, I'm willing to bet that a lot of middle-class families technically have access to $6,000 in savings or in assets, but they don't want to waste that money. If they spend it, they want to know that they couldn't have had a better value or a better experience doing something else with it instead. Like, okay, I love Taco Bell nachos. I love them so much. At time of filming, those cost a little under $3. If someone asked me if they were worth it, I would say, yes. Certainly. If tomorrow they suddenly cost $20, I would immediately be able to say, oh, no, they're not worth that. I wouldn't say, well, I really like them, so I suppose if you can afford it, they're worth it. I would say, no, they're worth around $3, maybe up to $5 if I was desperate. Do not spend $20 on those, unless you're watching this in the future, and because of inflation, Taco Bell nachos are now that price. Hello, traveler.
Oh no, we're getting
I'm so
towards
happy
there.
You still have Taco Bell. So anyway,
Illusion
I
of
think it's really
offense.
interesting that a lot of people magically lost their ability to conceptualize value as soon as they were gifted an expensive trip by a big company. Listen, I know you have to play nice if you want to stay on the PR list, but if you're not using that access to give an honest review, then what's the point of being there at all? What good are you to anybody? Have you no sense of integrity? No self-respect? So, was it worth it? I've been to many, many theme parks, many themed experiences, paid for many, specifically Disney theme park themed experiences. I've been a repeat customer because a lot of the time I do think it's worth what they're charging. And I've come to understand that with Disney, you can always expect to pay inflated prices compared to what you would pay another vendor for a similar product. I can pick something up in a Disney gift shop and usually guess within $1 what overpriced amount they're charging for it. What I'm saying is I understand the Disney price scale, I know the value of specifically Disney experiences. And you better believe I've seen a lot of defenders of the Star Cruiser trying to justify the price, some of whom went for free, had friends who helped build it, or literally worked there.
While I may have some personal involvement with the Star Cruiser, I feel I have a responsibility to my amazing followers and this TikTok community to quickly break down what's included so you can come to your own conclusion if it's actually worth the price tag.
So anyway, they always try to do an itemized cost breakdown, inflating the value of each item in the column as they go, like comparing the cost of the room to the price of Disney's most luxurious hotels, even though the Star Cruiser rooms aren't nearly as nice.
And a theme park view, because you're getting views of the galaxy and going into hyperspace. So when you do that, and an average of $1,250 per night, that would be a total of $2,500 for both nights on the Halcyon.
Forgetting that hotels charge per night, not per person. Pretending that the character story moments have the same monetary value as 22 hours of consecutive Broadway shows.
The Galactic Star Cruiser is a literal 2-day Broadway show that you become a part of.
Doing the math, because a typical theatrical show is around 2 hours, that's $1,650 you're paying for the live entertainment.
Which, no matter how talented the performers are, is simply not the case. Pretending that your car getting valet parked once is a $200 value, even though most guests arrive by taxi anyway. And then after all this, when they still fail to match the lowest possible quoted price for a Star Cruiser trip, they'll just add something at the end like, also it's unique, which is worth the rest of the dollars. For the record, I consider all of this an exercise in futility. The entire point of flat rate bundled experiences like cruises or all-inclusive resorts is that by paying for everything as a lump sum, you're meant to be getting some kind of deal. The company is also getting a deal in the sense that they know none of your trip money is going to competitors and it's all going directly to them, which is why bundles like this are so common. I also think it's ridiculous that these cost breakdowns itemize so many of the amenities. You can't say a hotel room is worth $600 a night and then also itemize the cost of the customer service, the valet parking, and the snacks in the lobby, because at any good $600 a night hotel, that stuff would be included anyway. So, I promise you, I'm keeping everything in mind for my value estimate. I'm keeping in mind that the room, while tiny, is unique. I'm keeping in mind that there are interactive performers on board, that the food was yummy, that there were mini games, that we got a couple hours in the theme park, that Disney prices are inflated. I'm factoring it all in. And let me be frank, in my opinion, the experience I had was worth approximately $800 total per adult. $1,000 maximum, and kids should cost less. But during Star Cruiser's entire existence, depending on whether you went in summer or winter, and depending on how many people you felt like cramming into that tiny room, you could expect to pay anywhere from 2 times to 4 times that amount. And that's just not worth it for what it was. If they had offered a hefty discount or extended the duration of the experience, I might feel differently, but they didn't, so I don't. Also, obviously, if the Star Cruiser was a cheaper experience, it wouldn't have mattered so much that the gameplay element was so unreliable. You would think of the cost as covering the underwhelming room, the nice food, and the access to the theme park rides, and the gameplay would just feel like a bonus. So you'd feel a lot more comfortable sitting it out if it wasn't
Okay, it's gonna be faster if I
and
just
less
use
disappointed
this.
if you tried to participate and it didn't work properly. So no, I would never say it's worth it if you can afford it. I would probably say something more like, you might have fun doing this if you're so wealthy that you don't mind being overcharged for experiences to the tune of thousands of dollars. And even within that demographic, I would still add that the people most likely to have fun at Star Cruiser would be children ages 7 to 12. Based on my own childhood playing Neopets, I believe that's the age range in which kids have the most patience for completing busy work games in exchange for meaningless points. I also think kids at that age probably wouldn't be so cognizant of how little their choices were affecting their story outcomes, so they would be harder to disappoint. I mean, when I was little, my mom would play video games and hand me a controller that wasn't plugged in, and I had fun. So the Star Cruiser is kind of like that. I think the building is small enough, with only one entrance and exit, that you could pretty comfortably turn kids loose and let them run around the ship on their own, which would be a huge novelty to them. All the kids I saw around age 10 looked like they were having an incredible time, and their parents were just beaming with pride because I could tell they felt like they were super dad for setting the whole thing up. I also think the concept was broad enough that kids wouldn't even have to have an interest or familiarity with Star Wars to enjoy it. However, I would also keep in mind that kids might have an equivalent amount of fun if you book them a weekend at the Great Wolf Lodge for like $100 a person. Or if you're really determined to spend $5,000, you can just give it to them in cash and let them go ham at Chuck E. Cheese. At least that way they'd earn it all back in finger traps and novelty giant pencils. So I guess my point is that it would be truly hard to justify this expense, even if you fell within the best possible, highly specific demographic. And here's my supporting evidence. The hotel went out of business. If the value of something is what people are willing to pay, I can objectively say the Disney company charged too much for this experience, because time showed that the majority of people on this earth were not willing to pay it. And yet, I should say that Star Cruiser did earn itself something of a cult following among a small number of people who went. In my time researching Star Cruiser, I noticed an interesting phenomenon throughout the fan groups. One talking point I've seen reiterated again and again is that even though Star Cruiser closed, it was a perfect product, it was too pure for this world, or the mainstream wasn't nerdy enough to appreciate it, or it wasn't advertised well enough, or it was totally worth the money, it wasn't Disney's fault, all you broke boys couldn't afford it. It was screwed by the marketing and the haters online, but actually everyone
Okay, this is probably a fine base. I'm gonna get rid of
it's just not true. Over the year and a half that Star Cruiser was open, I saw loads of comments from people who were very excited to go and left extremely disappointed. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of them had the exact same issues I did. General issues with the app glitching or freezing, character performers being too swamped to interact with, arriving 5 minutes early to a scheduled story moment only to find that it had begun 15 minutes early and they'd missed it entirely, beginning a dialogue tree in the app only to get left on read by the AI, barring them from joining any storylines, performing actions in the gameplay which didn't appear to register in their profiles, story outcomes that seemed random. Some guests went to guest services during their trip and were able to have these issues corrected, but sometimes doing so wasted hours of an experience where every second counts. And of course there were other times when the IT department tried to help and simply wasn't able to and gave up. Plenty of people went home feeling like they had missed out on the experience and like they weren't able to properly participate in the story. The more I read, the more I realized that even guests who initially said they had a great time would later admit that the gameplay had not worked right for them. And I find this crucial to mention because, again, the gameplay is ostensibly the entire justification for the inflated price of this experience. In fact, not to put anyone on blast by playing clips, But if you watch a lot of the vlogs from people who enjoyed it, many of these people seem not to have even attempted the gameplay at all. A lot of people just took photos, hung out at the bar all day, or even did unsanctioned scavenger hunts they'd organized for their own group. And I'm not going to say none of that is fun, but how can you then say that's worth $6,000 when you could do all of that at your local Dave & Buster's? Despite the apparent frequency of the gameplay issues, whenever I saw people mention them in the fan groups, they would be quickly shouted down by other fans. They were often polite, but they would tell them that these issues were simply their own fault for somehow playing the game wrong. No one else has had these problems you're talking about, so clearly it's on you. You get what you put into it, so maybe you didn't try hard enough. You ruined your experience by trying too hard. You weren't a big enough nerd to appreciate it. You're a lying hater who's only pretending the Star Cruiser is bad, probably because you're jealous you couldn't afford it. The app doesn't do anything. You need to talk to the actors. The actors don't do anything. You need to use the app. You played the game wrong. You were supposed to pick one specific storyline to follow. You played the game wrong. You were not supposed to pick one specific storyline to follow. You must not have had an exciting enough costume. And my personal favorite, you must have the wrong personality. Finally, failing all other ways to blame the customer, people will just say, "Aw, it sounds like you were just unlucky. That's too bad because it was great for everyone else." And they say this as if it's acceptable for so many people to be unlucky in a way that breaks a $6,000 experience. So I'm just preparing you, if you see any diehard fans making any of these excuses in the comments, they're not good enough. Besides, none of them even apply to me. I dressed up. I'm good at immersive games, and I have possibly one of the best personalities in the world. I'm also going to go ahead and predict this now. This same demographic of people are going to see the words Star Wars Hotel in my video title and say, that just goes to show she knows nothing about it, and she probably didn't even go because she called it a hotel when it's so much more than that. Nothing she says even matters because we know she's so ignorant. They say this all the time, even though it literally is a hotel, and Disney first announced it as a hotel, and the general public knows it as the Star Wars Hotel. If I call my video this, no one's gonna click it, are they? So I can't wait to be gatekept for calling this what everyone knows it as and what it literally is. You're probably wondering where this defensiveness would even come from. From them, not from me. I'm not defensive. These people didn't build the hotel with their bare hands. Why did they care if I didn't like it? Firstly, I think it's just the sunk cost fallacy. If you've invested a lot of time into being a fan of something, you feel the need to defend it unconditionally. Secondly, for profit. Many of the vocal defenders of Star Cruiser are themselves theme park vloggers or podcasters.
Whoops.
This is a content genre whose biggest selling point is often encouraging your fans to live vicariously through you as you go to Disney World every day and do experiences they can't afford. In this way, the better the product looks, the more successful your vlogs will be. It's also a field where early access to new offerings can make or break your channel, so people desperately want to get on the media lists, and those on it desperately want to stay on it, which doesn't happen if you're critical. Some of the foremost Star Cruiser influencers were even themselves travel agents who sold Star Cruiser packages, so one could argue that there's an even more direct monetary incentive to make it look good. But I care most about the final reason. The price of the experience has forced fans to be very defensive over their decision to go. If you book a $5,000 theme park experience and then mention it to a random coworker, they're probably going to be like, "You're nuts! Everyone is talking about how this thing is way too expensive and will never be worth it." So once that's out there, you now have to enjoy this experience. Because if you go and then come home and are like, it wasn't that good, or even it was just okay, you worry that you'll look like a fool. And to that I say, I don't think any of you guys are fools. I mean, you were fooled in a literal sense, but that's not embarrassing. It's Disney that should be embarrassed for taking advantage of their fans. So, by all that I mean, no, it wasn't worth it. Part 18, why did it fail? After about 6 months of being open, that first wave of super fans and influencers who wanted to book the Galactic Star Cruiser dried up. Theme park busybodies noticed that the booking page on the website had more and more availability as time wore on. Guests visiting reported that the hotel was often running at half capacity, which was very apparent because they would cut the 2 dinner seatings down to 1, and you could still see visibly empty tables at that 1 dinner seating. Staff also started to report that their hours were being cut. Pretty much everyone following the story had correctly predicted that the Star Cruiser would see totally full bookings for only a few months while theme park news outlets and influencers got their fill, and then interest would wane. But because it was so widely predicted, everyone just assumed that Disney also expected this to happen, and they probably baked it into their initial price structure. Maybe it just cost so much because they didn't expect it to be booked all the time. And if Disney did want the hotel to be full, everyone just assumed they would adjust the prices lower, and that would bring the interest back up, and then they could reach some kind of equilibrium. But none of that ever happened. It It's surprising to me how little Disney appeared to try to salvage this project. Even as sales declined, they refused to budge on the prices. They did offer some discounts in the last 6 months of operation, but those were only for Disney Visa card holders and members of their timeshare program, and even then, it was only when booking for specific dates. So, yeah, it seemed like all along, Disney really had expected this hotel to keep costing over $5K and keep selling out. An unfathomable level of hubris, in my opinion. When this didn't prove to be true, I predicted that Disney was going to stay the course for a few more years and then retool the story and kind of relaunch the experience. You know, they could reuse all the effects but set it in a new time period and have characters like Darth Vader and the Mandalorian showing up. Then the people who had already booked the first time would have incentive to come back, and they would presumably unlock a whole new demographic of people who don't care about the sequels. But nope. They decided to just throw in the towel altogether. The news of the closure was very abrupt, as in they announced it in May and it was going to happen in September. This means at the time of the announcement, there were already dates on the booking calendar and guests had already reserved spots for dates which would now be canceled. So Disney immediately froze bookings on the website. They called any guests with existing reservations beyond the closing date and offered them either refunds or the first chance to rebook. And then once all those rebookings were done, very few spots remained for any new guests looking to book a room. And obviously there was demand for that because a lot of people were kind of curious about the Star Cruiser but thought they would have forever to decide to go. When they reopened booking to the public, all the remaining reservations were booked in a matter of hours. So as you can see, the last-minute announcement of the closure screwed over both Disney and the fans. If Disney had announced a pending closure and given everybody like a year to get their fill of Star Cruiser, they probably would have been booked up that whole year. By closing it as suddenly as they did, they were leaving money on the table. This also seemed to be a snap decision. In March of 2023, Disney announced that instead of offering as many consecutive cruises as possible, running one after the other, they would start to offer only 2 bookings per week, with 3 days in between where the Star Cruiser sat empty. But when they announced that, they said the schedule change would take effect in October 2023. They even rolled out this new calendar on the booking website. So clearly at that point, they didn't yet anticipate that in October of 2023, the Star Cruiser would no longer exist. New merchandise products popped up in the gift shop throughout the final year, like this action figure of the AI droid from the console in the guest rooms. This didn't even become available until July of 2023. In early May of 2023, guests of the hotel reported seeing executives and Imagineers visiting the Star Cruiser. One assumes this must have been to assess how things were running or consider improvements. Maybe in hindsight that could have been a sign of trouble in that the Imagineers could have been brainstorming ways to try to save it, but it doesn't feel like something they would bother with if they already knew the closure was imminent. And yet, the permanent closure was announced just 2 weeks after that visit. Executives obviously chose the abrupt closure date because the fiscal year ended on September 30th, and Disney's plan was to write the entire hotel off as a loss. The loss of the hotel would bring in a $300 million tax break, and they wanted it for that year. So in my opinion, the reasons the Star Cruiser failed were obvious. From the moment it was announced, everyone predicted it would fail. The marketing sucked. Not a lot of people even understood what it really was. It was way too expensive, to an extent that the only buzz it received was mockery of the price tag, and this is all a surprise to no one. So, I think the more constructive question is, why couldn't it be saved? The Star Cruiser was a project with so many fatal flaws, I think it would have been very difficult to salvage. Built by a company so confident in their inability to fail that they left no flexibility for adjustments down the line. The biggest obstacle to this experience's marketability was the ridiculous cost. So, one of the most obvious moves to save the project would have been to lower the cost. Unfortunately, while building it, Disney was so confident in their ability to command a high price that they blocked off most avenues to ever do so. The physical building itself was constructed with very high prices in mind. It has only 100 rooms with a maximum occupancy of about 500 guests. The atrium is built to accommodate that number of guests with very little wiggle room. The only dining room can hold half the capacity of guests and relies on 2 separate dinner seating times with staggered lunches and breakfasts. Any hotel in the world has a baseline cost to run just by existing. A minimum number of cleaners, servers, and concierge you need on staff, a baseline cost to keep the lights on, and in this case, they're also paying the actors. Disney is accustomed to high profits on all their hotels, So with only 100 rooms, they would need to charge a lot per room just to make it worth their while. But they can't simply add more rooms to lower the average cost, because then they'd need to do a total overhaul of the rest of the structure. Common areas such as the atrium, the lounge, the activity rooms, the landings on each floor are fairly small. There are only 2 elevators with which to navigate between themed floors, and only 1 functional elevator through which to access the lobby. I know it looks like there are 2, but reportedly the left elevator is actually just a dummy elevator. It's a maintenance access door. The atrium can hold the current maximum occupancy of hotel guests, but when it does, it feels pretty crowded. They rely on the gameplay a lot of the time to disperse the crowds into different areas of the ship, so you don't notice how physically small it is. So they can't drop the price without adding more rooms, but they can't add more rooms without remodeling the bulk of the building to make a bigger atrium, bigger lounge, probably several additional dining rooms unless guests are willing to eat dinner at very odd times. And for the record, I'm not telling you all this to justify Disney's prices. This is an unsolvable problem, but it was entirely, voluntarily of Disney's making. But as it stands, they've got these problems baked directly into the loaf, and there's no easy solution. So if they can't add more rooms to drop the price, they could sweeten the deal by lengthening the voyage, even if for 1 additional day. But no, they can't do that either. They've already got a tricky situation with the character-driven story elements in that the character performers are limited to 8-hour shifts. In case you didn't pick up on it, they solved this problem on day 1 by having you arrive in the late afternoon, and on day 2 by sending you into the theme park for half the day. That's right, the theme park excursion was just a distraction. I know you didn't notice at the time because the gameplay was so compelling, but if they added a 3rd day, how would they distract you then? I personally would have appreciated downtime, but if everyone has downtime simultaneously, we've run back into the issue of both the rooms and the common areas being far too small. Another easily preventable issue. I've seen a lot of people saying maybe now that it failed, they'll just get rid of the roleplay element and open as a normal hotel. But they can't! Every other Disney hotel offers constantly running shuttle buses, taking guests to and from the theme parks and shopping center. Disney never bothered implementing this service for the Star Cruiser because they assume you're going to stay all day, and then also because it would have cost more money. But if the hotel isn't a LARP experience, one assumes you're going to spend most of your day outside. The problem is, the Star Cruiser was built backstage of one of their theme parks. Remember, security had to stop our taxi at the gate and check everyone's IDs before we could approach? Doing this with a full bus of tired theme park guests all coming back at once after the fireworks show would be possible, but it would also be a logistical nightmare and an additional expense. Finally, the Star Cruiser lacks basic amenities all the other Disney hotels provide, like a pool and a fitness center, and you'll recall that the rooms are very small. This means that without the roleplay elements, not only would the hotel not command a very high price tag, it would reasonably be valued lower than any other hotel on property. The only way to balance out low room value would be to add a lot more rooms, and now we're back to all the problems with the building that I just told you about. Funnily enough, if you do want to stay at a version of the Star Cruiser that's just a hotel, you can still do that. In 2022, French theme park Futuroscope opened the Hotel Station Cosmos, which looks suspiciously familiar. A room there will run you about $250 a night, and they're actually bigger than the rooms in Star Cruiser. Aesthetically, the decor is so similar to Star Cruiser, it feels legally actionable, in my opinion. So it's very funny to me that the Hotel Station Cosmos was the one to stand the test of time. As for the physical remains of the Star Cruiser, in a 2023 interview, Parks Chairman Josh D'Amaro assured fans that something would be done with it after the closure. But he gave no indication as to what, which to me says that he didn't actually know and also probably was lying. If I had to look to the future of the hotel, here's my theory. I think they might open it up as an expensive dining location. You know, guests will make dinner reservations, check in.
As of this video, as of 8 months ago, they're turning it into a office buildings for themselves.
I acknowledge that the guests having to be transported by bus is an extreme hassle, but it's not practical to have people driving up, and it's not walkable from anywhere, so I don't think there's anything else they could do for that element. When guests arrive, the wings of the building containing the hotel rooms will either be blocked off and used for storage, or demolished and converted back to parking lot space. The command bridge will be a photo op, the lightsaber training pod will be closed, because I can't think of a way for them to incorporate it while still putting through a high volume of people. Guests will eat in the dining room, they will watch a live singer, which they will all be able to see, because they will no longer be seating people in the corner booths. Will they, Disney? Will they? And then the alarm will sound, they'll be told the ship has been boarded by the First Order, and go to the atrium to watch an abridged version of the finale. Basically just the Rey and Kylo Ren fight, using the special effects that are already installed. While they're watching the finale, a new group of guests is entering the dining room. Rinse and repeat 3 to 4 times per night. And then they charge like Probably approaching $200 per person for the experience. Adults get one alcoholic beverage for free, and then it's like $99 for kids. The only other possible outcome is that it'll sit abandoned, growing mold. They'll use the dining room to host manager meetings or maybe new hire training seminars.
Oh,
and the
she
hotel
kind of
rooms
nailed
are
it
storage
there.
of bubble wands and balloons. That's the laziest solution, so that feels the most likely to me. Maybe that's what Josh meant by something. Part 19, the cast members. Cast member usually refers to actors.
She
but
always
in
knows
this
what she's
vernacular,
talking
it's
about.
Every employee who works there. And I just wanted to do a section on this to say, anytime the Star Cruiser felt deluxe to me, anytime I felt they had gone above and beyond to give a good experience, it was entirely through the efforts of individual cast members. It's kind of like that line from Jurassic Park where John Hammond says they spared no expense. In this case, I felt like Disney spared lots of expenses. Too many. But, by contrast, I felt that the cast members spared no effort. I would like to think that maybe Disney paid them well above the going rate to reflect this extra level of service they provided, but I know in my heart they probably didn't. They were probably just like, you'll earn more in tips, you're lucky to work here. Which, if true, boo! Anyway, let's highlight a few examples. In most cases, I was trying not to film people's faces unless they were a character performer, but I'll show footage where I have it. The merchandise cast members were so fun. This guy gave me a whole in-character guided tour of the store and everything in it. And he told me in character about how he runs a Gaia fan club on his homeworld, and then we talked a little about how we were both from Coruscant.
I am the biggest Gaia fan in the whole galaxy.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song? Probably 𝗦𝗨𝗣𝗥𝗧 or 𝗥𝗂𝗧𝗥𝗃.
𝗦𝗨𝗪𝗏 is classic.
Yes, yeah.
The next day, I had a long conversation with these two gift shop cast members about stuff that was happening around the ship. They were really funny.
You don't think it's a stowaway?
Again, Wookiee like 7 feet tall, super hard.
Right, how would they do
Super
that?
hard to hide. They would leave fur everywhere. I think if we actually had a Wookiee, I would notice. We would have noticed already.
I kept coming back to look at the jewelry display because they were all sold out, and one of the cast members actually got manager approval to sell me the display model, so I got the very last one on the ship. This cast member in Batuu had customized his own outfit for a little shoulder porg. On our first visit to the lounge, our waitress brought out our drinks, and then also brought out a little dish of water for Skippy to drink. And the other employees behind the bar were really setting a great mood. They knew all the alien songs playing over the speakers and were singing and dancing along. Our waiter Miguel at both dinners remembered our drink orders and had them waiting for us
Oh,
when we arrived.
I just saw the stretch. Thank you, Rack. Too focused.
And brought me that extra Mustafarian cheese. I went out into the atrium that night to film it while it was empty. I asked if I could step up on one of the little benches, and obviously I couldn't. I don't know why I asked. But then while I was filming, the
Dog's going crazy.
Cat
Nugget.
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 Now,
Lay down.
This isn't really exclusive to
Good
Star
boy.
Cruiser. I think
Nugget.
cast members tend to be this enthusiastic
It's
and
not his
helpful
fault.
across
The other
board.
dogs are
But
barking.
integral
Nugget.
to the
Nugget,
experience,
stop.
I still think it's worth remarking upon. I should also
Whoops.
mention that for the opening team, the vast majority of the Star Cruiser's hospitality staff were apparently kids doing the Disney college program.
Today we
Cash, move. Stop it. Oh my god. That was so loud.
part of our opening team of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. I'm so excited. There's a lot of good energy.
This
Cash.
means they were young workers
No.
juggling shifts with classes. For many of them, this was probably their first job ever in their entire lives. With such a new product and so many moving parts, they must have been constantly solving issues. And given the cost of the experience, the emotional stakes would have been much higher. So with that in mind, I think it's even more admirable that they did such a good job. But I also think it was really unfair of Disney to put them in that position in the first place. It's also weird because, like, that must have been a cost-cutting measure, right? College program is part-time, it doesn't come with health benefits, and the kids are housed by Disney, the cost of which is deducted from their paycheck. On top of all that, they have a lower base pay than regular employees. What's worse, allegedly Star Cruiser invented a work position called roamer. This would be a catch-all role responsible for pretty much every task in the hotel. Concierge, food, housekeeping, and bell services, or as I like to call it, smuggling luggage. This structure is obviously beneficial to employers, making each individual employee more expendable and also ensuring you can pack as many tasks into a single shift as possible. Requiring a single job position to juggle so many different responsibilities would of course command a higher hourly rate. But not if you hire a bunch of students who are new to the hospitality industry, who have no basis for comparison and can't tell when you're asking too much of them. And sure enough, of the 80 or so cast members hired onto this roamer job, allegedly only about 10 were full-time experienced workers, with the rest being college program students. The other issue is, and I'm not saying that the college program students provide worse service than other employees, But they're indisputably the cheapest labor available to Disney. So here again, why was Disney so determined to take the cheapest route on every aspect of the Star Cruiser? Anyway, I just hope that none of these people found themselves out of a job because of Disney's incompetence in launching this doomed hotel. But in my experience, when attractions close, Disney just shuffles the cast members to other locations around the resort, so they're probably okay. But sadly, I can't assume the same is true for the character performers. They had an especially difficult job, not comparable to anything else in the theme parks. They had to memorize collective hours worth of scenes and work in 2-day blocks where they were on stage for 8-hour shifts each day. They also had to familiarize themselves with the schedule to ensure they were at the right place at the right time, and be skilled at improv, and retain information like guest names and relationships to the characters. Despite all this, these actors allegedly had the exact same rates as other performers around the parks. These salaries aren't public information, so maybe that's just a rumor, but that is the word on the street from people who allege to be the employees. So if this is true, 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧 takes on this massive workload for Star Cruiser only to make the exact same rate as Gaston, who must only memorize 2 songs for a 30-minute stage show.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Miffed at people insisting that yes, the Star Cruiser price is fair because it's exactly like a bunch of Broadway shows in a row. It's not, but also, do you think your money is going directly to Captain 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧? Do you think she's getting paid as much per day as
No
the lead in a
barking.
Broadway show makes for several performances? Because I don't. And after all this, these actors were the first to be punished when the Star Cruiser underperformed. Actors are cast with roles in mind, so they aren't as easy to reassign as a housekeeping employee. So instead, they were allegedly hit with waves of layoffs. First when the staffing was scaled back due to low demand, and then again when the Star Cruiser was closed completely. And I realize that this is sort of the nature of acting as a profession. It's not the most stable job, but when the Star Cruiser did close, it did so very abruptly. Reportedly, a lot of the main character performers were hired on a year-long contractual basis, at which point their contracts may or may not be renewed. So they probably had a long-term expectation of when they'd be out of a job, and they probably didn't expect it to be in September of 2023. Allegedly, when the decision to close the Star Cruiser was made, the cast were given very little warning, only finding out they would be losing their jobs in a staff meeting a handful of minutes before the media announcement and just before starting a long shift. Even though so much was asked of them and they really rose to the occasion, I feel like the cast members were the first ones thrown under the bus when the Star Cruiser failed through no fault of their own. And that feels bad. Part 20. You've been robbed. I'm not talking about the cost of the cruise. If I was, this section would have been called, I've been robbed. No, you've been robbed. We've been robbed, all of us. I mentioned way back in part 1 that Disney has been marketing the idea of themed immersive experiences for years. And one land they pitched as immersive was Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. I said that, but then I changed the subject. I put a pin in it, but I didn't tell you about the pin. It was a surprise. Like when you step on a pin. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as immersive, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive, and at the end of the day, they're both about equally immersive. They both have large set pieces with really tall structures, they both have rides, they both have themed food and themed merchandise, and in the case of Pandora, that is roughly what was promised. But when they announced Galaxy's Edge, they promised much more. It was meant to be the most immersive theme park land ever built, unlike anything you've seen before. Encounters that enhance the story, roaming droids and aliens you can interact with.
This new 14-acre land will be occupied by many inhabitants, humanoids, aliens, and droids.
Now, the inhabitants of this remote frontier town, one of the last stops before Wild Space, will operate every store and restaurant. This outpost is filled with characters, alien creatures and droids. Now, you might have seen a favorite little droid rolling around in that video, and yes, BB-8 is one of the characters you can find there. Each experience will literally be out of this world, like this big fellow up here.
A personal reputation score that follows you throughout the land and impacts your day.
For you, our guest, every encounter will bring more of the Star Wars story to life in a place you can explore like never before. This is a living place where your choices matter, and a place where you can even earn a reputation. Each guest is success.
Alright, I think this is a fine outline, I suppose.
Harko, whoever that is.
You might even end up on the list of a local bounty hunter. I hear that Harko's here is someone you particularly don't want to mess with. If your name ends up on his list, well, that might truly be a problem when you show up at the local cantina.
Early plans lands featured a dinner show venue called the 𝗦𝗂𝗹𝗥𝗧, and some of the concept art is available to the public in the Galaxy's Edge art book. During construction, they appear to have cleared the land necessary for the 𝗦𝗂𝗹𝗥𝗧 before pulling back at the last minute and building the much smaller cantina, leaving the extra plot of land as a parking lot backstage. In 2017, Imagineers test drove interactive droids around Tomorrowland for a couple days, then abandoned that project as well. In 2023, they rolled out these little two-legged guys, but they immediately said they were only going to be used for special events and would not be a permanent fixture, and called them like an experiment, and to me it was just code for we built this to impress shareholders and you're not going to see them on the regular. Once in a blue moon you can catch an R2-D2 rolling around, but I've been told that that droid is actually the same model that's for sale in the adjacent Droid Depot gift shop, so that's really just a product demo. In 2014, before Galaxy's Edge was even announced, Disneyland rolled out 2 limited-time interactive games. The first was Legends of Frontierland. The story of the game was that 2 different factions were fighting for territory in a western gold town. As a player, you had to choose which territory to support and buy land for your side. You could earn wooden nickels in a lot of different ways, running errands for characters, gambling at the saloon, or turning in a fugitive for a bounty. At the end of each day, a winner would be announced based on guest input, and the stakes would be raised by having character actors on each side of the conflict who you would interact with during your missions. These actors would then lead the day-end finale ceremony. In Adventureland, they had the Adventure Trading Company, which worked on a different system. You would pay money for a particular quest, and then at the end, you would win a tangible item, these little totems which were said to have mystical properties. Some were really simple to get, like you would just buy a themed food and an item came with it. But others were much more involved. You'd pay for the quest in a gift shop, be handed an activity booklet, and then go around Adventureland looking for solutions to various puzzles, like decoding the ancient writing in the Indiana Jones temple, or talking to the Jungle Cruise skippers to complete a training course. Then you'd bring the completed booklet back to claim your prize. Both games were well received by guests, and Imagineers later confirmed that they were both actually covert playtests for possible interactive elements at the forthcoming Galaxy's Edge. But when the land opened, neither concept was present. The only gameplay that materialized was the Star Wars Datapad app game, which we've all agreed sucks. And what gets me about the app game is, you can very much see echoes of Legends of Frontierland in it, but it's an incomplete game. You complete tasks to earn in-game money, but instead of tasks that incorporate the environment, you're just scanning QR codes and then completing repetitive puzzles on your phone. And you can't do anything with the money. You can hack the control panels and ships for the Resistance, and you might be rewarded with a feeble beeping sound effect, but there's never any consequence to what you've done. This is all speculation, but I'd imagine that all of this was meant to culminate in the same way as Legends of Frontierland. Guests would earn points or territory for either the First Order or the Resistance, and then at the end of the day, they could have actors come out, and in a story moment, they would reveal who had won. But if that was the plan, it was never implemented, probably because Disney is trying to cut back on actors to save money. So instead, you feel like you're playing half a game. Or like a third of a game. Very little of a game. And no reputation score either. No roleplay element. Instead of filling the land with character actors, the CEO realized it would be cheaper to just tell the cashiers and food service workers that they get to be part of the story by using in-universe vernacular. And then brag about how revolutionary it is that everyone in the land is in character, even though they're not being compensated for the extra labor and guests are getting a lesser experience. Even elsewhere in their parks, Disney has started laying off most of the live performers who used to sing and dance because they were deemed too expensive. Only characters who do photo ops are safe, because Mickey Mouse and Cinderella directly earn their keep by selling Genie Plus front-of-the-line access and PhotoPass digital photo packages. Looking through the Star Wars Land art book, there's so much art for interactive alien citizens, and none of those made it to opening. I was especially surprised to see this female Rodian character. It seems that even a costume like 𝗦𝗧𝗥𝗧𝗧 was originally intended for the theme park, but scrapped for budgetary reasons. Every promised feature that would have made Star Wars Land unique was cut, not because any of it would have been impossible to implement, but because each one would have cost Disney just a little bit extra. Roaming droids cost money to repair. Actors, puppeteers, singers, they all cost marginally more per hour than a food service worker because they have better unions. You can build a game into the land, but any pieces that move or interact, well, there go more maintenance costs. And if you want the app game to culminate in anything, that would probably be a skit, and that would mean more actors. Why build a bigger restaurant with more square footage when you can instead save money by making a smaller building and enacting a rule where guests have to leave after 40 minutes? Who cares if it's a worse experience? You'll still get their money. Why have a singer at the cantina? We already covered how singers are expensive. So, what do we ultimately get at Galaxy's Edge? A themed courtyard, themed food, rides, and gift shops. The barest minimum expectations for a theme park land. It's no more impressive than anything they were building 50 years ago, just physically much bigger and emptier. And guest feedback has reflected this, with many calling the land a highly themed shopping mall with little to do. Then, less than 3 years after the underwhelming opening of Galaxy's Edge, they roll out the Galactic Star Cruiser. The hotel contains everything that was promised in that first announcement for Galaxy's Edge. A roaming droid, an interactive alien, character actors, reputation score, app integration, a dinner show with an alien singer named 𝗥𝘂𝗹𝗲𝗢. In fact, if you look back at the concept art for the 𝗥𝘂𝗹𝗲𝗀, you'll see that it actually appears to have an identical layout to the dining room on the Galactic Star Cruiser, just reskinned in clean colors. Over at the sides, you can even see those poles that blocked my view. And not only did the hotel cost extra, it cost a lot extra. More than any hotel Disney had ever offered before. Incomparable to the pricing structure for any themed entertainment ever offered by any company. Disney likes to pretend that Galaxy's Edge was never supposed to be more than it is, that it was always meant to be complemented by the Galactic Star Cruiser.
What's pretty amazing is to think about being in the rooms, seeing concept art years ago while we're building Galaxy's Edge with this in mind.
But I haven't forgotten the truth. Galaxy's Edge was publicly announced in August 2015 and promised all of these features to guests, complete with concept art. If the Galactic Star Cruiser was always part of the plan and developed simultaneously, why wasn't it announced at the same time? Why didn't they clarify then that the land's coolest features would exist only as DLC for the hotel guests? It wasn't until April 2017 that Disney distributed those first market research surveys about a Star Wars hotel. And at that point, from the concept art they released with the survey, we can see that they didn't know what the building was going to look like yet, didn't know what it was going to cost, didn't have a full picture of it. So, no, it doesn't really seem to me like the Galactic Star Cruiser was always part of the plan, intended as a complement to Galaxy's Edge. It seems to me like they had fully planned out Galaxy's Edge and logistically figured out the technology and budget it needed. And then someone internally seems to have said, wait, what if we just take away all the coolest parts and put them in a big locked building, and to get into that building, people have to give us a lot more money?
I think the depth of storytelling, the amount of play, the amount of engagement that a person is going to experience, I don't think you're going to question the cost. I actually think you're just going to have a lot of fun.
I also find it notable that the Disney parks used to have a popular interactive children's show called Jedi Training Academy, which predated even the opening of Galaxy's Edge. Kids would put on little robes and be handed training lightsabers, run through a number of drills, and then face off against a dark side opponent. Kids liked to do it, and adults liked to watch it because it was cute. The last remaining version of that show was canceled in June 2020, probably due to the pandemic, but even after Disney World started relaxing all its COVID precautions, the show never returned. Months later, the experience disappeared altogether from the website, and in July of 2022, they quietly removed all physical signage from the park. And so I think it's interesting that here we see a similar experience, again moved behind the paywall of the Galactic Star Cruiser. This isn't only a pattern in the Star Wars part of the parks either. This has become the new philosophy of the Disney theme parks. More and more amenities that used to be free are now being put behind paywalls. I told you about the M-bands earlier and how they've had this technology at the hotels for a while. Well, you used to get a magic band free with a hotel booking to use as your room key, but now they make you buy them. The Fast Pass system used to be free, now it costs extra. And it doesn't include every ride anymore. The good rides are a la carte, you have to buy those separately. Meanwhile, lines keep getting longer and longer because now that Disney can monetize long lines, corporate actually wants them to be long. The Fast Passes actually have variable pricing, which is updated live in the app, so the longer the lines are, the more they can charge. And of course, they oversell the Fast Passes because now they have an incentive to do so, so those lines aren't even actually short anymore. They fire all the atmosphere entertainment and close all the little diversions because they'd rather everybody just pile into those lines because the longer the lines, the more they can charge. Why build new rides? Why increase capacity? It's actually better for your bottom line if you don't anymore. Why do anything above the bare minimum? Ride photos used to be free for pass holders, now they cost extra. Buses from the airport used to be free for Disney hotel guests, now they cost extra. Even the baskets of free bread they used to bring out at the expensive restaurants, now you have to buy those as an appetizer. So that's the dirty secret behind the Galactic Star Cruiser. It wasn't an idea conceived to explore a new frontier in immersive experiences. It was just a lot of ideas they already had already promised us, some which they had already implemented, which were then taken away, paywalled. It wasn't driven by curiosity or inspiration. It was born of pure greed. Disney's boldest experiment in exorbitant upcharges. The Disney parks have always been more expensive than their direct competition, even when parks like Universal Orlando started to roll out equally impressive attractions. And the reason people were willing to pay more for Disney was that even though the base cost was more expensive, All of those little amenities were included, and that made people feel good. And now people go, they pay the high base cost, and then they pay all the little extra costs. Because really, why have an expensive, mediocre vacation when you can have an extra expensive, adequate vacation? They've already bought in, they might as well pay extra, but when they pay extra, they feel bad about it. And in some ways, this business model has been successful because, like I said, people are buying the amenities. Everybody's buying the magic bands and the bread baskets. Everybody's getting that fast pass add-on. And in some cases, they're paying extra to ride individual rides. And Disney is super happy because they get more money. Who cares how people feel if they're still giving Disney the money? I'm not going to pretend Disney is a smile factory. Obviously, they've always been a for-profit business at the end of the day. But I have to wonder what the long-term implications of this business model will be. The Thompson family might fly in from Iowa for their trip in 2024 and discover that they need to shell out extra money to go on the rides that they want and begrudgingly do so. But will that make them want to come back in 2027? The profits are high now, but what will they look like in 3 to 5 years? Maybe Disney doesn't care about that. Maybe if you set the price high enough, you can afford to have every family on Earth come only one time, feel kind of bad about their trip, and never return. Or maybe Disney's right and they're too big to fail, and people won't like it, but they'll just keep coming back and paying more and
That does
more
look
for the
kind of
same old
cool.
things
Kind of
that
like
used to be
it's like
free
little
and feeling
feetsies.
worse and worse about it. But I personally believe
It's little
that
like landing
eventually,
gear.
if Disney doesn't course correct, they're going to hit a ceiling. And I think the Galactic Star Cruiser was only the first symptom of that. I think it felt the strain first because it was so much more expensive. It was the ultimate monument to this age of Disney inflation, a singular product we can all point to as the moment Disney's new, more hostile business strategy became so painfully obvious. The very first time a luxury cruise ship has ever been symbolic of the hubris of man. And this isn't to say that along the way there weren't individual
Titanic.
artists and actors and employees who were inspired and did give it their all. I feel sad for their sake that all their work has been for nothing. I even feel sad for this building, thinking of it sitting empty and sad, gathering dust, maybe used as storage or a corporate meeting space. It's haunting. It was a unique experience, and now it will be gone, and that's sad. But that doesn't mean it was worth the price. It doesn't even mean it was good. In fact, if the Galactic Star Cruiser had succeeded, it would have only emboldened Disney to keep charging more and offering less. It's a project that might have been catastrophic on a consumer level for the future of Disney parks, and for that reason, it deserved to fail, and I'm glad it's dead. Also, I'm still mad they sat me behind a pole.
Oh shit, have I been streaming for oh my god. Oh my god.
So, in 2014,
I'm putting on the Evermore
at
video.
Salt Lake City Comic Con,
I'm
announced
almost
their
done
brand
with the
new
shell,
theme
so I
park,
just
a fully
feel
immersive theme park to rival Disneyland.
I feel
in
so
scale
determined.
and quality. The theme would combine multiple aesthetics and concepts. Renaissance fair, Charles Dickens novel, Lord of the Rings, steampunk, Dungeons and Dragons. This park would feature not only typical state-of-the-art theme park rides, but also actors, animatronics, interactive quests, and fully explorable environments. The park would open in 2015. I put that part in quotes because the park would not open in 2015. In fact, that park, as described, would never open. As a big theme park fan, Evermore Park has been an object of curiosity for me from the time of its first announcement, and the story has been a very wild ride since then. So today I would like to explore its fraught history and perhaps go to the park and take a look around. Consider this a very deep dive into Evermore Park. And for your pleasure and convenience, I have organized my points into an easily digestible,
Yay.
numbered list. Oh boy, here comes the list.
Why doesn't it have a roof?
He loves it. Part 1, The Pitch. So if you had attended that fateful Salt Lake City Comic Con in 2014, here are some of the Evermore attractions you might have been sold on. A 45-acre park plus 25 acres for parking. A 40,000 square foot manor. An enchanted forest ride. A ride reservation system, so no waiting in lines. A splash pad. A natural amphitheater called The Bowl. Themed costume rentals. A man-made lake. A London-esque city street called Ripper's Cove, which would be used primarily as part of the 5-part haunt.
We're going to have the world's most elaborate haunt. It's a 5-part haunt called Ripper's Cove.
And
dancing fountains, an island with ziplining courses, a 250-room hotel, this ominous promise about some kind of amazing bathroom experience, an ice skating rink, a boat ride that takes you through a sunken city, and then you arrive at a 3-story ghost ship. You climb out of the boats, you explore the ghost ship, you climb back in the boats take you through haunted pirate caves, and then you see a giant animatronic sea serpent.
You actually get on boats that take you around. You go through a sunken city, you go to a 3-story ghost ship, you get off the boats. So one of the things we wanted to do that Disney didn't is Pirates of the Caribbean, you can't go run around and explore. Well, at our place, you're going to get off the boat and you're going to go explore 3 decks of a haunted ghost ship. Then you're going to get back on the boats and you're going to go past Siren Island and you're going to go into a cave. You're going to ride that boat into a cave. There's going to be a sea serpent in there.
Now, I'd imagine you're hearing this and you're like, that sounds so
Damn
cool. That sounds like the coolest thing you could ever think of. In fact, it sounds almost exactly like the coolest thing you could think of. It almost sounds like a little kid sat down and daydreamed about their ideal theme park and then impulsively announced that they were building it without planning any of the logistics. In Walt Disney Imagineering, there is a stage in project planning called the Blue Sky Stage. This is the stage in the creative process wherein Imagineers will pitch the most ambitious ideas they can think of. There's no thought toward money or technology or even physics. It's just like, pitch what you think would be the coolest and we'll see what resonates with the team. The Blue Sky phase is one of the earliest stages in planning. In the often years that follow, the upper management and the Imagineers decide what's actually realistically within budget, what's possible to build, and what's a priority. And then they go ahead and announce to the public all of the things that they're actually going to have. But of course, at the time of the Evermore announcement, the park's opening was only a year away. They were presumably well past the Blue Sky stage. In fact, in their behind-the-scenes videos, you could see that they had already hired a lot of the staff. Notably, even a team of special effects makeup artists who wouldn't even be needed until the park opened. And yet, at the time of the park's big announcement, many couldn't help but notice that they hadn't even broken ground on the construction site. The major news outlets that reported on it just kind of took it at face value and didn't go into much detail. They were just kind of like, it sounds like a new theme park's coming to Utah. Sounds great. But if you look at like theme park fan blogs from around this time, you can see that there's a healthy dose of skepticism already going around Park's creative team directly, but we're told that there was nothing to worry about. The park was just going to open in phases. So like, yeah, it sounds ambitious, but not everything's going to be there opening day. The first phase of construction would only include the London Street, the town square, and that aforementioned 3-story ghost ship pirate boat ride with the giant animatronic sea serpent. A much more attainable goal, no? Well, no. There were those that still had their doubts. But the Evermore team insisted they were right on track. Part 2, the inventor. When I heard about the project, one of my first questions was, who's behind this? Usually when you hear about a new theme park, there's some kind of giant recognizable corporation behind it. If you hear they're building another Disneyland or another Six Flags, that makes some level of sense. Even some new production company throwing their hat in the ring checks out, like if suddenly Nickelodeon is building a theme park. But when you hear there's going to be a new elaborate theme park in Utah and it's being built by some guy, it's a little more mysterious. So let's explore some guy. Ken Bretschneider is
But it's hard, man.
next to the URL, so you know you're at the real page and you're not being phished for your password or anything else like that. That third-party company is paid to provide this service, and there are 2 or 3 of these companies that you see around a lot. Like, let's look at Facebook. If you mouse over the lock icon, verified by DigiCert. Twitter, verified by DigiCert. Tumblr, verified by DigiCert. Thank God they're keeping my romantic gifs of Sherlock safe. So in 2002, Bretschneider founded DigiCert. It did super well, and then he sold off his portion for like a whole lot of money. I wasn't able to find a definitive number that he made from this sale. I've seen guesses in the tens of millions and guesses in the hundreds of millions. Some of these guesses are stated very assertively, but I think basically nobody knows the exact number except him. Anyway, the relevant information is that his foray into tech made him very rich. So subsequently with that money, he did a lot of other weird projects. In 2010, he founded Deep Studios, a film production company. They made a handful of indie films, the most famous probably being 2013's Skinwalker Ranch, a found footage horror movie. In 2012, he became the CEO of a company called People Water. It was a bottled water company founded by a former Bachelorette contestant. Their website is defunct, and I couldn't find any reports about the company after 2015, so I think they went out of business. In 2013, he started a record label called Hidden Records, which I guess was like a sub-distribution label under Red Distribution, which no longer exists. I could only find concrete evidence of Hidden Records ever actually signing one band, and and that band re-signed to a different label in 2015, so I think Hidden Records no longer exists either. In 2014, Brett Schneider co-founded a barcade in Sherman Oaks called the 1UP. That one still exists. It's got 4 stars on Yelp. I think it's doing okay. 2014 also brought the announcement of a new project called the Air Center. This would have been in downtown Salt Lake City and combined a hotel, restaurant, nightclub. This would never be built, and the plot of land would go up for sale in 2016.
The first thing we've seen while we're here.
I would be remiss not to mention another, and maybe the most important Brett Schneider project, his annual tradition of decorating his family home every Halloween. For years, he would transform his property into grander and grander haunted houses, and not for money or anything, just like a festive thing for the neighborhood to enjoy. In 2013, the haunt saw over 11,000 guests, and Brett Schneider only requested that attendees bring a donation of cash or food for the Utah Food Bank. This made him something of a neighborhood legend, so when the news of the theme park first broke, there were a lot of locals in his corner. The narrative as a whole looked pretty good. A creatively minded hometown hero. He made his millions in tech, but he poured it back into his creative endeavors, his passion projects. He was a jack of all trades, a lifelong enthusiast in showmanship and theme parks, and now he was going to turn Utah into a world-class destination. I mean, honestly, what could possibly go wrong? Part 3, The Void. In May of 2015, it was announced that the Evermore project was indefinitely on hold, but that's actually not why this section is called The Void. The good news was that while Evermore was on the back burner, Brett Schneider would be focusing his energies on a new business venture. He co-founded a new entertainment company called The Void, which stood for The Vision of Infinite Dimensions. The Void was basically a chain of virtual reality attractions. You would put on a helmet and a big heavy vest and walk into a maze of essentially plain gray office cubicles. A pre-programmed adventure would then play out in your goggles, leading you through basically a first-person shooter video game. The 3D space you're in and all physical objects in it were already mapped out in the game. So any place you saw a wall in your goggles, there would actually be a wall. Whenever a door opened in the game, an automatic door would open to let you out of your cubicle into the next zone. And obviously, instead of plain gray cubicles, your goggles were showing you the halls of an enemy space station or a haunted castle. Virtual enemies would shoot at you, and if they hit you, a corresponding area on your vest would vibrate unpleasantly. And there were a bunch of other little parlor tricks which made a huge difference. Like if you walked across moss or alien slime, there was a corresponding squishy foam patch on the ground, so you could actually feel like you were in that environment. If your character had to walk out across a narrow bridge, they've laid down metal grating in that area, so you feel like you're really walking across it and you can hear it. If in the game you were up on a high balcony, there were upward pointed pipes in the room that would blast air in your face, or heat if you were next to lava. Sometimes entire cubicles even vibrated a little bit to simulate traveling on an escape pod or an elevator. Each individual element sounds like a small touch, but all of it put together made for a pretty immersive experience, and soon enough there were different locations popping up everywhere. And I mean, it makes sense. This is a concept that's basically built for franchising. It needed relatively little space, so you could put it into a vacant store in a shopping mall, and once built, the same maze of cubicles
Get rid of these because I don't need them, right? Because I'll just make them later.
By just applying new digital
When it's
visuals and then
done.
sending customers down different routes. And to sweeten the deal, the Void started licensing familiar properties to make different iterations of the game. So instead of just being essentially a public domain arcade game with a haunted castle, the Void suddenly had the legitimacy of being like a Ghostbusters experience, a Jumanji experience. The Walt Disney Company also saw a lot of promise in the concept and signed an ongoing deal for use of several of their properties. So we saw a Wreck-It Ralph game, an Avengers game, a Star Wars game based on Rogue One. Disney also personally rented out space for 2 different Void attractions at Disney Springs and Downtown Disney. These are basically the shopping districts that are next to the parks on both coasts. Different locations offered different games which could be switched out periodically. The games only lasted about 15 minutes, but they could charge $30 to $40 a person, and the games would often book out fully in advance. I imagine that the initial investment in equipment could be quite expensive and the setup costs of a given location, but once you had all that done and let enough time elapse to gobble up those initial costs, it seems to me like you could just kind of sit back and watch your money print itself. Personally, I went through a few of the Void programs and I really liked them. I thought the whole thing was really well executed, and all those little parlor tricks I mentioned really did make you feel more like you were in the world once you had the helmet on. And yet I, and many others, considered this a bittersweet development. VR is pretty fun, but it's totally different from a tangibly real fantasy village. If I may be subjective, VR just isn't as cool, and probably won't be for at least 100 years, or whenever they start putting implants in our brains. But there was cause for cautious optimism, because the Void's success could be good news for Evermore. Firstly, one imagines that any profit Brett Schneider made off Void would eventually be routed back into Evermore's budget. Secondly, there was talk of a Void location being installed at Evermore. To be honest, the promises in this regard were inconsistent. Sometimes it seems like the plan is for a Void location to be inside of Evermore. Sometimes the goal is to build a 7 to 8 pod virtual reality center next to the park, enclosed in a giant dome. At other times, it seems that this VR center will be in Salt Lake City, perhaps as part of the Air Center project. In fact, in some articles, the Air Center is rebranded as the Void VR Corporate Center, which will feature both office space and
Looks like a
public
Klingon
entertainment
ship with the
venues.
wings
As
cut
I
off.
said, the Air Center would remain
Fair.
a beautiful vacant lot. But let's check in on our other favorite vacant lot, Evermore Park. Part 4, the land. So in the Void era, Evermore had been indefinitely
Alright, let's mark the
delayed.
middle
The
again, because I've
announcement said
clearly
it was due to
lost it.
financial difficulties, and that's the only official
After
reason
all
that the
my
park has ever given.
things.
But I at least
1,
need to
2,
mention
3,
another
4,
element. There are
5.
a lot of rumors regarding the
1,
location
2,
chosen
3,
for Evermore.
4,
The 2014
5.
announcement said that the park would be coming
6,
to
7.
Pleasant Grove, Utah, and the
Wait,
land necessary
10,
was
12.
purchased. But
That's easier.
I'm guessing
Okay,
a
so
lot
it's
of
just
you
6.
are not familiar with this place. Pleasant Grove is a small and sparse
1,
city,
2,
mostly
3.
comprised of suburbs. And honestly, the parts of it that
1,
I saw
2,
were like
3, 4, 5,
85%
6.
office park.
1,
This
2,
choice
3, 4,
honestly
5,
feels
6.
extremely
Sweet.
reminiscent of the strategy that the Disney parks used when they were scouting locations. When Disney bought the property for Disneyland, Anaheim was like all orange groves. It was drivably near to Los Angeles, so tourists could still head that way, but the land was cheap and there was lots of room to expand. The city of Anaheim, as we know it now, really became that way in response to the success of Disneyland and the tourism industry that sprang up around it. So, in a similar spirit, Pleasant Grove is about a 40-minute drive from Salt Lake City. I wouldn't necessarily call Salt Lake a huge tourism city, but it's at least a population center and people can drive from there to your park. A nearer neighbor is Provo,
I guess
which is
it's...
a relatively humble college town about 20 minutes from Pleasant Grove.
Okay, show me the beautiful Provo view.
I guess it's perfect.
I was like a Tim Burton guy. Like,
I was like, oh, time to make it match the side, but I guess it's...
oh my god.
1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... Yeah. Well, shit.
It's on the window.
Sick.
It's like slut. It's drool from balconies on the higher floor. It's literally just like brownish slut.
The key word here being humble, which honestly could work in Evermore's favor. After all, there are a lot of young people here, and not a whole lot for them to do on weekends other than go to a couple outlet malls or maybe do an escape room. But although this seems like an advantageous location, there was another factor to consider. If you moved your family into what you thought was a quiet suburb with good schools, you might be less than thrilled to hear that a theme park to rival Disneyland is going in next door. Disneyland may have put Anaheim on the map, but it also moved in a whole tacky subculture of gift shops, fast food, budget motels, not to mention traffic through the whole center of town, light pollution, sound pollution in the busy season when they have fireworks spectaculars every single night. And outside of Florida and California, people's cultural idea of a big theme park is even less flattering. Think of all those humbler operations like Six Flags and Cedar Fair, big hot expanses of cracked concrete and towering ugly steel
Why did I even put this here?
you can see from miles away. It's
I could
perfectly
put it in here.
natural to feel skeptical.
Oh, it's the bottom. The bottom's the one that I needed to make it match. Whoops. Okay, let's just delete the stairs for now.
Was part of the reason for a reimagining of Evermore Park. And insiders also alleged that every time Evermore needed to clear any kind of permit with Town Hall, it was a huge contentious battle. And so, in this alleged effort to appease the locals, we see a brief shift in 2017. For a time, Evermore Park was instead running with the project name Evermore Gardens. Now the park is hardly a theme park at all. We are told that there will be absolutely no rides. Evermore Gardens will be a themed botanical garden. The park may host a Void VR attraction in one of the buildings on property, but for the most part, it will be about atmosphere. The gardens will be divided into 4 zones: English Garden, Victorian Garden, Celtic Garden, and Fantasy Garden. Sounds pretty cool. Unfortunately, this concept is problematic for a few reasons. Firstly,
this makes a lot more sense. I was like, wow, I can't believe I did this did it perfectly.
More crucially,
Nope.
it's not even a a great business.
This was the mess I was
While
looking
in
for.
Pleasant Grove, I discovered that there is a big tourist hub about 10 miles down the road called Thanksgiving Point. It's a shopping and dining district with a couple science museums, a big golf course, lots of rental homes, and a gigantic botanical garden. I only took a cursory look at the place on my last day in town, but it's free to enter and sprawls over 50 acres. It has a greenhouse, man-made waterfalls, and it hosts book clubs and children's fairy tale meetups. So what I'm trying to say is that opening a much smaller, paid entry botanical garden about 15 minutes down the road sounds extremely foolish. And maybe they realized that because the Evermore Gardens angle didn't last long. But anyway, at this point in time, it was just nice to see that the project hadn't been entirely abandoned. Part 5, The Return of Evermore. Finally, in February of 2017, Evermore returns fully from the mists of obscurity.
There we go.
Brett Schneider announces on the local news that the plans are back on, and not for Evermore Gardens, for Evermore Park.
Central Utah specialist Sam Penrod is live on the site tonight. Sam, it looks like this is going to happen.
Yes, Dave, the Evermore Park project seemed to stall over the past couple of years, but we're told construction is set to begin here later this week, and what the founder believes will become a big entertainment attraction here in Utah.
Evermore would now be opening as an 11-acre park, still with no rides or attractions. This was spun as a selling point. Evermore was now less a theme park and more a botanical garden experience park. The main activity would now be immersive, interactive quests led by a Broadway-sized cast of character actors. So now we have a little bit of a middle ground. Definitely cooler than a botanical garden, but definitely less cool than a theme park to rival Disneyland. But don't worry, the park wouldn't just be a simple Renaissance fair. It would be using world-class, state-of-the-art effects to elevate these interactive performances.
These are immersive theatrical experiences, so we're using lighting, DMX-controlled devices, smells, sounds, sights. We're using 3D projection mapping, costuming, puppeteering, and different things to create these really elaborate events.
And don't forget about that Void VR location going into the park. Maybe it'll even be under a dome. This reopening announcement was similar to the one from that 2014 Comic-Con in that at the time of the announcement, the park was slated to open only a year later, in Halloween of 2018. But unlike the Comic-Con announcement, this time they would meet their deadline. Kind of. In my opinion, one of Evermore's first and worst missteps is that it opened long before it was ready to. This is kind of like that Spider-Man Broadway musical situation. You can open a half-finished project and call it a preview and a soft opening as much as you want, but when you're making a commercial product, that doesn't really matter. Anyone who was going to show up and write a review or an article about your product is going to show up the moment that it opens to the public and review it then, regardless of the state that it's in. And if you're not putting your best foot forward, you're just going to squander all that free publicity only to potentially put out an underwhelming first impression. So Evermore Park opened on September 22nd, 2018, and they called it a soft opening. I have to imagine this was for financial reasons. A half-finished park with a lowered ticket price is still at least bringing in some money, and you can put that toward finishing the project if you run out of funds. I do think that opening at Halloween time was a great idea. As I've said, Halloween decorations were Brett Schneider's specialty, plus they would put a more flattering veneer over the entire park. After all, unless you live in a rural area, you've probably been to a pumpkin patch that's really just a parking lot, and they've dressed it up with hay bales and scattered loose sawdust on the ground and put a bunch of pumpkins everywhere, and suddenly you're in an autumnal wonderland. It turns out that American brains really just love to look at like loads of pumpkins. That's literally all it takes for us. Evermore employed a lot of similar techniques. The empty landscaping didn't look empty because it was loaded with pumpkins. Straw could be used to camouflage incomplete features, and everything else could be literally smoke-screened with strategically placed fog machines. Initial customer feedback was generally pretty positive. The buildings they could see were beautiful. Yeah, most of them were still locked up, and yeah, the park had a lot of chain link fences everywhere, half-finished buildings, and visible construction sites. Clearly it wasn't done.
Oh, that's right, I remember.
Bare minimum food offerings, although they promised to have more complex options later. They had no liquor license.
I wanted
so
to
one of the interactive locations
move this
was a
forward
tavern,
so I can add
nothing was
something in the
served
back.
There were some other small quibbles in the initial reviews. The interactive element that was promised was very confusing to many visitors. There was no clear signage or instruction, and the actors didn't volunteer information about the quests unless you already knew how to ask about them.
I think this is the tavern, and we have to ask for like a quest. Ethan, you're asking for a quest. Film me.
Want to help people out?
Yeah, sure, Frida.
I don't have anything I need done.
Hello, does humanity have a quest?
Quest?
What?
Like slaying a dragon and saving a princess, like that kind of quest.
Yeah.
That sounds like fairy tales to me.
It does.
But there were other activities like archery and some scare maze elements that could entertain teenagers just looking for Halloween thrills. Many guests were content just doing a little archery, taking in the scenery, making awkward small talk with some actors, and then heading home early. At least in terms of the online feedback I could find, most of it was pretty encouraging.
There's a lot that's not finished, but it's really cool already.
They're still under construction, so we weren't able to see everything. But what has been done was amazing.
Right now, it feels a little more like a Renaissance fair and a dress rehearsal for what's to come.
Very incomplete things.
Yeah, it's good to get in here and kind of get a feel for what to expect when you come.
So I think it's a work in progress right now, but I was glad I got a quick sneak peek, and I feel like you guys are gonna love it.
They still actually have a lot of construction and work to do. I took that in
Shit.
mind going into this. I look forward to going back in about a month when I feel like everything's going to be more completed.
The park wasn't done, but they'll be adding a lot in the coming years. It'll be really cool then. This verdict from the locals meant that people would not be coming from out of town to check it out because it just didn't sound worth it, which honestly probably greatly diminished the potential customer base. It seemed that at this point, what little hold Evermore had ever had over the minds of the general public slipped away for good, their curiosity satisfied. But the important thing was that the park had actually opened, an obstacle which in previous years had seemed insurmountable, and it could only get better from here. Part 6. Lore. From the start, Evermore was always intended to operate seasonally with different themes throughout. It would close for weeks to months in between so that the park could be redecorated and presumably so actors could be briefed on the new storylines. There is a canonical explanation for this. Evermore is meant to be a town removed from time, a liminal space surrounded by portals to many different realms and times. This means that, aesthetically, Evermore can borrow elements from multiple fantasy genres and time periods. So they can have a medieval village, a Victorian cathedral, a quaint fairy tale cottage, a hobbit house. They even have steampunk stuff. When the park opened, it had this automaton named Tip Top who would stomp around and thump on his stomach in delight. Evermore has some residents who have canonically made their home in this town, and other characters are just passing through. You, the guest, are yourself visiting through a portal from modern-day Earth, so even that works in canon. And the citizens of Evermore call the guests from Earth the World Walkers. So that's you. You're a World Walker. In each season of operation, new portals open to let in new creatures from different worlds. So in the wintertime, maybe a portal opens to a world of whimsical snow fairies. At Halloween time, maybe a portal has let in a sinister Fae King who's trying to take over. Each season has its own general, overarching story, and I'm told by fans who have a more intimate knowledge of the lore that the time setting will also change between seasons. So you might go to the past of a previous season and see different characters, or you might jump into the future on the timeline. To help keep it straight, every season has a different name. As of now, a spring season has never come to pass, but the park leadership have expressed interest in doing an operating season at that time of year. It's just never happened. The summer season is called Mythos. This was pitched as a magical midsummer lantern festival celebrating fairies, dragons, and other forms of magic. The concept art shows a massive illuminated dragon winding through town and jellyfish hanging from the trees. One year, the summer event was called Pyra, or maybe Pyrrha. It was pirate themed, but then the following year, the summer event was called Mythos again. Lore is the Halloween event. So you see, when I called this section lore, it was actually some very clever meta humor. You didn't know it at the time, but you may laugh now. Now that I told you. Well, that's probably long enough. Anyway, lore has two different phases. At the earlier part of the day, it's a more child-friendly Halloween event where kids can trick-or-treat for taffy from the characters and look at big pumpkins. Then as the sun goes down, it starts to get spookier and converts into a more sinister and jump-scare-based experience, closer to what you might find at Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights or other scare mazes like that. All information I could find indicated that these two time periods were not separately ticketed, which I honestly find very strange because demographically they seem like two very different experiences. I'm sure some people, like myself for example, would love to go and do both, but maybe they could have utilized like a colored wristband system in order to sell cheaper halftime tickets to the people that don't want to stay all night. Aurora is the winter event, and more specifically the Christmas event. This part of Utah is overwhelmingly Mormon, so there's little motivation for businesses in this area to have secular winter activities. During Aurora, the park hosts an interactive version of A Christmas Carol, wherein you can follow the characters around if you wish. In San Francisco, there's an annual event called the Dickens Fair, so Aurora sounds like a slightly less elaborate
Working
version of
hard.
that, but they have fantasy characters out too for people who want the more typical Evermore experience. The park
Okay,
announced
now I'm
that
gonna push it
January
forward.
2021, the Christmas Aurora operations would make way for the winter but not Christmas themed event Vinterloom. It seemed that this event would have been more about ice, snow, magic, the northern lights, etc. But I'm afraid Vinterloom would never come to be. Oh my god, I forgot my gamer lights. Were they on? Yes, they were on in the other clip.
Shit.
Turn on gamer lights. Yay! Although the seasonal names for the most part repeat each year, one lore is not the same as every other lore. So it's not like if you go one year at Halloween, you have no reason to return for the following Halloween, because it will be a different experience. To be honest, I feel like the naming conventions don't make this clear enough. Especially when one random summer had a different name, I could imagine unfamiliar guests just assuming that two mythoses are the same as each other. Also, if I may be subjective, I dislike most of these names. Lore doesn't evoke the vibe of a kid-friendly pumpkin patch or a teen-friendly Fright Fest, so I imagine both demographics might just overlook it entirely. Aurora doesn't evoke the idea of a Charles Dickens Christmas Carol. Mythos is fine, but if you put the word mythos on a billboard, nobody's gonna know what it is. In my opinion, until your local customer base has the faintest idea what your park is, you need to promote extremely basic season names that spell it out for them. This summer is Fairy Fest at Evermore. Come see the Summer of Dragons, Christmas Village, Winter Masquerade, Pumpkin Town, Ever Fear. It's cool to have this story about different portals opening to different realms, and it makes sense for those portals to all have their own names, but maybe those names should just be a part of in-game dialogue and literature, and then the superfans can learn them if they'd like. But the words mean nothing to a non-fan, so they should not be used in marketing, at least until the park gets enough of a foothold that locals do know these words, and then it'll mean something to some rando that's driving past a billboard.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, each season had its own totally unique storyline. There would be a unique threat to the safety of the town, or an object that all the guilds are trying to get, or various characters would be running for mayor. And in some cases, the stakes were pretty high. Like, they would have wizard battles, characters could even be killed off, and then the actor would just be recast in a different role. There are a handful of dedicated locals who try to chronicle all of these story developments, either through text in Discord servers, or through capturing footage of as many major story beats as they can find. I can see that a fan wiki has been created, but nearly all of the pages are still blank templates, although I did stumble across some kind of intense Google Doc shared by the mods. Apparently, in past seasons of Evermore, the park would hand out an ever-changing newspaper summarizing what guests had missed. This is a good enough concept, although I question how useful some of this information would be to an average guest. But honestly, I wonder why there isn't more of an online guide being maintained by the park. You'd think they could put character profiles up on the website, or at least summarize the major story arcs so people considering whether or not to go can know what they're getting into. I have heard from former employees that at one time characters shot little introductory videos. The idea being that when guests bought tickets digitally, they would then be emailed a randomized video so they could at least get to know one character before they showed up. And then there's kind of a connection, like if they see that character in the park, it's like, oh, I know this guy. But for whatever reason, that system was never implemented, and these alleged videos remain unreleased. I think it would at least behoove them to put that kind of content on the official YouTube channel. I do also, if we're being honest, find the story pacing a little odd. It seems like a little too much of the experience depends on being at the right place at the right time on the right date. In theory, this could be a good thing in that all guests would have a unique experience. But all guests having a unique experience is only really cool if each of those experiences is roughly equivalent in quality. As it stands now, it seems like you can either come on the right night when there's a wizard battle throwing fireballs back and forth, or the wrong night where nothing exciting happens at all. I already expressed my intent to go to the park, right? So I wonder which kind of night I will experience. It seems like a large portion of the clientele are families who who are only visiting once and may never return, so it feels important to make sure that every night has some kind of standout moment. The closest equivalent theme park experience I can think of is the Ghost Town Alive event at Knott's Berry Farm. For a couple summers, the park would staff actors to live in the park's cowboy town. They would similarly interact with guests, give them tasks, and convey major story beats with a newspaper. Well, yeehaw! I have it right here. I keep it in my big binder of theme park maps. A normal thing to have. A big difference is, in Ghost Town Alive, the actors are canonically meant to be ghosts. They don't know that they're ghosts, but that's what they are, and they're stuck in like a ghost time loop. That's why every day of the event is Founders Day. Every day the townsfolk are electing a sheriff and trying to stop the same group of bandits. Every day has a gunfight at the same time, and every day has a celebratory Founders Day hoedown. And your little errands can influence the story, so different days have different outcomes for various characters. And then there were a couple random days that were made special for the guests. Like, instead of walking in for the climactic confrontation, the bandits would ride in on the park's real steam train. But if you weren't there on that particular day, it wouldn't feel like you had had a lesser experience. You can go on any given day and both see the ramifications of the things you've done with the characters and feel like you've seen all the major beats of a story. There's one night of Evermore's story that's widely talked about on the fan groups. Most people refer to it as the night Evermore went dark. This was a night during lore, so there had been dark creatures threatening Evermore through all of the storyline, but it had finally come to a head. So on this one night, about a half hour before closing time, the creatures all rushed the town, storming into once safe areas. The characters all started screaming and running, hurrying guests out of the park, back out through the portal they had entered from, so the front gate.
That's a bad idea, 𝗦𝗡𝗥𝗧.
The gates were closed. Frequent visitors were thrilled to be there on a night that something exciting had happened. But first-time guests were, in some cases, confused and angry. Supposedly, complaints from some guests prompted management to reopen the gates because they couldn't just close the park early, but when they did reopen, it was to an eerily empty town. This left a cool mystery for the following week. What had happened to everybody? Would they be okay? Again, a tantalizing story for guests who already knew they were returning next week, but kind of a frustrating and confusing end of the night for one-time visitors who had no idea what was going on. I also think it's worth noting that story beats of that intensity, which are unprecedented and happen without prior warning, are possibly an unwise choice for a family park. It seems that a lot of parents, whether they're supposed to or not, do let their kids roam unsupervised within the park, and this is not discouraged by park management. So if everyone is suddenly booted outside, I could see that being a real safety issue. Also, it might have occurred to you that hanging out in a crowded venue and suddenly having everybody screaming and running and telling you to get out, and you don't know why, might evoke imagery of real disasters and acts of mass violence which have happened at real entertainment venues. So I can imagine being quite alarmed if you're at the park for the first time and happen to not know the minutia about the B-plot brewing with the Fae King and his evil minions. Anyway, moving on to another story element, we have guilds.
Yep, this is a ship.
Characters in the park belong to different guilds, which guests can help through quests or even join. These are roughly similar to the character classes in Dungeons & Dragons. I tried really hard to find a definitive list somewhere of all the guilds, but it's pretty confusing. Evermore doesn't really maintain their own guide, and guilds also seem to be introduced and then eliminated throughout different seasons. But anyway, here's the list that I've got. The Knights, the Rangers and Archery Guild, the Pirates, the Dwarves. These guys mostly just play covers of popular music. The Blackheart Hunters. These are the most unique guild. They're basically like a group of Van Helsing-style monster hunters. Old seasons appear to have had a Bards Guild, but I think they no longer exist. At least one season had a guild called the Wolves of Winter. My impression is that this was sort of like a barbarian guild.
Complete these 2 trials, and one final one the following week, and you will be part of the pack.
I think they don't exist anymore either. There are elves, but I don't think they're a guild, and some characters called the Rangers the Elven Rangers, but none of the Rangers that I saw seemed to be elves. It seemed like they were 2 different groups, so I don't know what to make of that. the dragon riders, in previous seasons called the dragon trainers. There are fairies, and some guests say they've been given quests to join the Fairies Guild, but this might have been improvised by the actors. It doesn't seem like this was a guild that was ever recognized by the park. Unclear. There appears to be one wizard just kicking around. One guy. So I think that's not a guild. And lastly, I heard there were witches.
One wizard is pretty funny.
There aren't anymore. And that's all of them that I'm aware of. Again, would love some kind of guide or glossary curated by the park. I did my very best. It seems that in some storylines, the guilds are at odds with one another, and in others, they're just coexisting without incident. I think for the most part, this is meant to function like the Hogwarts houses. Like, it's just kind of fun to belong to a club. And now I think you've got the basics. You've at least got what I knew going in. So from there, the story of Evermore was ever-changing, ever-evolving with each season. And you're probably wondering what else changed. The answer is not much. Yeah, remember at opening, all those people that were saying they were excited to see Evermore when it was more finished? Just as soon as management had gotten through what they called Phase 2 of construction, well, Phase 2 never seemed to come. Some of those unsightly chain link fences around construction.
The shadow reminds me of E.T. Oh my god.
Construction was finished. The unfinished buildings
so
were
right.
out in plain sight. The paths to them usually blocked off by sawhorses. There were some uncompleted buildings that just needed their interiors.
Alrighty,
finished,
gamer.
so
Since I'm gonna be playing Final Fantasy tonight, I should oh no, I'm not playing Final Fantasy tonight. I think I'll wait.
Restaurant just outside the gates.
Wait.
Began to grow in and give the park a more filled-in look, but it seemed that the buildings that were incomplete at the park's
No
grand opening
FF
would
tonight,
stay that way.
right?
Part 7, Plague
Oh,
comes to Evermore. I don't know if
I
you
think
guys
she
have
said
heard
she
of
can't
it,
do
but
anything
in
Friday, so
2020,
maybe I
the
won't be back for this. I need to do Hollow Knight though, too. And for my mental health, I probably shouldn't spend too much time on one game.
Many chain
For my
restaurants were
poor
able to weather the
poor
storm
brain.
of the pandemic, but it was a killing blow to a lot of independent businesses. I can only imagine the kind of setback it would be for a newly opened
This is
studio
not
still
match.
trying to recoup its construction costs. This was also a crushing blow to Void VR. Virtual reality experiences
This
are
does
not
not match the
essential
actual,
service,
like-
so unsurprisingly, locations were required to close. Surprisingly, for much of the pandemic, Disney's 2 theme park adjacent shopping districts did stay open for shopping and outdoor dining, but the VR experience entailed walking through narrow cubicles, touching things, and oh yeah, wearing an enclosed helmet on your entire head that other people have been wearing and breathing on all day. Even if they had been legally allowed to operate, I can't think of any number of bleach wipes that would make people want to take on that activity in a pandemic. So even as its neighboring shops were open to customers and foot traffic, the 2 Disney Void locations would remain shuttered. And oh, it gets worse. The Void fell behind on rent payments, but more painfully, they fell behind on licensing payments to the Walt Disney Company. Out of all of Brett Schneider's ventures at the time, the Void had always seemed like the most robust and the safest bet. But now, with the unexpected obstacle of the pandemic, the Void was struggling, and things were looking grim all around. So let's look at our timeline as
How did
best
this
as
end
I
up being
can
so
pin it down.
lopsided?
June 2020, Utah Business reports that Evermore Park faces 5 separate lawsuits from unpaid contractors, each owed between $28,000 and $400,000. July 2020, Disney posts a notice of eviction and a termination notice of the licensing agreement on the windows of the downtown Disney Void location. Since the shopping districts are open to the public, these legal letters are immediately photographed and posted online for speculation and ridicule. August 2020, the last update to the Void website appears. It notifies customers that locations will remain closed indefinitely. Guests with pre-booked tickets are refused refunds. Instead, they are instructed to rebook and promised a free credit for an additional experience. That same month, Evermore Park launches a GoFundMe to try to rescue the park. If you read far enough to see what the funds would be used for, it mentions things like developing new merchandise, building new structures on the property, launching a podcast? Guys, what do you think it costs to launch a podcast? I mean, yes, that could help with publicity, so like, why not? But you could have done that at any time, and you don't need $100,000 from your fans to get it started. And I'm not an accountant, but doesn't it seem like any funds raised ought to be paying those outstanding debts to contractors first? October 2020, the Void signage is completely
1, 2,
dismantled
3,
from both
4,
Disney
5, 6,
locations.
7,
Meanwhile,
8.
the Vegas location is taken over by a competitor.
1,
January
2,
2021,
3,
the Void
4,
website
5,
goes completely
6,
offline.
7, 8.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
Evermore announces that the park will be abruptly laying off a huge chunk of their staff.
A fantasy fiction theme park here in Utah has notified employees they are no longer needed. The owner of Evermore in Pleasant Grove telling Fox 13 after the pandemic forced the park's closure for nearly 4 months earlier last year and limited audiences ever since, they've lost upwards of $1 million.
The layoffs consist of the bulk of the interactive character performers, leaving only a theoretical theoretical skeleton crew to operate food service and some of the extra activities. I say theoretical because after the conclusion of the winter experience, Evermore does not reopen for January, February, March, or April. Park officials claim that the closure is not permanent, that they would reopen sometime in the coming months, and that when they did reopen, they would move in a new direction without actors. You're probably wondering, what new direction? The pandemic saw many theme parks scaling down or phasing out interactive character performers, but if Disneyland closes the interactive Princess Hall, they still have Splash Mountain. At Evermore, the performers are the attraction. They're basically the only attraction. So at this point, pretty much everyone takes this as a death knell for the park, and I sit at home bitterly resenting my failure to go before its extinction. Meanwhile, fans of the park were outraged. Many of the same people who had donated to the GoFundMe campaign were past patrons of the park who had interacted with and loved the character performers. Part of the incentive to save the park was surely to ensure the continued employment of these people. So now, not only were the layoffs bad publicity, but they also felt like a deeply personal betrayal to a lot of the most loyal fans of the park. They all take to the fan pages on Facebook to vent their frustrations, and allegedly Ken Bretschneider and his wife showed up in the comments to argue with fans, which is never a good look. I say allegedly because a lot of the contentious content in those fan groups is swiftly deleted. Oh hey, speaking of Swift, Part 8, Evermore v. Swift. In December of 2020, Taylor Swift releases her 9th album, Evermore. Hey, that sounds familiar. So initially, the park responds with good humor.
Absolutely love that everyone online is talking about us. Hashtag Evermore. Thank you. Oh, wait, it's an album? At Taylor Swift, anytime you want to come visit us, please let us know. Why, thank you for the spotlight. Hello, and thank you to our new followers. We'll assume that you were here due to the hashtag Evermore mix-up. Good to have you with us. Just a reminder, being from other worlds are allowed in the town of Evermore, but they must check in with the Pirate Guild first. Thanks!
And of course this is their reaction, because this is honestly pretty good news for the park. A lot of people are probably trying to Google the album and accidentally finding the park's website, which is pretty good free marketing for a park which is completely unknown to all but the most die-hard theme park enthusiasts. But this peace could not last. In February of 2021, Evermore files a complaint against Team Swift for infringement of their copyright. Some of the complaints are about what you'd expect from a copyright lawsuit. The document refers to Taylor Swift's Evermore merch as counterfeits of the original Evermore Park merch. And I know what they mean. I feel really bad for all the people who hopped on Google trying to buy merch for an obscure Utah theme park, unknowingly clicked on Taylor Swift's website, and were duped into buying her stupid album merch instead. They must have been so disappointed. The complaint also points out that Taylor had the gall to sell her album on Apple Music, the exact same platform that Evermore had already used to sell their Celtic violin and wind chime music.
Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. 1, 2, 3 panels. 1.
Back off, Taylor. Apple
3.
Music is theme park turf. Other grievances mentioned are frankly bizarre.
The Evermore album includes a song titled Evermore and 14 additional songs, 6 of which include explicit lyrics. The explicit versions of the Evermore album are provided with the parental advisory warning shown below.
Thanks for the picture of the label, bro.
Prior to defendants' release of the Evermore album, numerous published descriptions of Evermore referred to the epic tales that play out at Evermore Park. Miss Swift writes in the booklet that accompanies the Evermore album, quote, "I love the escapism I found in these imaginary/not imaginary tales. I love the ways you welcome the dreamscapes and tragedies of epic tales of love, lost and found. A copy of this booklet is attached as Exhibit C."
The booklet! A paragraph in the booklet of Taylor Swift's album poses a material threat to the profits of a Renaissance fair theme park. Apparently, while we weren't looking, this theme park claimed ownership over not only the word Evermore, but also the descriptor epic. They alleged that this CGI image of a willow tree from Swift's music video, Willow, is an imitation of Evermore's two-dimensional Celtic-inspired non-willow tree logo. So yes, it appears that Evermore now also owns the concept of artistic depictions of any type of large tree.
Despite her publicly stated concerns for small and struggling artists facing large and better-funded opponents, such as Apple and the record labels, Miss Swift
One,
now seeks to bury the previous released
1,
Evermore
2,
albums
3,
created by
4,
Evermore
5,
and
6,
misappropriate
7.
the Evermore trademark with no compensation to Evermore because the company is facing financial difficulties due to the COVID-19 pandemic and cannot afford to engage in protracted litigation.
Oh, you're right, Evermore. The jealous Taylor seeks to bury you. All this time, she's been biding her time in the shadows, knowing that she couldn't beat you in a fair fight. She had to wait until you were at your most vulnerable to launch her insidious attack. They go on to claim that Evermore Park offers primarily live visual and audio performances by an actor. The document points out that Taylor Swift has acted in projects such as Valentine's Day and
Oh
The
my God.
Lorax, and as such is an actor. And so
That
if she were ever to
is
perform
insane.
Evermore songs live, she would technically be offering live visual and audio performance by an actor. So this suggests that Taylor Swift, the human's career as a pop singer, is essentially legally the same as the day-to-day operation of a non-living theme park. In making this claim, Evermore overlooks the existence of Evermore Medieval Festival, a Renaissance fair and fantasy-based LARP experience founded in 2018, which Evermore has never identified as a threat to their copyright. The Evermore lawsuit asks roughly $2 million from Taylor Swift to make up for the damages she did to their brand by selling counterfeits of their merchandise. I can't help but
I wonder if
wonder
they just
even Brett Schneider and his lawyer suspected that this was a frivolous lawsuit, and
Fuck.
perhaps hoped that Taylor Swift has so much money that she would just settle for some amount outside of court out of
I think that's
laziness. After all,
exactly
$2
I think
million
that's
would be a lot
exactly
for
what they
Evermore to
thought.
receive, but Taylor Swift probably wouldn't even notice it missing from her bank account. But if that was their aim, maybe they shouldn't have made such outlandishly specific claims. Maybe they shouldn't have attacked Taylor Swift's character by implying that she is attacking small businesses on purpose. So Team Swift fought back. First, they went through and refuted each one of Evermore's claims. It was clear that they didn't think they would lose to Evermore Park, but they obviously wanted to avoid the tedium and media attention of a legal battle. So first, Team Swift just sent like a legal letter back, like,
I'm
no.
fuck something
Drop
up,
this.
didn't I?
But Evermore did not back down. But what Evermore didn't know was that Team Swift had an ace up their sleeve. Suddenly, Team Swift said, fine, you can sue us, but we're going to sue you back. They filed their own, ostensibly unrelated lawsuit against Evermore Park for the park's unauthorized use of Taylor's songs. Oh yeah, that's right. Remember those dwarfs? All they do is sing cover songs?
How am I fucking this up? Okay, wait, hold on.
Well,
1,
apparently
2,
some of those songs were by none
3,
other
4.
than T Swift, and
1,
she had
2,
the
3, 4.
receipts. It's pretty obvious that Team Swift didn't actually care if a band of merry dwarves were singing covers of her songs at a small theme park. This new lawsuit was entirely an intimidation tactic to get Evermore to drop the first lawsuit. And their strategy worked. Evermore promptly dropped the lawsuit, Team Swift dropped theirs, and the war was over. But I wouldn't say that Evermore escaped
Great War?
unscathed, and I'm not just talking about legal fees. You'll recall that the fans were quite angry when they contributed to the GoFundMe campaign, only for a lot of their favorite performers to be fired. Well, they were even angrier when they heard
There
about
we
the lawsuit.
go.
We can't prove that any money from the GoFundMe actually was put toward legal fees, but those were definitely the optics of the situation. All over the fan pages, people were going off. Like, we gave
1,
you all
2,
this
3.
money to pay your
1, 2, 3.
contractors, and here you are wasting it on a bad faith legal battle with a random pop star. This sapped up much of the remaining goodwill the fan base had for the
I think that the owner just must have been
return to the park as
a
guests,
like
to have
but
the
now that I'm lit up, I'm like they're
meet
just
the CEO. And that's not a great
they're
ground
just
to be
freaking
standing on when the park itself is the passion project of
drug
the CEO.
users.
Oh, I feel like
Like
if I was running the
Elon
Evermore
Musk and his
socials when
ketamine
the Evermore
addiction.
album dropped, I would have just leaned into it as much as legally possible, connect with a local bluegrass artist, record a cover of one of her songs, and then shoot a fanciful YouTube video with your park as the location, and then upload it to the band's channel so you have legal deniability, but promote it heavily on your socials. Bonus points if it's a tribute to iconography from her existing music videos, because then the Swifties will circulate it for you. And maybe then they'll want to come to your park to shoot their own TikToks and pics for Instagram. Be like, Swifties welcome! This month, anybody who arrives in a Taylor Swift concert tee gets half-price admission. You don't even have to worry that much about the legal end of it, because Taylor Swift's team is certainly aware of the optics of attacking a tiny theme park unprovoked. You'd probably have to really step on their copyright or like imply that you're owned by Taylor before they would even bother stepping in. And anyway, if they did anything, the first thing they did would be to send you a cease and desist. at which point you could just cease and desist. I think Evermore Park might have
How did I
assumed that
fuck this
all
up?
publicity is
Damn it.
good publicity, and they were wrong. On every public forum where the park has
Damn
any
it.
kind of presence, their comments are completely overrun by furious Swifties. And like, I get it, you guys. Your critiques are correct. This lawsuit is ridiculous, but what are you doing? I promise you, Taylor Swift will be fine without you defending her honor on Facebook against independent theme parks. Evermore had complained that Swift was damaging their SEO, but let's be real, they did far worse on their own. Now if you Google Evermore, the first thing you hear about is that they filed
That's a
an
problem.
unsuccessful, morally questionable lawsuit because they're going out of business. And I'd argue that delusional dying theme park tries to wring a few pennies out of Taylor Swift is not great publicity. So even though the case didn't go to court, they still wasted money they didn't have on a lawyer to file the initial lawsuit, only to win nothing, ultimately hurt the park's
There
reputation.
we go.
and tank
Whatever
its
the fuck was
social
causing
image.
that is
What
gone
I'm trying
now.
to say is that this lawsuit was not only a bad move, it was probably the worst and stupidest financial decision that could have ever been made. Its timing, its intent, its execution were all handled so embarrassingly poorly that they sank Evermore even lower into arguably the most precarious position it's ever been in since it opened. But enough about that. Part 9, the grid. Oh yeah! Who wants to hear about the grid? Yeah! It's the grid! The Grid is a radical new
Ooh,
business
looks so
venture
low
by
poly.
Brett Schneider. It
Alright,
opened
gamers.
just across the street from Evermore
I'm gonna be off, but I will see you later
entertainment venue. It would
for
feature an
something.
electric indoor go-kart track,
Goodbye.